mean, yesterday we had NVIDIA, attempting to lift the market. At one point, you were checking stocks, and 400 were down, but NVIDIA was up, and that was enough to bring us back. And by the end of the day, of course, that breath turned around as well. Coming up, Dollar General is raising its outlook on hopes that shoppers will look for more deals, specifically there at Dollar General. Those details next.
Nå ringer.
Gjorde du noe mer på gullet i går, eller?
Nei, det har vært noe smått. Det har vært mest egentlig åpninger på natta.
Ja, det gikk så mye med volum på natta.
Nei da, men det gikk jo bra opp og ned, så... Men den jumpet vel opp i går kveld, og gjorde den ikke?
Jo. Jeg shorta jo i går, før jeg havnet på sykehuset. Og våknet opp i dag med gevinst, så jeg bare tok den her. Bare bitte litt, da.
Ja, han ramlet gjennom hele dagen, tror jeg.
Men det var veldig sånn... Det var ganske fin tredd egentlig, men jeg synes at den burde falt litt før.
Ja. Men nå begynner jeg å se litt rettere ut, gjør det ikke?
Hva sa du?
Jeg ser, nå ser det noe litt rettere ut, gjør det ikke?
Jo. Jeg har skjønt hvorfor Nasdaq dro på her. Det var ganske bra nede der. Det var nede med 150 poeng. Det det, hver dag.
Ja, så det krømpa på viksen. Den korrelerer ganske bra, den. Ja, Nasdaq jo på det jeg har omtrent, så.
Ja, han var helt nede på... Han var helt nede... Han var nede med 150 poeng til i dag.
21, 3, 90, nei, enda lavere.
Ja, jeg må huske noen sider med det. Jeg glemmer det. Jeg bedre nå. Eller, ja, jeg har klart å pådra meg litt sånn betennelse igjen på hjertet. Det litt dumt.
Jeg regner med noe. Det skummelt da, det vet jeg ikke. Det begynner mest følelser i armen og litt sånn, så det bare å ta kontakt med lege.
Ja, fikk jeg vondere, så måtte jeg legge seg. Men jeg kan ta medisinene, for det skjer hver gang. Så jeg blir bare lagt inn, og så ligger jeg på sånn overvåkning, og jeg orker ikke det. Så jeg bare tar medisinene. Og spott om du får det gå inn på denne. Tusen hjertelig. Wow, fortsatt samme inntilkjøp forrige uke, 4,50 plaget. Kom sikkert gå ned, da. Ja, jeg treffer stort sett på det meste. Det bare at jeg, ikke for å skryte, men jeg gjør det. Men Trump ødelegger hele indeksen for meg.
Let's get now to high interest. Look what's making headlines around the
world.
NATO is asking European member states to expand ground-based air defense capabilities fivefold as the alliance races to fill a key gap in response to the threat of Russian aggression. The ramp-up will be discussed at a NATO defense minister gathering on Thursday. The alliance is already planning on boosting its weaponry and air defense systems as it scales back reliance on these United States of America. Elon Musk is selling $5 billion in debt for his artificial intelligence startup xAI. It's the latest in a series of fundraising efforts across his business empire as Musk pivots away from politics and returns to running his various companies. Morgan Stanley is shopping the debt for xAI.
Hva det som gjør at Nasdaq går opp i dagen? Det med Meta og den atomavtalen vi hadde forrige uke, eller hva det for noe? Noe som vet det, eller? Det går jo Nasdaq opp hver dag, men det pleier å være en grunn til det.
Marianne Lake, one of the leading contenders to one day take over for Chief Executive Officer Jamie Dimon, in charge of strategic growth in the firm's fastest growing overseas consumer bank. The appointment follows the departure of Sanoke Viswanathan, who's leaving to become the CEO of data company FactSet. Lake has been serving as the CFO. And let's get some breaking headlines right now.
Det verre med rigg. Skal vi se, kom det en inntenger her, man hiver.
Have fallen 25% from the same month a year earlier. Meanwhile, all U.S. auto sales rose 16.3% in May, and that's due to strong truck sales, which is pretty much the main thing Ford sells, Katie, aside from the Mustang platform.
There you go. Really interesting news about
Nasdaq så jævla avkoblet hele resten av verden. Det liksom bare de fuckings aksjene som drar opp og ned.
An interesting earnings report out this morning with the dollar store showing that it can manage the Trump administration's trade war. The firm also raised its annual guidance despite heavy exposure to China and a slowdown in shopping trends. The CEO just saying now that they are seeing more high-income customers. Bloomberg retail editor Emily Cohn joins us now to discuss. And I want to focus on that last part, the CEO saying that they're actually seeing more high-income consumers coming in and shopping at their stores. What does that say about the economic environment that we're in?
Well, these types of stores, dollar stores in general, tend to do well in these types of environments. Low-income shoppers coming, but also higher-income shoppers trading down and coming to Dollar General. So it says that shoppers are feeling squeezed and coming to Dollar General because they know they can get a bargain.
It's interesting. I can imagine high-income shoppers trading down to Walmart.
For jeg skal kjøpe gull etterpå. Om det kommer ned til 3-5-5-ish.
Dollar General also has this their footprint.
Så må jeg se om man klarer å holde seg her. Hvis ikke så neste nivå å kjøpe på nede på 3.325. Der ligger det.
In lots of areas of this country, the closest store where you'd go out to get a gallon of milk is going to be a Dollar General.
3.325, 27, 25, 27. Kan falle helt ned dit.
This battle
Gull,
for the
altså.
rural shopper is a big area that we're looking at. They're getting more competition from Walmart and Amazon. And these rural shoppers are really where the battle is heating up.
It's a great point on the geography that we're talking about here. We're getting some other comments from the company saying that it expects some price increases from tariffs. They've managed to navigate pretty well thus far, it looks like, looking at their results, but talk to us about their exposure to China.
So they're in a good spot relative to their competitors because a bulk of their sales come from consumables, groceries. Those things tend to be less exposed to tariffs than the other aisles of the store. So they, in this report, they said that they took into account current tariffs rates and they actually raised their guidance a little bit. So they have an exposure to China, but I think it's something that they can mitigate, and that's why the stock is up this morning.
Right, mitigating that in part by raising prices.
Yeah.
All right, really interesting stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Emily Cohn covers retail on the BN side of the building. Coming up, BlackRock's Gargi Chowdhury says...
Jo, bitte litt, men jeg tjener så mye penger på å trade gull, så Nasdaq tror jeg skal kraftig ned. Men det går jo opp basert på hva Trump sier. Gull ikke like manipulerende, eller å manipulere, så det blir nok mer gulltrading på meg fremover. Jeg var jo opp over 19%, nei, 16% bare på fredag forrige uke på gull. Så hvorfor skal jeg trade en Nasdaq da, når Trump forandrer lover annenhver dag? Det helt umulig å forholde seg til det.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world.
Det fixar
right
vi,
here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Kråka går jævla bra med. Ja, jeg har hatt den ute hele dag. Han er på kjøkkenet, han lager så mye støy, så han har dritt opp på tastaturet her, han har trykket på capslocken som går ikke av, masse køtt, så jeg trykket han inn der. Faen meg, jeg er koko.
Every trading day, balance of power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
The flood of investment agreements.
Deals were once again on display.
The Saudis are open for business.
The cessation of sanctions.
Jeg synes jeg hørte du kjøpt et eller annet her i stedet.
Hæ?
Kjøpte du i stedet?
Nei.
Ok.
Har ikke gjort noen ting.
Kattejakter.
Realiserte Google i stad.
Ja.
Men jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor Nasdaq går i dag. Den ble nedgradert i dag også.
Ja, ikke sant.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators.
Eneste jeg kan se for meg er at Meta kan gå litt mer i dag, men jeg forstår ikke hvorfor det skal gå så mye. Nå ble det nedgradert. Nei, det bør ikke gå opp. Det var virkelig veldig rart.
We've all seen what's happened with the VIX and volatility in the equity markets this year. This will not be a calm market. The market is expecting some sort of resolution or some sort of progress. If they don't get that progress and we go the opposite way and we start putting in more and more tariffs and not making progress, we're going to have a problem.
And that was Wells Fargo strategist Chris Harvey, who holds the title of the biggest bull on Wall Street. Meanwhile, you have Deutsche Bank lifting its S&P 500 target as markets recover from trade shocks. Specifically, the firm lifted its year-end forecast to 65.50 from 61.50. That implies a 10% gain from Monday's close. Joining us now at the desk to discuss it all is BlackRock Chief Investment and Portfolio Strategist of the Americas, Gargi Chowdhury. Gargi, great to see you in person.
It's good to be here.
So I know that you don't have an S&P 500 target, but I'll ask you the same thing that I asked Stuart Kaiser 24 hours ago, which is, if you did, would you be lifting it right now?
So it depends on when I set those targets.
Right.
If we did that, if we had set it on April 3rd, then perhaps, yes, we would be lifting it. Because obviously, over the course of the month of May, we've received a lot of positive data, not only on the tariff negotiation front, but on the earnings front. And that means something. We're also seeing that the soft data perhaps is lifting from the terrible levels that it had gotten to in April and May, and the hard data so far remains okay. So depending on when people set their targets, I think there are some reasons to be a little bit more optimistic, and I think it's all related to we haven't seen all-time, we haven't gone back.
I dag så kommer job-openings klokka 4. Jeg vet ikke mye det er å si lenger, egentlig. Ingenting av makro betyr noen ting, sånn helt ærlig. Normalt sett så er det veldig, veldig viktig, men ja, du vet hvordan det har vært det siste.
We had the OECD, for example, come out this morning and say, we don't expect 2+% growth anymore for the U.S. Now it's 1.6%. How much does the Fed need to cut? And are they going to be able to do that if we don't get some clarity on the tariff policy of the United States?
Yeah, that's exactly the right question, Matt. I think when you look at what's priced into the market, give or take 2 cuts, I think it's a probability-weighted outcome. So if things get really bad, and by the way, the chances of a recession coming through by the end of this year, those chances are dropping from where they had gotten to, right? Many people are pulling back their expectations of a severe slowdown. But for example, if there were one were to happen, you could see 3-4 rate cuts. At the same time, if we're fine, if the labor market, as we might find out later today and through the course of this week, if the labor market remains resilient with no massive job destruction, I think the Fed doesn't need to go at all, or maybe just once towards the end of the year. So the probability adjusted outcome of those two look like about 2 rate cuts. Do they need to go if inflation is sticky and growth still lower, but still about a 1% level? I would say maybe just once.
All right, Gargi, you're sticking with us through the opening bell. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break. Let's take a look at the setup as we count down to the ringing here. You can see the S&P 500. It feels like it wants to go green. We were looking at much steeper pre-market losses just a few hours ago, but right now down about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 is already there, pretty much flat, but the color is green. But it's the small caps out in charge, Matt Miller. The Russell 2000 up about 0.4% with about 4 minutes to go until the open.
Wow, we still look at the Russell 2000.
And we should.
We're going to continue, right? You're going to keep that on the board?
Until they drag me off the set. Ugh, a price-weighted index? Can you imagine?
You know what? We'll change it on the World Equity Index screen. you up. We'll replace the Dow.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The Russell 2000. Coming up in just over 30 minutes' time, we're going to sit down with Cliff Asness. He is, of course, the billionaire co-founder of AQR. He's going to tell us how his firm has gotten double-digit returns even amidst volatility. This is Open Interest.
Why is Baltimore so important to you?
It's our state's largest city. And if your state's largest city is not thriving, your state can't thrive. And that is just a mathematical equation, because the only way this is going to be Maryland's decade is if it's Baltimore's time. And so that's why we did focus on things like being able to extend the Orioles lease and make sure the Orioles could be here for 30 years. It's the reason we focus on things like the Preakness and keeping the Preakness in Maryland for generations to come. While we've invested in the convention center, the reason we focused on housing and getting rid of the vacant housing, the reason we focused on violent crime, and now Baltimore is having among the most precipitous drop of anywhere in the country when it comes to homicides and non-fatal shootings and carjackings and auto thefts. So if you can have Baltimore thriving, your state is going to thrive.
So if somebody's watching this and they're not from Maryland, but they want to know a little bit about Maryland, what would you encapsulate in a paragraph or two about what people should know about the state of Maryland?
I would say Maryland really is American miniature. You tell me what you want to do. And no matter where you're standing in the state of Maryland, I can tell you where to have a world-class experience within 2 hours. We're the home of innovation. We're the home of Johns Hopkins University, the home of the NSA, the home of NIST. We have so much to offer in the state of Maryland, and I think it's one of the reasons that people are so excited about the growth trajectory we're on.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Åpner opp om 1 minutt da. Kommer sikkert også jumpe ut opp. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor det skal gå opp. Det ble nedgradert i dag også. Om Meta fikk en svær avtale om atomenergi i går. Nå åpner det.
We're moments away from the start of trading on this Tuesday after a turnaround. Yesterday, it looks like markets are struggling to push higher. Again, you can see
hver dag. Det nesten litt sånn der det stopper. Hvorfor går vi nå liksom?
Much more at 3 o'clock this morning when I came in. NASDAQ futures are also very little change right now, but the Russell futures looking good, Katie. In terms of the opening bells, you've got Olo right now ringing the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange. They're down 60% over the past 5 years, so I feel like they can do better for their shareholders. On the other hand, SS Innovations, surgical supply company, they have more than doubled in the past 5 years. In fact, they're up 114% with all dividends reinvested. So
there you go.
They've done pretty well. Dollar General's doing well today. What are you watching?
Doing pretty well. This is the last gasp of the current earnings season, and it's Dollar General out with a beat and a raise. The retailer really easing those tariff concerns. You have the CEO saying that they're uniquely positioned to serve customers in a variety of economic environments. We also heard from the CEO saying that they're seeing higher income consumers come into their stores, so really benefiting from that trade down that we're seeing. Matt Miller currently up about 11% just minutes after the bell.
And Meta, obviously, is one we've been talking about this morning. buying nuclear power from Constellation
Kom
Energy
meldingen på
as
Meta
AI
som han sa.
sends
Jeg tror det er det som gjør at
power
det går.
demand soaring, but the 20-year contract doesn't start until the middle of 2027, which seems like
Det er ikke før i 2027, sier de.
That's a long way from now.
We'll see.
Så vi går opp i dag på noe som skal skje i 2027. Det er godt å
Life
vite.
could look totally different.
All right, we're back with Gargi
Da kan vi
Chowdhury.
godt se at det er prisspill i markedet.
Det er så dumt.
And Gargi,
Meta gikk opp 7%. Nei, 4% i går, fordi det skal opp i 2027. Se på gull nå. Se jeg traff på gull igjen.
I think it can be.
Skal kjøpe noe snart.
Look at what drove much of the market performance from the April 2nd lows. A lot of that is coming from the earnings power and the earnings growth we've seen in the large cap quality companies, many of those that have a software or AI theme associated with them. Every time, you know, we're all
Det er mange som har lurt på åpne her nå.
we continue to be amazed by the revenue.
Jeg har veldig sansen for gull, altså. Jeg leser chartet veldig bra her. Nå stuper Nasdaq. Skulle faen meg mangle.
For the United States going forward. So I do think this will be a mega trend, a mega theme that will be with us for 2027 and beyond. And now I think it's broadening to areas such as power, such as one of the things that we talk about in our outlook around software. And I think that's with us to stay for some time.
This is a question that I've been asking, it feels like, for the past year, and I've probably asked you this question before, but you mentioned that now maybe we're talking about software. It feels like so long the AI trade has been the enablers, it's been the picks and shovels, the NVIDIAs of the world, but it seems like maybe some of the interest really is starting to migrate to the application of AI.
Absolutely. It is starting to move to the application of AI, but I also think even within that, there are going to be winners and losers, right? So we're, in our outlook, we talked a little bit about just pure software exposure with something like an IGV, which is our iShares ticker, but also broadly, we talked about the need for being very active and nimble around it, because some of the names that are working now within software may just not work in the next 2 or 3 months. So really focusing on actively managing your AI and tech exposure, which we think is a much smaller component of our clients' portfolios than they think it is. So really focusing on things like BlackRock Active Innovation and Tech Funds, which is, again, an active way to manage your AI exposure and your broader software and tech exposure.
I will note that we're going to talk a little bit later to Bruce Richards. He posted on LinkedIn last week that he expects more distress in software because, well, the reason it's interesting is because private credit and private equity have really piled in. Does it matter? I guess there's dispersion there.
There's dispersion there. Yes. That's exactly the sentence that you had started us on. There is going to be dispersion, which is why you can have a theme in your portfolio, but if you're looking for the next 3 to 4 years, being active around that, being able to dynamically rotate between one theme to another, we think is important.
I want to talk about the economic environment a little bit because we were talking about Microsoft and Disney layoffs a little bit earlier. We get jolts at the top of the 10 a.m. hour, and then it's the all-important employment report on Friday. It seems like there's some expectation that we're going to see a little bit of cooling in the labor market, at least as it comes through with this JOLTS data. What's your expectation there? We're starting to get those headlines again, but we haven't yet seen it in the data.
Right, so we haven't. The one thing that I think the market paid a little bit of attention to is just the pickup last week in the initial jobless claims. Obviously this week's JOLTS, which we've seen, again, we've seen a cooling, but I would say that cooling in all forms of labor market data is much needed right now. So we've seen a cooling in the job openings rate. I think we might see a further cooling in the non-farm payroll number that comes out on Friday. What might that look like? Could it be somewhere between 130, 140? That's lower than the 3-month and the 6-month averages, but still a very solid pace of job growth from at this stage of maturity for the US economy. What I will particularly, look, it's a mature
Matt's
economy.
getting nervous.
This is like
this is an economy that's growing at 1%.
Right? But, you know, Torsten Slok sent out a message today. Okay, 120, I guess, 130 for now, 120 for June. we're talking consensus here, 64 for September, 66 for December.
It's not very many
That much
thousands.
cooling would not be good,
That
right?
much cooling would not be good. So obviously, if tomorrow or Friday's number was significantly, and by significantly I mean 50 to 75,000 lower than expectations, and it was dispersed across many categories, across goods, and most importantly, across the services sector, which is where much of the job growth has come from. If we saw that, I think the market will certainly, the front end of the fixed income market will certainly price in some action from the Fed. But as of right now, that is not the expectation. I think there is going to be cooling. We should get used to that. There's another, there's obviously a lot of immigration outflows or based on how much immigration has been a driver of job growth in the last year. We have to take into account that that is not going to be the case. So again, other reasons for softening there. I think market knows a lot of that, but obviously there is a point at which it's a bad softening, not just a cooling, but something that makes us all afraid.
Makes me uncomfortable.
I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we're still looking at a U.S. economy, at least at this point, where the labor market is one of the shining spots.
Well, Matt is sweating over here, so let's try to get him a little bit more scared. I want to game plan that scenario the next few months where maybe, okay, you get a cooling down that turns into a softening in the labor market. Let's say inflation does have a little bit of pressure under it and it reignites a little bit. We had a note from JP Morgan yesterday actually writing that they think that we could enter into a stagflationary episode here that would end the S&P 500 to rebound. Can you rule that out, or do you have to keep stagflation risk on the table?
I think you have to. I think the direction of travel could be in a stagflationary direction. Obviously, a lot of that depends on the growth expectations from the tax bill, as well as how much of the tariff unwind really, catapults many companies to go back to spending and manufacturing and all of that.
Microsoft er rødt, Apple går i rødt, Amazon går i rødt, Alphabet er rødt, Meta er rødt, Tesla er selvfølgelig grønt. USA ble igjen nedgradert i dag. Hvorfor vi i det hele tatt ikke faller er sikkert fortsatt på grunn av Trump.
We're telling investors, close your underweight to the other areas of the world. Close your underweight to emerging markets as well as European equities. You don't have to go overweight here, but certainly sort of have a more diversified portfolio. Add things like tips.
Det virker som folk ikke er redd. Det virker som folk bare det ordner seg. De kommer til å få et jævla problem når renten begynner å stige med.
And very importantly, market neutral strategies that have a low beta and a low correlation
Nasdaq på day low akkurat nå etter åpning. Fortsatt veldig nervøst.
I think that's going to be another source of diversification much needed when uncertainty is high.
All right, Gargi, that's a good place to leave it. Great to see you again. That is BlackRock's Gargi Chowdhury. Meanwhile, let's get a check on this market and take a look at the setup, because we're taking a look at breadth again. And similar to yesterday, it's not awesome right now. It's not quite as bad as yesterday when we had more than 400 names in the red, but you can see we have more than 300 in the red right now, 176 pushing to the upside. Once again, it's Nvidia that is leading the charge. Small move overall, but when
Nvidia igjen som leder markedet. Nvidia opp 0,6%. Markedet generelt nett faller. Alphabet er ned over 1%, nesten 2%. Nasdaq fortsetter å falle enn så lenge.
This is your biggest loser right now.
Tesla er oppe 0,5%. Det er Nvidia som holder oss oppe.
Straight day of losses, down another 2% right now. Let's take a look at how this looks on the sector basis as well. It's close to an even split. I'm not quite sure if this is quite it, because I believe that I had tech at the top right now, but you can see we're talking about small moves overall. Utilities up top right now, up about 0.5%, industrials, and then tech. It looks a little defensive to me, Matt Miller, and then you take a look at the bottom. It's real estate materials and communication services leading the way lower right now, Matt.
Yeah, no, it does look defensive, but I think that's because of Constellation, right? So usually if investors are buying utilities, that's a sign that they may be a little bit scared. But today you've got Constellation up on the Facebook headlines. I want to also point out that if you're watching the breakdown of the Dutch government, the Prime Minister has offered to resign and continue in a caretaker government. Of course, that government fell apart because the coalition came unglued. When we come back, we're going to talk about something maybe a little closer to your heart, and that is Texas and the stock exchange in the Lone Star State. Texas is preparing for its stock exchange debut in 2026. We're going to speak with former Congressman Jeb Hensarling, who is now strategically advisor for the TSE Next. This is Open Interest.
Gull tester nivåene sine nå på 3350. Alle øynene er på Nvidia. Apple like går liksom på atomavtalen.
In case you missed it on Balance of Power.
If we're going to get all this revenue from tariffs, why would the president be pushing for higher taxes on anybody? Because our understanding is for the wealthy, he's looking at a new rate of 39.6%, and I thought the Republican Party didn't stand for that kind of thing.
Well, you realize that the tariff revenues doesn't count toward the reconciliation numbers. Don't ask why. I can't understand why. We're running it like 20, 25 billion a month, and they're not counting it, but we'll leave that aside for another day. This is Washington. They have their own accounting practices. So the president's trying to make sure he gets no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. And if he says, look, the richest Americans, remember, he cut it from 39.6 to 37. So if he just goes back to what he did last time, you know, I'm in favor of that. I think it's smart.
Don't miss Balance of Power live every weekday.
Nvidia opp 1,11%.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Ikke nødvendigvis CMS.
US tech is influencing global.
Jeg har ikke gjort noe på Higher-scan å sterke til.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Jo, helt ned til
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the US markets close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. Quick check on stocks, and we are looking at gains right now, just barely, obviously, so I guess little change is a better way to put it. But they're not losses on the S&P 500 at 59.38. That's the cash trade. We're looking at a little bit better NASDAQ 100 trade right now, up 0.1%. You can see that the VIX is also unchanged right now, trading at 18.4, and Russell gaining about a third. In terms of the individual movers, Nvidia once again pulling us up on the day, gaining more than 1%.
Snakker om at Nvidia drar opp markedet
$1 stock, so that means a lot to the indexes on which it is listed. Tesla also a gainer today. You can see Facebook down after that deal with Constellation, but only about 0.4%, and Constellation itself gaining almost 7% on that new power delivery contract. Katie?
We'll continue to follow that story, but let's turn our attention to Texas. The Texas Stock Exchange has filed its Form 1 registration with the SEC to register as a national securities exchange. Reporting says it has secured over $161 million in funding as it aims for a 2026 launch. Joining us now, I'm thrilled to say we have Jeb Hensarling. He is the Texas Stock Exchange Strategic Advisor and former chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, as well as Julie Fine, our own bureau chief down in Texas. And Julie, a great time for this conversation because I know Jeb sitting next to you has some big plans.
There are some big plans. You do have a pretty aggressive timeline, Congressman. Thanks so much for being with us. Are you still expecting the SEC approval coming later this year and the trading to begin next year, 2026?
Well, first, Julie, thanks for having me. This is the most exciting project I've been involved in since I left the United States Congress. And yes, that be part of the first fully integrated stock exchange to come to America in 2 generations. Very exciting. Worked with the SEC for a long time. We believe we're on track to receive approval for our Form 1, Q3, possibly Q4, and then trading to start in the new year. And we are very excited. It's going to help put Texas even more on the map than we already are.
Since this has happened, as you know, there have been a lot of other exchanges that have made some moves. The New York Stock Exchange has now placed an equities exchange here. NASDAQ has a regional office here. So, Congressman, how do you handle this competition that came from that?
Well, imitation's always the greatest form of flattery. I'm not sure had the Texas Stock Exchange been formed, you would have seen this action. With respect to the New York Stock Exchange, number one, we welcome the competition. And unfortunately, we can't quite compete yet until we get our Form 1 approved by the SEC. But, you know, with respect to New York, they took a Chicago medallion and Federal Expressed it here to Dallas. Again, happy to have them. NASDAQ clearly has an office, but we welcome the competition. We welcome the attention. And it really, in many respects, I think, validates one of our value propositions, and that is Texas is the place.
En video opp 1,45%. Jeg sier bare en video, for det er den eneste som på en måte rører indeksen på seg. Det er også Tesla. Tesla opp 1,3%. Så er en video av Tesla som går. Microsoft er rødt, Alphabet er rødt, Meta er rødt, Netflix er rødt, Broadcom er opp,
issue all in Texas, and the Texas Stock Exchange is the next iteration to that. And we're going to have a lot of competitive advantages. But again, bring on the competition. It's a big state. Come on in.
All right. I love the ambition there. Let's talk about how you plan to compete, because one of the notions that's been raised is that maybe you need a few big anchor listings to really get the exchange off the ground once you list. And with that in mind, are you courting any companies at this moment to basically switch their listings when you do go live?
Oh, I think there'll be lots of companies that will will engage in dual listings. But Texas is going to be able to compete on a number of different fronts. Number one, we look very carefully at the economics. And we have a duopoly. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. And because of that, we believe that there are efficiencies to be gained that can be shared with issuers. Next, Texas is going to be the issuer-aligned exchange. This is going to be a value-add proposition. Number three, there is going to be an advantage to list with a stock exchange that is actually based in Texas because of frankly, the political risk. Increasingly, companies have to calculate political risk. Texas has just passed 4 really major landmark pieces of legislation, one of which has to do with the fact that we're going to have written into our Constitution there won't be a financial transactions tax. They're threatening yet again.
Har ju läst en av 19 poäng, eller
Technically, they have one.
Vad sa
You
du?
probably know it's rebated.
Jag säger att du läser en av $19 egentlig.
In addition, on certain shareholder
Den tryna jo $30 i natt.
there's a very low threshold there. It takes up a lot of expense, a lot of C-suite time. There'll be a larger threshold, higher threshold in Texas. There's just going to be a lot of different reasons for people to come and enlist on the Texas Stock Exchange. And our CEO, Jim Lee, has put together the A-team. There has been a brain drain from the competitors, and already, as you may know, Dallas has more financial professionals professionals today than New York. So again, we're going to have lots of competitive advantages, and as soon as the ink's dry on the Form 1, we're going to be happy to start competing.
Well, to your point, Congressman, I actually covered Rob Morocco and Allison Hennessy from NASDAQ and from SIBO coming over and joining with the Texas Stock Exchange, so that brain drain does seem to be happening. But I want to go back to the idea of switching listings, because one person and one company that has embraced Texas in a big way, of course, is Elon Musk. You have Tesla now incorporated in Texas. Have you been in any conversations with the team over there about potentially embracing the Texas Stock Exchange as well?
Well, I would say people at Texas are having lots of conversations. It's a little premature to talk about those conversations. Once again, the Form 1 by the SEC is approved so that trading can actually begin. We're very, very confident. Again, there will be major companies in America who are going to choose to list and certainly trade on the Texas Stock Exchange. There'll be co-listings as well. But you're already starting to see, again, corporations, one, move from Delaware. You've already seen a number of companies that will change their listings. Already you have so much of the trading that doesn't even take place on the listed exchange. There's lots of opportunities to compete, and again, there will be a lot of competitive advantages that we believe Texas will have.
Congressman, you just talked about CEO Jim Lee, and when we spoke to him earlier, he said he now believes with this legislative package that Texas is in direct competition with New York and Delaware. So I want to know, before we let you go, what defines success for you in the first year?
We have so far met all of our milestones so far. So I think simply being able to establish a world-class trading venue come in Q1 of the next year, that we start to have large Fortune 500 companies start to decide this is where we want to trade, and later in the year to be able to get new IPOs. And that's one of the whole reasons to start the Texas Stock Exchange. When I was in Congress, I cared deeply about the fact that we've seen this secular decline, if you will, in companies going public. I think Texas can help reverse that trend. So if you'll see that line start to flatten out, and again, we have more companies being able to go to the public markets and do it under the Texas brand, that will be success.
I really appreciate your time today. That is Jeb Hensarling of the Texas Stock Exchange and our own Julie Fine, our Texas Bureau Chief. A great conversation about an ambitious upstart when it comes to the exchange place. Let's take a look.
Wait. Did you say Y'all Street at all the whole time?
I didn't say Y'all Street, no, but thank goodness you did.
Yeah, because I love that.
Yeah.
Apparently they're calling it Y'all Street. So if someone says y'all to me in, casual conversation, I feel a little sick to my stomach. But if you say Y'all Street, I think that makes it cool.
And it makes sense because it rhymes with Wall Street. It's very cute. Stocks turned green, by the way, during that conversation, the S&P 500.
Yeah, not because of that conversation.
No, but it did happen.
And this is a pattern that we've seen lately. I think Dan Curtis was saying this morning 19 times in the last 100
That sounds like something he would say.
Sessions. All right. Gen Z says online dating is cringe. And Wall Street is taking note. Top Calls is next. This is Open Interest.
på Nvidia nå. Jeg er så drittlei på sånn. Jeg er drittlei Nvidia, jeg er drittlei Meta. Jeg er drittlei de AI-aksjene.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada. And this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, well, Bumble is getting downgraded to a sell over at JP Morgan. The firm expects revenue to decline as Gen Z moves away from dating apps, calling them cringe. More bad news for Bumble. Now, I was just checking, the stock is down nearly 90% over the past 5 years.
I know, because my wife bought $100 worth of shares. She believed in the women reaching out
Makes
model.
sense.
And she lost almost all that money. Coming up in the next hour, billionaire Cliff Asness tells us how his firm is up more than 10% so far this year in a really volatile market.
Ny topp på Nvidia. Da det ny topp på Nasdaq.
Jeg er nede og tester øvre diagonal på den stigende triangelen fra 20. mai, skal vi se, 28. mai.
Snakker om Nasdaq, eller?
Nei, gullet. Det var akkurat nede og se på den.
Jeg kjøpte akkurat. Jeg så irritert på den der jævla Nasdaqen, ass. Faen, ass. Nå Nvidia opp 2%. Det betyr liksom ingenting at den overkjører alt.
Ja, den gjør det. Det er jo det vi sett hele tiden.
Ja, jeg glad jeg begynte å trede gul. Jeg må ut av den Nasdaq-posisjonen.
First time, or got to many times go visit with Steve Jobs to try to get an Apple box to be our box. And we were trying to merge boxes. And of course, they have Apple TV, and we have our box. Never actually happened. And in one of the meetings, he said, well, you should give up because we're going to win that. But you should put Wi-Fi in all your boxes. And that's how you win. And you should be the best pipe. And he said the best dumb pipe. So I went home, went to our chief technology officer and said, what's Wi-Fi?
Gullet hentet seg inn med $5
And
tok mot bra på støtta.
Today we have the nation's biggest Wi-Fi.
Stikker vi forbi 360 så kjøper jeg mer gull.
Phone usage. 90%.
Ja, 3359 168 på Fibonacci.
And that's because 70% of all the
Hva er det du ser på da?
Going over the internet right now.
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci, ja.
And streaming wasn't here 10 years ago.
Da er den fra
I sit here and say the most exciting thing about our company is what's coming in the next 10 years that happens in innovation around the world, hopefully here in America, hopefully Silicon Valley and LA and everywhere else, Philadelphia, and that we're going to continue to have bits per home go up.
Har du noe info om de? Ja, de posisjonene ble puttet inn tilbake, og statistikken min ble fikset opp i også.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to
Bloomberg
Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Er det Jolt som kommer nå?
Ja, klokka 4.
Da skal jo sikkert alt opp.
Nei, ikke gud.
Kom inn på 7,39, ventet 7,11.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive
Det
Insurance.
faktisk ganske bra tall.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A third day of deadly violence for hungry Palestinians rushing to pick up desperately needed food in Gaza. Local officials say 27 people were killed in Israeli strikes on a checkpoint in Rafah. The BBC's Barbara Platt-Usher.
The shootings took place in roughly the same location as the deadly incident 2 days ago, less than a mile from an aid distribution site where thousands of hungry people gathered, waiting to be granted access. One eyewitness said the soldiers started firing heavily when people ignored warning shots and rushed towards the aid hub. The army said it did fire, but only at a few suspects who deviated from the designated route.
The Israeli military says it is looking into reports of casualties. Israel's foreign ministry says comments by the UN Secretary General referring to the violence as appalling are a disgrace. Smoke blowing into the U.S. from giant wildfires in Canada is spreading out. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
We're getting a little bit of rain in the area. That will help. So we'll look for some improving conditions, but the smoke is going to head into the east as well. So everyone's going to see a little bit of this. Most of it will stay at the higher levels.
Millions of Americans are under air quality alerts. Harvard is warning a big loss if federal funding isn't restored.
In a new court filing, the university says the Trump administration's funding freeze will lead to the loss of data collection in health and environmental research, wasting public investment. It says labs will shutter, sensitive equipment will degrade, perishable samples will spoil, and researchers will go elsewhere. In another filing, Harvard says it has taken steps to address anti-Semitism and protect Jewish students, which the administration had accused it of not doing. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
In South Korea, supporters of the liberal presidential candidate cheering with an exit poll projecting Lee Jae-myung the winner over conservative Kim Moon-soo. The BBC's Jean McKenzie is in Seoul.
The new president now has to deal with pressing problems abroad. At the top of that list is high-stakes negotiations with President Trump over tariffs and South Korea's defense.
The winner will replace former President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was removed from office after he declared martial law. A new search is underway in the case of Madeleine McCann, a 3-year-old British girl who disappeared in Portugal more than 18 years ago. CBS's Lee Kinnery says they're scouring the property of a German man named Christian Bruckner.
Police haven't disclosed any evidence or details that explains why they've renewed this search nearly 2 decades on. But we do know they're focusing on land around the house of the only suspect.
The Dow is down 78 points in early trading, NASDAQ up 63. This is CBS News.
Oi.
Wall Street faller. UK faller. Asia faller. Tyskland faller. Det er bare Nasdaq som er oppe på grunn av Nvidia. Det er sikkert bare tidspunkt før resten begynner å falle. Nvidia vekter jo 8% av hele Nasdaq, så når Nvidia går opp så mye som den gjør nå, så drar den med seg alt som heter AI, så vekter den så mye som folk indeksen opp ned, da, før den begynner å falle. Det er som nye på det. Så må følge med på Nvidia hele tiden. Det er litt sånn tullete, men det er sånn det har blitt. Nvidia vekter, 13% av Nasdaq nå. Faktisk. Fy faen, det er mye. 13%.
There's a new report on the dangers of denying healthcare to trans
for
Human Rights Watch says in the last 4 years, 25 states have enacted sweeping bans targeting gender-affirming care for trans youth. They say bans can lead to increased anxiety,
Nvidia, Microsoft og Apple vekter 35% av hele indeksen. Du trenger faen ikke handle noe annet enn de aksjene.
Because of these laws.
Yasmin Smallins with Human Rights Watch.
These laws are what we call sweeping bans on gender-affirming care. So, that's
That's any form of puberty blockers, hormone therapies, and they are
estimated to impact over 100,000
trans youth.
45% av hele Nasdaq.
Fans fell in love with her character on The White Lotus Season 3.
Piper, no!
At last night's Gotham Awards, 56-year-old Parker Posey gave all the credit to the show's director.
Thank you, Mike White, for writing this character for me, for believing in a middle-aged woman.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
Jeg skal ta med lyden her nå. Hva er det du sa for noe, Robert?
Så er det 2 selskap som vekter 25%. En fjerdedel av vinnet.
Ja. Jeg kan gjøre enda verre for deg. Det er 5 selskaper som vekter halvparten av hele Nasdaq.
Ja.
Så hvis det kommer dårlige nyheter eller noe sånt nå, dårlige makro, nedgraderinger, så faller jo ikke Nasdaq med mindre de 5 rører på seg. Og det samme hvis det kommer bra nyheter og noe negativt kommer, så vil ikke det gå opp på grunn av de 5 selskapene. Det er alt for sentrert, altså. Det er ikke sikkert. Det er ganske, akkurat det der er skummelt, så hvis en av dem tryner da, så knekker alt. Da knekker alt da.
Ja, en av dem 2 største han, ja.
Det er helt fjollete, egentlig. Men de aksjene som på en måte det er snakk om, det er de aksjene som var med Donald Trump på tur til Qatar, de 5 selskapene. Tilfeldig? Nei. Da får vi se det da. Da ramlet Nvidia med 0,7% her, og så gikk Nasdaq ned nå med ramlet nå. Ramlet med 40 poeng, bare på det lille dippen på Nvidia. Det er ganske sårbart. Nå faller Nvidia litt videre her, og da faller hele indeksen. Det er sånn, why bother? Det er mye bedre å trene med gull da, ass. Og dere som er engstelige så aldri tredje før, det kommer til å bli normalt snart, for det er ikke mulig at det 5 selskaper skal styre en hel indeks. Det kommer til å bli satt med stopper for det. Han har falt en video med 1% her da.
Den burde jo kanskje over på egen indeks.
Ja, men det er noen i USA nå som snakker om å sette opp en konkurrent av Nasdaq, for indekset skal egentlig være ganske safe. En indeks skal være et alternativ til aksjer. Nå er det ikke et alternativ til aksjer. Nå er indeksen 5 aksjer. Og det er ikke sikkert lenger. Jeg vet når jeg drev og solgte masse fond og sånn før, så hadde vi kanskje spredd aksjer i, ja, kjøpte litt aksjer, kanskje 20-30% aksjer, og så var liksom 70% var da indeks, ikke sant? For da liksom fikk du, var du heldig da, så gjorde du 10% på et år kanskje, ikke sant? Nå så smeller indeksen 10% på 3 dager. Det er jo, og det skal egentlig ikke være mulig. Jeg blir like overrasket hver gang jeg sitter og ser på vektinga. Men nå har de redekta hele Nasdaq, for Nvidia var ikke vekta 13% tidligere, den var vekta 9%. Nå er nesten 13%. Det er mye, ass.
Shares are lower by almost 8%. They fell after JP Morgan downgraded the stock to underweight from neutral. We have analyst Corey Carpenter saying that, yes, the shares may have rallied over 50% since President Donald Trump's Liberation Day, but still, he's just struggling to justify raising the price target given expectation for revenue and payer declines continue to accelerate. So he also added that online dating category remains challenged and that the Gen Z product or market fit has some issues. So maybe we're seeing a different shift in that space now. The price target is set to $5, which implies a roughly 13% decrease from the previous close.
Hvis du kan litt makro nå, så ser vi de tallene som kom nettopp. Det ganske negativt for hele rentebanen i USA, for du får ikke noe rentekutt på det. Og hele businessmodellen til Donald Trump at du skal ha rentekutt, og du skal ha økt tariff for å få opp omsetningen på, altså få ned gjelda, ikke sant? Og svakere dollar. Men nå får du ikke rentekutt. Så nå har Donald Trump en liten sånn, nå får det en liten utfordring. Og vi har gått opp nå i 5 uker på tariff, som ikke blir noe av. Sånn som man ville det. Og så har vi gått opp på den skattepakka som ikke gikk igjennom. Og sånn, normalt sett så skal vi falle på at begge to ikke gikk igjennom, men det gjør vi ikke sant? For det er markedet helt fucka. Men det er litt sånn Donald Duck nå da. Skattepakka hans kommer ikke igjennom.
JP Morgan raised the rating to overweight from neutral. We have analyst Doug Anmuth saying that a diversification of its ad platform is supporting further revenue. And Pinterest is also driving solid user growth with 85% of its monthly active users.
Jeg har kjøpt litt mer gull,
Maybe this is why, because I use it on desktop still, so maybe I should download that mobile app. We have the analysts saying that valuation multiples based on 2-year forward EBITDA are appearing cheap. So they raised Pinterest price target to $40 from $35.
What? You use it on your desktop? You're not in high school anymore.
Hva min metode? Jeg er litt usikker på Rate to K. Jeg tror det er sånn totalt sett på bankkonto, men jeg vil ikke fulgt meg sånn hardt enda. Jeg vil vente til neste uke. For jeg har tatt ut masse penger fra kontoen. Nå gikk en video opp med 0,5%, og Nasdaq rørte på seg nå med 30 poeng. Nvidia alene som styrer hele showet her. Microsoft faller, er opp 0,03, ramler med 0,5% her. Nvidia går videre oppover, Apple er fallende, opp 0,32, var i rødt i stad. Alphabet er ned 2%, Meta er ned 0,5%, samme som i stad. Broadcom er på sted hvil fra stad. Tesla opp 1%. Netflix er fortsatt i minus. Ja, så det er ikke noe... Det er kun Nvidia som på en måte drar oss her da. Og det er også den aksjen som dro ned hele indeksen også for 5 uker siden. Helt riktig, Lena. Aldri. Neste uke sa for måneden siden. Ja, men jeg trodde ikke at Trump skulle holde på en måned til. Jeg trodde han skulle gi seg litt før en måned.
No matter how you slice it, Ira, it seems like the Federal Reserve is not really getting any clear signals what to do next, which I guess for a lot of folks means let's do nothing here. How do you think they're going to interpret today's data?
Yeah, well, I think that they're going to not be pleased with today's data, but at the same time, they're waiting for the next shoe to drop on inflation, right? So next week's inflation print is going to be important as well as this Friday's payroll report. But you know, the likelihood that the Federal Reserve does anything at the June meeting is near zero, because you're waiting to see what the fallout is of all the tariffs. Will that increase prices? How will that affect inflation and the inflation outlook?
Gull tar imot. Så nå har jeg kjøpt gull. Får vi se. Hvis vi ser på markedssentimentet nå, så er vi 50-50 på Nasdaq, så folk flest vet jo ikke hva det skal gå. Sitter ganske rolig der. Gull tok imot. Går forbi 3360, 3359, så kjøper jeg mer gull.
it's been pretty calm the last 2 days.
Well, so one of the things that we've noted, and I was talking to our derivative strategist Tanvir Sandhu just this morning, and he noted that for long end, right? So we've had this lot of angst with what's going on in the 30-year debt and even 10-year debt because of the fiscal situation and the fact.
Microsoft gikk i rødt nå. Ramlet med 0,35%, ned 0,04, går i rødt. Jeg bare holder oppdatert hva som skjer i markedet, så dere får med dere hva jeg ser på.
So therefore, it might be more difficult for the long end to sell off.
Nvidia er nesten på day high-en, opp 3%. Resten av markedet går i rødt.
People who are, you know, kind of waiting and seeing what the economic outcome is going to be. But you know, that being said, there are people who are nibbling at the edges, particularly when you get up to that 5% level in 30-year bonds, because liability-driven investors, so insurance companies, pension funds.
Bondsmarkedet er flatt litt ned. Ikke noe sånn veldig som skjer. Jolts-rapporten, som er egentlig en av de viktigste tallene på måneden, ble ikke tatt. Ikke noen reaksjon på den i hele tatt.
Long ago, Lisa Abramowitz taught me to look at the 210 spread there, and right now it's about 50 basis points of steepening. That feels kind of normal to me, or kind of reasonable to me. How does it look to you?
Yeah, so actually on a historical basis, it's actually still kind of low. Normally, when you look at the 210 spread, it's somewhere closer to 100 basis points on average. We do think there's some structural reasons why I'm not sure that we'll get up to where it has in other cycles. But I do think that steepening is still probably the trade, whether it's bull steepening or bear steepening. We're more likely to see steepening than we are significant flattening, I think, over the next 6 months. You know, the fiscal situation will likely keep the long end where it is, or maybe even actually have that cheap end, so yields going a little bit higher. But as the economy slows, which is our base case scenario over the course of this year, it will become more obvious that the Fed is going to cut rates, and cut rates maybe more aggressively than it's currently priced, and that will cause two-year yields and the front end of the yield curve to rally and yields go lower. So that will steepen the yield curve. So
Microsoft faller. Apple kommer litt ned igjen. Nvidia holder seg jævla høyt oppe fortsatt. Opp nesten 3%, 2,9 nå.
And that 10-year at 4.43, but it's the 30-year, Paul, that keeps getting all the attention. It's sort of butted up against that 5% level, but only closed above it like just a few weeks ago, but haven't been able to capture that level again and stay there. So
Gull tikker rolig oppover. Kommer til å bruke litt tid på å komme opp mot 3-4-5. Han må gjennom der. Og så kjøper jeg mer enn går opp på 3-3-60. Nasdaq gidder jeg ikke snakke om, for det er bare en aksje som går. Jeg blir bare irritert å høre på meg selv.
Jose Minaya, a global head of BNY Investments and Wealth on macroeconomic and market outlook. Plus, just
Nvidia oppe og nikker på det high igjen. Det har ikke kommet noen nyheter, det har ikke kommet noen ting. på toalettet fort, det. Må passe.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Equities, the major stock average is a little changed right now. The S&P 500 7 points higher, up about 0.1%, 59.43 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 18 points lower. NASDAQ 100, that's the outperformer in terms of the indexes. Right now, 84 points higher, and that's up about 0.4%. The S&P 500 kind of wavering. This came after the OECD earlier slashed the global forecast. You have 5 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are higher. Information technology, that's in the lead right now, and that, of course, is home to NVIDIA. Those shares are up 2.8%. Dollar General, best performing stock in the S&P 500. They increased the annual guidance after the first quarter topped analyst expectations. The discount chain also said it expects to mitigate a significant amount of the tariffs currently in place. That is followed closely by Constellation Energy. Those shares, they are climbing right now 3.6%. They signed a deal, announced a 20-year deal with Facebook parent Meta to provide it with nuclear power from its Illinois plant. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Alex and Paul at BNY Insight 25.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we are live here at National Harbor, Maryland, BNY Insight 2025 conference. Great day here, a lot of good folks, and we're going to be speaking to them going forward. We've been waiting, Alex, for signs that maybe some of these trade uncertainties are going to start hitting real economic data. Today, the OECD, which is an international trade organization based in Paris, they slashed its government economic forecast due to Donald Trump's trade policies, citing the impact of tariffs and uncertainty on confidence and investments. Maybe we're starting to really see some impacts there globally. Zoe Chenet Weiss joins us here, Western Europe economy team leader. She's based in Frankfurt. Zoe, thanks so much for joining us here. Specifically, what is the OECD calling out for the U.S. and for the global economy?
So overall, the OECD, as you just mentioned, just cut its forecasts across the board. And like for the world, they were predicting for this year 3.1% growth. Now it's just 2.9. Similarly for the U.S., even more drastically actually, for the U.S. they were predicting 2.2 and now they just say 1.6. And they also next year for the U.S. just predict 1.5% growth. So overall, these are quite dramatic numbers. And throughout the whole report, the reason they give for this is Trump tariffs, and that this combative trade policy that's coming from the U.S. just is hurting the world all over, but the U.S. here in particular.
But Zoe, I wonder what their baseline is for tariffs. Is it that 10%? Are they taking into account the tariffs that are currently in place? Like, what's that tariff scenario?
The tariff scenario is just general uncertainty. So they are very aware that because of the constant change of Trump policy, that he says one tariff one day and then changes again the next and then goes back and forth all the time, that there just is this inherent uncertainty here that will just hurt trade overall. If you look at the charts that say what trade would do if you compare it with what they thought in December and what they're saying now, the picture is just incredibly dramatic. And they say that as long as this is there, as long as this uncertainty and this constant, what's it called, there and back again kind of trade policy is going on, that this is something that will just hurt the economy almost irrespective of what the tariffs are actually like then. Just that uncertainty damages so much.
Zoe, you're based in Frankfurt. And, based upon my travel through Europe, I've always considered Frankfurt to obviously be the corporate hub of Germany and certainly much of Europe here. What are you hearing from the German executives that you speak to about what we're seeing over the last several months?
So Germany is in an interesting situation because we just had elections here in February, and there then a coalition was formed quite quickly. And even before the coalition was formed, because the fringe parties on the left and the right won so much in parliament, they still, in the lame duck parliament, still passed an incredibly generous fiscal package and also this huge defense package. So the defense package, we know it's tricky how this will trickle through with the economy, but the fiscal package is really massive, and also just generally gave our executives here in Germany a whole boost of confidence, because Germany, as we know, red tape here everything takes ages. Red tape is very prevalent, and during the entire Scholz the time that Scholz was chancellor, the economy barely grew. There was 1 quarter of contraction, 1 of growth. It just was really very, very sad. And so the fact that there would be this huge fiscal package made everyone happy. This was February. Then we got Liberation Day from the US, and that has made them more uncertain. Overall, though, given the uncertainty there where this hurts investment, it hurts all that, but the fact that there is this huge fiscal commitment does make executives a lot more confident than they were.
All right, Zoe, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Zoe Geneway, Bloomberg Western European Economy Team Leader. She heads up all the stuff over there in Frankfurt. So she's in Frankfurt, and Paul and I are here in Maryland. We're right outside the National Harbor. We're at BNY Insight 2025 conference. We're bringing together financial advisors to share ideas and leaderships and influencers to see how you manage your wealth in this very uncertain time. And here to help us understand that is Jose Minaya, Global Head of BNY Investments and Wealth. And he joins us now right here on set. Jose, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. This
Yeah, it's awesome.
Traff bra på gulvet da, Robert. Jeg bare tok så liten posisjon.
So we're talking a lot about the would-be headlines we have when it comes to tariffs, but your job is to talk to clients about wealth long-term and long-term
Jeg har ikke en liten posisjon av meg.
Jeg traff som faen der.
Jeg har 3 grønt nå.
Hæ?
Jeg har 3 grønt nå, altså.
Ja, men jeg tok bare 0,07 kontrakter totalt. Er ikke det ganske lite, sånn egentlig?
0,07, du nesten en tredjedel, det 2 tredjedels kontrakt.
Det ikke så mye det.
Nei, ikke på kontoen din. Det vel ikke så lite på en 20-30 000 kroners konto eller noe.
Nei, jeg traff bra der nå, men plager meg. Nå går hele Nasdaq, alt går i rødt her, men det en aksje som går opp, og det den der forbanna Nvidia. Det irriterer dritten ut av meg. Treffer på markedet, men en aksje skal... Oi, nå går gull som faen her da. Tok litt mer.
Nå skal det gå.
That demand was there. Again, academically, people understood it, and now there's an urgency. So you're seeing a flow to How do we get more solutions?
Der ja, nå kommer Nvidia litt grann ned, drar med seg indeksen. Alt kommer ned der borte. Nå må den der Nvidiaen falle videre da. Jævla drittaksje også. Gull har litt motstand her nå, på 45-47. Han må bryte her opp nå, og så kjøper jeg mer, og nå går opp til 360-59-ish der.
Dynamics have changed, and today you're following what's happening with treasury markets, the liquidity in treasury markets. But to the individual investor, it does not. Again, it goes back to what are your outcomes? How do we help our investors in that market and say, maybe you should protect more of your principal. Maybe there should be more of an income focus. What are the correlation benefits we're looking at? Yes, around the edges, you've got different investment processes, people that look at these markets. For us, though, is taking all the capabilities that we have, which one.
Så der nå kommer den også litt ned.
And say, how do we deliver the right solution, customized for individual clients?
Gull har litt grann motstand her nå, så man bryter videre oppover da.
Into other parts of the world, most notably Europe. Have you seen that on your platform, and is that still the case, or have they come back now that the markets have kind of stabilized here in the U.S.?
Yeah, you know, I was wrong on that one at the beginning of the year. You know, the U.S. exceptionalism, and obviously we came out into the start of the year with a lot of noise, tariffs, Liberation Day, these things, and so you have seen some of that. Then you've seen the market snap back as well. So it just tells you how uncertain this environment is. And in these environments, you also get asked the question, should we be risk off? Would that have paid off for someone to do? The idea is like, no, you want to be fully invested. Again, it goes back to what is the outcomes you're driving through that, and are you prepared for the fact that we're going to see uncertainty and volatility for the foreseeable future, probably through the rest of my career.
What are your questions from your clients different today than they were 10 years ago? Not necessarily in relation to the volatility that we're seeing, but just in terms of their goals, how long they're going to be working for, their retirement plans.
You know, absolutely. And again, I think it was this idea when I go back to academics versus urgency. We would try to bring the academic discussion to your goals and planning. Yet you were in a market where
Apple rødt også.
markets had just rise. We had almost 2 decades. So while those questions
Microsoft rødt, Apple rødt, Amazon faller noe, Alphabet har bra ned, Meta, stor studiefil, Broadcom litt grann på vei ned, Tesla opp 1%. Nå faller Nasdaq mer her. Men sånn en all fairness så blir det egentlig falle mye mer. Altså, de nyhetene som kommer til dag og seneste uka pissnegativt. Så var det med brus.
Something like that on your platform?
We did. And I was happy to see that. And again, it goes back to, I think there's strong stats on this. When you, through these times, you want to have advice. It's the people who have advice that you're seeing buying into this dip, right? It's that moment of, oh my God, I always say, what keeps me up at night? It's that we blink and we think the world's really changed forever. So when you see these things, this idea of like not panicking, but kind of sticking to your fundamentals, and those folks who have bought the dip, it's played out well. Now again, how did they buy that dip? Are they diversified? How are they thinking about the markets going forward? That's a key, but it's good to see money coming back into the system after these dips.
And then, yeah, exactly.
Funny, the retailers were the smart money. You know, it was great to see.
How many times have we said that?
We said that a lot.
They're getting good advice.
They're getting good advice. Very good. Jose, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Jose Minaya, he is Global Head of BNY Investments and Wealth. Get his thoughts on the market. Coming up, Adam Voss, Global Head of Markets at BNY on iFlow. Hard and soft economic data and ongoing uncertainty in the market. How is that being expressed here at the BNY Insight 2025 conference here? We'll get the latest there. So, the markets, economic data out there, a little bit weaker on the margin.
Så nå ja, nå kommer Nasdaq ned der ja.
We got some smart voices coming up here from the National Shore in Maryland. Well, more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
540 en support på Nasdaq, så kan hende at folk begynner å kjøpe der, så må man bryte der, og så kommer det til å falle videre ned til 500 blank her. på Nasdaq. Litt sånt normalt-ish. Ja, nå kommer gull til å jage oss litt opp her, tenker jeg. Det er basically Nvidia som holder oss oppe. Microsoft faller videre, Apple er fortsatt fallende. Alphabet er fallende, Meta faller videre. Var ned 0,3, ned 0,53. Broadcom er på stedet hvil. Jeg må refreshen, skal sjekke. Broadcom har merket den lagger på alle plattformer. Broadcom er og 2% da. Gull går videre oppover. Hit ved gull her nå, så går vi helt opp til 3359, 3360. Det er der jeg kjøper mer. Nvidia går videre oppover plutselig. Får vi se da, om noen selger den ut. Det er basically den som holder hele Nasdaq oppe nå. Den ene aksjen alene. Hello, Sehar.
Så du Sparebanken har nedgradert TGS?
TGS?
Salg 60.
Ja, det har vi. Og sikkert på grunn av tariffen, eller?
Nei, jeg tror det er basert på... Jeg tror ikke det var noen sånn stor uenighet om selve talene og sånne ting, men det går på hva de tror fremover.
Ok. Jeg liker å vite, så jeg sier at den kan gjøre mye penger på.
Det tenker jeg også.
Uten å gå så inn på det. Fy faen, se gull fikk fart på seg. Traff på gull. Stakkar. Så jeg sitter og stikker folk i trynet med nåler.
Ja, må bare fortsette.
Jeg skal kanskje ha en chart oppe på gull, så folk kan få med seg gull. Selv fordi jeg sitter her og ser på en helt annen skjerm. Jeg kan se på gull. Ta sånn instant demo. Jeg har gull på demo. Nei, det var ikke gull. Det var gold silver. Video opp 3% igjen. Der er det... Eneste kan ødelegge for oss i dag, det er Nvidia. Det er den ene aksjen. That's it.
Tror du må ringe support om dere der 99.
Jeg har bare sendt til support@frontbroker.com. De svarer her fort.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg television and the Bloomberg Business app. This is
Fy faen, vi traff bra på gull, ass. Det liker vi.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages right now, call it a little change to higher. The S&P 500 10 points higher, that's up 0.2%. E&P 500 10 points higher, that's up 0.2%. Right now, 59.46 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up just 10 points, and the Nasdaq 100 79 points higher. It's up just about 0.4%. Dollar General surging. They're increasing the annual guidance. This follows a first quarter that topped projections. The company does see same-store sales gaining as much as 2.5% this entire fiscal year. Right now, this is the best-performing stock in the S&P 500. Dollar General shares are up 13% currently. Energy, the best-performing major industry group in the S&P 500, as we see crude oil prices rising. NYMEX crude, that is up 1.8%, $63 a barrel. Job openings increasing.
Gull stiger videre. Yeah!
The number of openings nationwide rising to 7.4 million in a pretty broad advance. And of course, on the data front on Friday, that's the big one. The government issues the monthly employment data. The economy is forecasting a moderating pace of payroll growth.
Det er ålreit å trede gull. Den blir ikke påvirket av maiskolba i det hele tatt.
Alex and Paul is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live at the BNY Insight Conference 2025. National Shore in Maryland. I didn't even know this place existed, the National Shore, but it's very cool, right on the Potomac, right across the river from DC, a great area at the Gaylord Resort here. One of the uncertainties for, I think, the markets in general is just kind of the disparity.
Maiskolba
Data, some of this backward-looking data that
Donald Trump.
Growth and inflation. Maybe some forward-looking data like the UMich sentiment surveys and maybe even the OECD.
Han kan påvirke Nasdaq med å si masse pent om Nvidia, pent om Meta og pent om Amazon, som han har gjort nå hver dag i fuckings 5 uker. Han kan ikke kødde det til med gull. Gull beveger seg som det skal. Hvis det er ræva makrotall, hvis det er bra makrotall, så gull beveger seg som det skal. Han klarer ikke å bli justert med Trump. Ikke i den grad i hvert fall. Så jeg tjener penger på gull nå. Nasdaqen lever gjennom 5 aksjer, basically 3 aksjer. Jeg skal bli litt tøffere på gull og ta litt større posisjoner, men jeg bare tredet gull nå en uke. Jeg har gjort det veldig bra på det da, men jeg kan egentlig doble kontrakten med noe der. Sånn egentlig. Det stemmer, Øyvind Stormo. Fy faen, det går gull her da. Vi traff bra der, altså. Ja, det er basically bare fortsatt Nvidia som styrer her. Alt annet er rødt og traust. Det her er gull da, for dere som lurer. Så jeg longa her nede. Så kjøpte jeg en liten her, vel? Så kjøpte jeg resten her nede. Så jeg er short Nasdaq og long gull.
Gradual, medium term in nature, if you will. Where's it going? Well, we've seen some go into Europe over the turn of the year. You can see that in the asset prices since the turn of the year. And we've also more recently seen some of that go into the Asian markets in the last couple of weeks.
Did it surprise you that the retail investor was the one buying the dip here? And just if you look at fund flows into Qs and Vs and all the other stuff people look at on the ETF front, flows were coming in big time, even during the height of the uncertainty.
We saw the same. Does it surprise us? Well, if you look backwards, they've been doing it for quite a long time, and it's very much the investor sentiment. So we saw the same. We saw the institutional clients hold, largely speaking, so they didn't sell, they didn't buy on the way back up, but we saw that retail constituent and the wealth constituent buy the dip in April, ride it back up, and we're seeing just a little bit of rebalancing. I wouldn't quite call it selling, but we've seen a little bit of exiting.
What about institutional? So they didn't buy that dip, they held. What are they doing now?
Outside of what we talked about, I would point out they're hedging the US dollars. So we have a way to see the hedge ratio of foreign investors for the US assets. And so, again, I'm sure you talk with a lot of guests about the outlook for the US dollar. It's been weakening where to from here. So if you put that through our data, there's more scope for clients to continue to hedge more of their international assets, their US assets from international investors, and therefore the weak dollar trend continues. So that's one thing that we see that's interesting, that's likely to continue.
You mentioned the weaker dollar. That stands in contrast to what we've seen for some other risk assets like equities, which have rebounded. The dollar has not. Does that suggest that maybe that era of U.S. economic exceptionalism, is that kind of a thing in the past?
I answer that in two ways. You have to take a step back and look at some of the structural pieces. There's many of the structural pieces of the U.S. economy that are still intact, that are likely to continue for quite a long time. The alternatives to those are nowhere near as strong. I also like to remember when these topics come up that it's very much about the starting point. And so we saw such a run-up in positioning and sentiment classified as U.S. exceptionalism that a retrace or a balancing or an unwind of that doesn't necessarily mean the story is over. But yes, we are seeing some exiting of U.S. assets. So I wouldn't go so far as to say that this is the end, but we do observe some of the same things that you're asking about.
And do you think that rebalancing or just a little bit of movement, is that permanent? Or does it come back? Or are we like permanently diversifying into, I don't know, what, yen, euro, European equities?
Nothing's permanent. This is why we're in the game.
Right, but meaning that, is it triggered by the current uncertainty, or was it an acknowledgement that, look, we're just really overweighted U.S. assets, we really just have to diversify?
I would say a little bit of both.
Okay.
As I said with the data, this isn't just a new administration, trade policy exit. This is something that's been going on for some time. And so I think it's more moderate than that, but as we've seen, if you go all the way back in the data of decades, things ebb and flow, and so we're in one of those ebb and flow cycles now, away from the US and into other asset classes. Could it turn around? I think it could. I mean, the question about the US equity market's a great one. It rebounds and catches people's attention, and it could easily attract assets back to the US.
You spent a lot of your career in the currency business. To you, what is U.S. dollar being a reserve currency? What does that mean to you, and is the dollar at risk of losing that level?
Let me answer it in reverse. I would take the essence of what I just said in terms of we're in a trend here, but the fundamentals are still strong.
Okay.
I would say the same thing about the US dollar. I don't think we're in a situation, as we sit here today, that the US dollar is going to lose its reserve status, but are people rebalancing away from the US from a very high proportion of holdings? Yes, they are. And so, like, what does it mean? In the currency markets, it's paramount, whether it's transactions, trade, funding markets, cross-currency funding activity. And so it's such an important part of how the market functions, and I think it will continue to be for quite some time.
All right, Adam, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Adam Voss, joining us, Global Head of Markets over at BNY on the ground in Maryland here. Really interesting sort of diversification, and we think a lot about U.S. exceptionalism, Paul, and how it's, one or done, right?
Yep.
It's immediate rotation, but maybe it's not that black and white. Maybe there's some gray. Maybe you just need to diversify because you're just
Test opp 1,5%. Nå er vi opp 3%.
For example.
Yep. So there's more ways to play it here, but we did see that move out of U.S. assets broadly defined earlier this year. Some of it probably has come back during the market rebound, but maybe not so much in the dollar.
Yep. All right. Well, coming up, we're going to talk about one government that has failed, and that's the Dutch government, falling after the far-right party quit the coalition. We're going to break that down in just a moment with Dahasha Afanasieva joining us from London. This is Bloomberg. We are live from BNY Insight 2025.
Broadcom, Tesla, Nvidia, det alene 4 Det 20% av indeksen som dras opp av de 3 aksjene. Får ikke gjort så mye da. Sitter rolig. Nvidia opp 3%. Det ikke sikkert Nasdaq faller i det hele tatt, altså når det 3 aksjer som 25% av hele indeksen, når de bare går. Det veldig vanskelig å få gjort noe, altså. Da trader vi Google i stedet for. Men da gikk Tesla opp 30%. Nvidia har gått bra en uke da.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on
Jeg viser deg vektingen hans da. Det liksom de aksjene som går.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. We are broadcasting to you live from BNY Insight 2025 from National Harbor in Maryland with the Gaylord Convention Center. Huge. I put in so many steps, despite not even trying to. We're kind of talking to a lot of advisors here about what the themes are within the market. We're also making sure to keep a close eye on all the news that's happening in the U.S. as well as overseas. And one headline that was pretty dramatic was that the Dutch coalition government fell after the far-right party quit that coalition. I feel like we've heard this song before. We're going to break that down for you now with Dasha Abasanieva, Amsterdam bureau chief, but she joins us now from London. Was this expected?
Broadcom på all-time high.
Ja, det faller jo ikke da, vet du.
Over the last week, builders have been threatening to exit the coalition if his demands of, if they don't back his 10-point plan to curb immigration.
292 I første omgang og 1 på 298 oppi.
So you never really
Det jævla synd at det
if this is the time it's going to fall apart. So expected to a point, but maybe I didn't think it would come so soon.
Dasha, what are the key
Jeg traff jo på båten der og hadde jo kursmål på 1.33,9. Den traff jeg jo.
What are the key, sorry?
What are the key aspects
Men siden da så har det gått rett
this
opp.
coalition from staying in place here? What are the real challenging topics that need to be
Men
addressed?
se nå på
Well, I think that the
Nå Nvidia opp 3,3%, Broadcom opp 3,4%. Nå blir det, nå kan Nasdaq bli kjørt mye opp, altså. Bare på de aksjene der. Tesla opp 1, Tesla opp 2, Tesla opp 2. De 5 største aksjene går opp, mens alt annet går ned.
contradict international law.
Gull går opp, da.
This is the big challenge that Wilders' party made all these grand promises about curbing immigration, and turns out it's really difficult. He lost patience with the proper processes because his own party's migration minister was struggling to get her laws through Parliament, and instead went back to the drawing board and came up with these proposals. And some critics say that it was just a political maneuver because there were proposals that weren't going to be accepted, and that he was kind of looking for an excuse to collapse the coalition. Whereas he'd say that it was absolutely a necessity. What happens now is there's a process where the remaining cabinet members try to form a minority government. The likelihood, that's quite difficult to do, so the likelihood is that won't happen. There won't be a government formed, and then an election has to be called. The Prime Minister has already said that he's going to the King to resign and that he'll stay on as a caretaker, as part of the caretaker cabinet. So we're sort of waiting. The next big thing is to find out if indeed there will be an election and when it will be, because the longer the wait, the longer there's a caretaker government, and after that there's also a question mark whether there'll be a quick formation of government, because often a party doesn't get a majority, and all of the parties are way off from that. They have to form another coalition. So there's sort of a lot of.
Hvorfor går Broadcom som i dag? Er det noen nye meldinger her? Jeg kan ikke se noen nyheter her. Ingenting.
Delays.
Skal vi se at
jeg kan ikke se noen nyheter på Broadcom. Jeg ser ikke noen ting.
Det går nå bra.
Ja, det er liksom ikke noe. Hvorfor går den så mye?
Dasha, when I think of the Netherlands, I think of big port cities and big cargo ships, serving all throughout Europe. What's the feeling within the Netherlands about kind of the global trade environment and how changes might be happening with tariffs?
There's a lot said about how it's terrible timing in terms of the geopolitical tensions, in terms of trade tensions, and there's been a lot of many conversations amongst policymakers and in the papers about how we have to figure out new policies, because this is a different world, because the US has said that we have to pay more for our defense, because there are these trade tariffs. Everything's changed. So I think the Netherlands is very focused on that aspect and that uncertainty, and from that perspective, creating more domestic uncertainty over an issue that, yes, is very important to people. People are very upset about immigration, they're very upset about resources being stretched, very upset about the housing crisis. But it's not kind of as existential, if you will, in a macro sense. So there's a lot of distraction into these more like domestic political issues, and then how do you prepare, batten down the hatches, and work towards protecting yourself from the geopolitical sways.
All right, Dasha, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Dasha Afanyandezeva. I'm going to get it one day, I swear. Amsterdam Bureau Chief joining us on the Dutch government and sort of what comes next after that government failed. One stock that I'm paying close attention to, I know it's a shocker. Yep. Can you guess it? You can't guess it. Constellation Energy.
Oh, okay.
It was up today. It's only up now at 1.5%. An agreement with Meta.
That is a cool story.
It is a cool story. And this is the second deal that Constellation's done in terms of, say, with Microsoft and Meta. We don't have any financial details on it, but how they structure it and what they do is actually really interesting, and it just keeps more nuclear power in the system for longer at the end of the day. All right, well, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM, channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now with markets doing nothing. I feel like I have said this story before. I mean, the Nasdaq's up 0.6%, so maybe that's a little more than nothing. This is Bloomberg.
Varsågod då.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. We're broadcasting to you live at BNY Insight 2025 at the Gaylord Convention Center in National Harbor, Maryland. Beautiful backdrop for really interesting conversations. We talk to financial advisors as they come together and talk about the investment themes and how to position in this time of uncertainty. A great hour lined up for you. Emily Portney is Global Head of Asset Servicing at BNY. She'll join us. Jim Crowley is a Global Head of BNY Pershing on the future of wealth management. I mean, wealth management is huge. Yeah. Like, that is the growth driver of any business right now.
Yeah, it is. And one of my offspring is in that business. And I just forwarded him a couple articles that I just read here about how he's in a great spot keep working at it.
Whereas like 20 years ago, private wealth would be like, whatever. But,
Exactly.
But this,
Yes.
this is the moment, and for Paul's son, he hopes and he agrees. So we're going to get you all set up. We're also going to talk about some of the market moves. Mandeep Singh will be joining us from Bloomberg Intelligence to break down what I'm looking at, and that's that deal of nuclear power between Constellation Energy as well as Meta. But let's kick it all off for you right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go back to New York with Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, Alex. Still, here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. Best level of the day right now on the S&P. Higher by 19 at 59.55. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 54, up 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 133 points, up now by 0.7%.
Broadcom
Our
up
Mag 7 index up by
3,7%,
of 1%. Again,
3,3%.
keeping it all in context, the S&P showing a gain right
Tesla
now
up
of
2.5%.
10-year 4.43%. The 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold now down 1.1%, 33.45 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, 63.76 for a barrel of WTI. Traders are pushing stocks higher after data this morning showed the U.S. labor market is holding up, offsetting concern that equities have run too far too fast amid economic risks stemming from tariffs. Chris Harvey is head of equity strategy at Wells Fargo Securities. On Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, he told us he does see reasons to be optimistic.
We're looking at the data, and we're looking at 6 months ahead of time, right? We think we have seen maximum uncertainty. We think we have seen the bottom of the market, and we think that we're going to work better from here.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Chris Harvey on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Constellation Energy has agreed to sell power from an Illinois nuclear power plant to Meta Platforms as artificial intelligence sends power demand soaring. Constellation is the biggest U.S. nuclear operator. Its shares up today by 0.5%. Meta Platforms down 0.5%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P now higher by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here at BNY Insight 2025 at the Gaylord Conference Center in National Shore, Maryland. Where is National Shore, Maryland, you might ask? Right across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. Very, very cool area. So let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Red Brown. Red, what do you got?
Yeah, number one on my list right now is Dollar General, up around 12% intraday. That's actually their best move. 13% now. That's actually their best move since May of 2022, and this comes after the company trounced earning expectations and raised their full year guidance as well. The earnings beat biggest outperformance since 2021. So yeah, really strong results. Companies clearly doing well to mitigate some of the tariff impacts that they called. Out of this report is that they're seeing actually higher income consumers start to trade down to Dollar General. So quite a lot of kind of interesting details from Dollar General. Not one that we usually watch too closely, but a good one for today.
Also taking a look at Constellation Energy, that's one that I'm super interested in. Meta and Constellation Energy teaming up to expand continue nuclear power generation to help Meta out.
Yeah, no, I saw you mention that one just a little while ago and getting a bit more information later, but maybe a bit of a primer. The shares are kind of flat now. They were up 9% and pretty strong move for the company. Again, that's so kind of following up on some of the details you give there. It's a 20-year contract with Meta for over 1,100 megawatts of power, and that'll start in 2 years. We didn't get financial details, but I think just given some of those numbers and the length of the contract, I think this is quite a healthy deal for Constellation. And it really is yet another one of these kind of flashy announcements from AI and the knock-on effect of the AI investment that we keep getting. Last year we saw 3 Mile Island will be restarting to support some of Microsoft's ambitions. So yeah, just another really interesting development in how AI continues to reshape a lot of parts of the economy.
a little I'll explain here for you.
Yes,
Ready? Okay.
go.
So basically what winds up happening is this is the Microsoft deal, so we can
Yep.
extrapolate those terms. Microsoft pays Constellation. Constellation sends energy to the grid. Then Microsoft buys it from the grid. The difference then is made up between Microsoft and Constellation. So if Microsoft pays more, Constellation's to pay them back. If they pay less, Microsoft tops it off to Constellation.
Love
So
that.
it's not like a one-for-one. We don't know if those are the correct terms, but I have it on good authority. But we can kind of think
Okay.
it's something a little bit similar. You good? That was Alex.
I'm
is that
on it.
enough?
I'm
You
on
on
it.
it?
I'm
He
on
was
it.
on it.
One more. How about Lululemon?
Yeah, Lululemon. Two analysts upgraded their target prices this morning, and that's just ahead of earnings on Thursday. So kind of a positive signal for Lululemon. I mean, this could be a stock that a lot of people that have been down on Lululemon this year. I think it's down around 13%. But it has rebounded 30% since April lows, since we started to get maybe a little bit of the cooling in the tensions between some of our trade partners when it comes to tariffs. So, yeah, I think that's kind of a positive signal heading into earnings. Analysts are kind of calling for a beat at the top line and then reiterate for the full year targets. And right now in this market, that's kind of good enough for a lot of these retailers to get a positive stock reaction. So anything else? I mean, there's a couple of other things to keep an eye out for that earnings on Thursday is really keying in on U.S. trends, whether or not they appear stable for the rest of the year, whether or not people are maybe pulling forward some of their purchasing to avoid maybe higher costs. But right now, all things seem to be pointing in a positive direction for Lululemon. New colors, new products, continuing to push into men's categories, shoes, things like that, all resonating with U.S. consumers.
Apparently not tights, though, for you guys.
Thank goodness.
We were a little worried about that.
Yes.
You know JT would be checking that out.
Yep.
All right, Red, thanks very much. Red Brown joining us from Bloomberg. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen to 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else that you listen. All right, I want to talk now about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and how, and potentially, the Trump administration may not now be willing to give up control.
What?
I can't keep track.
No,
It's
no.
like you talk about volatility and whipsaw. Just look at what's happening with Fannie and Freddie. Ben Elliott joins us now. He covers the consumer for us for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's a consumer finance analyst. Ben, what is happening?
There's a lot of confusion out there, right? The administration is kind of talking past itself, saying a couple different things. But the reality is these companies are contractually owed, or do contractually owe Treasury $350 billion. And essentially the optimism in the stock is that the government will just write that down. And if you know anything about the way the Trump administration works, they see the potential for a windfall. They're probably going to capitalize on it. So it feels as though the optimism was always a little misplaced, and now people are kind of coming around to realize that this could be more complicated than it seems.
Yeah, as a markets guy, Ben, my just natural inclination is let's get these things into the marketplace and let the market value them however they will value it. What's the counter argument there? Why haven't they been coming? Why haven't they been brought to market?
Well, it's just because of the huge overhang of Treasury's ownership stake. It's not as simply sort of structured as some of the other financial crisis investments were. There's something called a liquidation preference, which kind of is rising every quarter as the companies earn more money. So basically, the government needs to decide what they're going to do with that stake. A lot of this has been litigated for over a decade. The Supreme Court has basically decided that the companies have not paid back the government. And so, no new money really wants to buy into a gigantic, multi-decade lawsuit with a $350 billion overhang. It's just impossible to say what the stock could be worth.
I just don't understand how the government can kind of sell its stake, but then also keep opinions. Like, I don't, or even an implicit guarantee if it's not an explicit guarantee. I mean, it feels like there's no gray in this, no?
Well, so there's a little bit of there's an existing backdrop, which has a number on it, which is $240 billion. That Treasury still agrees they'll pay to the enterprises if they have a shortfall in their earnings. So the idea is you could release them, maintain that backfall, and charge the companies a fee on an ongoing basis to earn money for Treasury. But the reality is $240 billion is not enough to cover unexpected losses. So then the implicit guarantee is that, hey, it's not $240 billion, it's whatever they need.
All right, I guess we will kind of wait and see like everybody else. Ben, just a lot of uncertainty out there, as you were mentioning before, about what the government ultimately wants to do with its stake in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. We'll stay on top of that. Ben Elliott, that's his job. Bloomberg Intelligence, consumer finance analyst. He's all over that stuff, so we'll stay on top of that story. Let's get back to the BNY Insight 2025 conference here in National Shore, Maryland. We're joined by Emily Portnoy, Global Head of Asset Servicing at BNY, on shaping the future of asset management. Emily, thanks so much for joining us here. Advisors, they've got fee pressures, they've got ever-changing marketplace they have to navigate. What do they look to you guys for today that's maybe different than in years past?
So it's great to be here. Thanks so much for having us. In terms of what I'm seeing and what we're seeing more broadly, BNY, across both asset managers and wealth managers, there's several different themes. So certainly one is the rise, the ever importance, increasing allocation to alternative investments, and that is becoming an ever more prominent and important part of asset allocation. Second, what I'd say is just the proliferation of wrappers and vehicles. So it used to be you had kind of just mutual funds, and they were pretty much the most prominent wrapper in the industry. Obviously ETFs, and now of course not just passive ETFs, but also active ETFs. We're also talking about ETFs in an ETF share class in a mutual fund. I mean, that's something that's we're getting a lot of questions around here. Thinking about things like in the alternative space, whether it's interval funds, BDCs, tender offers, etc. So there's also this proliferation of wrappers. And so one of the questions we're getting here at Insight is, how do you help me launch and manage all of these different wrappers? And of course, that's something that BNY is very uniquely capable and able to do for our behalf.
How do you do that? Because you're right, like you have a slew of stuff. They have to be able to explain it to their clients, and that's really tricky. So how do you help them?
So BNY, we actually can help our clients literally all the way from manufacturing, launching, and placing a product, and even knowing what kind of wrapper to put a strategy in, through to administering it, through to servicing it, and of course, we're here at Insight, it's all about Pershing, through to distribution on our shelf. So we can actually help you through the entire life cycle of launching a product.
I was thinking, Emily, you sound so smart. I wonder why that is. Duke University. Boom, there you go. That explains a lot.
Blue Devil.
Exactly. Years ago, when we first started coming to this conference, and I talked to a wealth manager and RIA about their allocations alternatives, I thought the response would have been like, 5%, 10%. Way higher than that, 20, 30%. I'm like, really? I mean, I understand that. I was just surprised that a kind of a registered investment advisor with individual wealth clients would maybe take that much risk, that much liquidity risk. What are the conversations you have with the wealth managers these days?
Well, I think I would almost say there's two strands there. There's your more institutional asset owners, which actually, and I travel the world and speak with many of them, and all of them are going from, if you had 2%, you're going to 5, you're going to 10. If you had 20%, you're going to 50%. It's just an ever important increasing allocation, especially for large institutional asset owners. It is growing considerably, but off a much, much smaller base. And that is ultimately, again, for diversification, for yield. And when you just think about, too, the amount of private companies, we had a stat early this morning that said that something like 80% of companies that make $100 million of revenue or more are now private. That is a whole area that really has to be open to more retail type of investors, and obviously there's a lot of conversations, and we can really help do that as we start to launch more registered funds that actually have the liquidity profile that is probably more suited to a retail type investor in the wealth space.
Isn't that counterintuitive though? Like, I want alternative investments, and you're taking on the liquidity risk because you're getting the returns. If you make them more liquid, doesn't that wind up negating the whole point?
Well, certainly an advisor has to be very educated in terms of understanding and balancing the risk associated with any type of investments and portfolio strategy that they're constructing on behalf of a client. But these new types of wrappers, interval funds, etc., actually do have the liquidity profile. They're registered vehicles, so they have a different liquidity profile than you would normally see in the private fund space that really was suited more towards more towards institutional investors. And that's where a lot of the innovation is happening, because you are right, liquidity is a key concern, and that is actually the holy grail. How do you create strategies and the right wrapper that actually provides for the right liquidity profile for retail style investors?
ETFs have been one of the greatest, most amazing developments in financial services that I've seen in my career. How's it impacted your business?
Well, ETFs certainly are. They're one of the many products that are continuing to grow at pretty much double-digit pace. Whereas before, ETFs were very much more for passive investments. Now, actually, where all the growth is very much on the active front. And also what you're really seeing there is buffer strategies and other types of strategies where you're using derivatives overlays, etc. to actually customize those ETFs for different types of returns and different types of strategies that individual customers are looking for.
Amazing. All right, Emily, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Emily Portnoy is Global Head of Asset Servicing over at BNY. Just so fascinating on how the change is happening there. Much more coming up from this conference, but we're going to keep you updated on the news of the day. We're going to go to Mandeep Singh next, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst, about that deal between Meta and Constellation Energy, kind of what's
coming
behind
back to that.
Yeah, back to the energy side. Mandeep Singh to the tech side. We're also going to talk to Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, on the data that we got this morning, JOLTS, and those factory orders as well. So we got much more coming up for you from this amazing conference right here at the Gaylord National Convention Center in Maryland.
Man er snart på targeten på hjulet, men Nasdaq følger jo ikke med det hele tatt. Det følger bare Nvidia og Broadcom. Dette så tullete. Hele verden faller og Nasdaq går opp 120 poeng. Jeg lurer på om man bare biter i surøppa og kjøpe Nvidia her, ass. Nei, kjøpe Nasdaq, for det går jo ikke ned. Den blir bare dratt av de to aksjene. Det er så jævla skummelt, for alt annet kommer ned, liksom. Nei, jeg gidder ikke. Hallo. Jeg tenker på å hente deg. Jeg kan komme og shake en dritt. Det er bare 3 aksjer som går. Det er Tesla, Broadcom og Nvidia. Greit.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing, not just higher, but best.
Jeg sitter short selv, så er long gul.
S&P 500 index looking at a gain of 23, up by about 0.4%, 59.58 where that index stands. The Dow up 82, now up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 145 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, we're up by about 0.8%. 10-year at 4.44%, the 2-year 3.95%. Gold now down 1%, 33.47 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 63.71 a barrel. And Bitcoin now at 106,700 on Bitcoin, up by 1.7%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Victoria's Secret says a security incident that caused it to shut down its e-commerce site may hurt results for the current quarter. Victoria's Secret was expected to report earnings this week, but now says it's delaying the release of results because employees are unable to access some information. Shares of Victoria's Secret, right now they are up by 2%. Again, recapping, S&P best level of the morning, up now by 0.4%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney here at BNY Insight 2025.
Broad
We're
come
in
up
Maryland, right at the
3,43%.
National Harbor at the Gaylord Convention
Yes.
Center, as we have a lot of financial advisors kind of coming together and discussing ideas and how to manage asset and wealth management for 3 days of learning experiences and networking solutions as well. Really been a fascinating time so far. Keeping an eye on some of the equity moves. One is Meta and Constellation. Constellation Energy is up a little over 0.5%. Meta's down by 0.5%. But Constellation Energy agreed to sell power from an Illinois nuclear plant to Meta Platforms. It's a 20-year contract starting in mid-2027. So Constellation is going to boost its own investment into the Clinton plant's output, and maybe we'll actually build another reactor at the site. I did the energy angle. Let's get the tech angle now with Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. Okay, Mandeep, why does Meta need this?
Well, if they're raising their capex, which they did in their last earnings, that capex is going towards, getting more AI chips. And, if you are putting more AI chips, you need more power. So clearly, that is where the shortage is right now. And look, if this is an AI super cycle that we all believe it is going to be the case, and I think you will see a super cycle as well. And in this case, all the hyperscalers will be looking to procure power.
Det noe volum her, så får liksom ikke gjort så mye. Bare longa gull, det går greit, men Nasdaqen følger jo bare de 3 aksjene, så får liksom ikke gjort så jævlig mye.
Using more CPU compute, but if you're rolling out AI tools and LLM searches, you need more power for the AI chips, and I think that's the intent here.
Hey, Mandeep, let's be honest here. I mean, all you tech guys, you Silicon Valley guys, you always think you're the smartest guys in the room. But let's be honest, you guys don't know anything about the oil and gas business and the nuclear business. Why is Meta, and I'm guessing some others, are going to kind of get more deeply and strategically involved in the energy side of their business? Is this a trend here?
I mean, just look at how far they have come in terms of, infrastructure. Like a company like Google, not only are they designing their own data centers and, creating their own chips, and now they are, procuring power to the extent that they want to make sure that these AI chips, which can have volatile power needs, are most optimized when it comes to the efficiency of their infrastructure. And that's why these hyperscaler companies really have got so many different aspects to their moat. So it's not just about the search algorithm, or in the case of Meta, their social media knowledge graph. It is about the entirety of how they run their infrastructure, and that is what is a long-term moat, because nobody else can operate at the scale at which these hyperscalers are operating right now.
This is a fun fact in the article by Will Reid from Bloomberg. So Meta, first of all, has a global energy head.
They have a global energy head.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So they're really kind of ramping that out. And they were looking at proposals. They announced in December they were looking at proposals for as much as 4 gigawatts of new U.S. reactors, and it received 50 proposals from a range of companies, including Constellation, to that point. I'm also wondering, Mandeep, the significance of when they're building data centers and hyperscalers for LLMs, a large language model, and that training, versus when they have to build stuff for inference, which could be smaller and more co-located, so closer to the cities, closer to where Paul and I have our phone. Does that tend to look different then in terms of their power needs?
Absolutely, and I think so far the market was concentrated towards training. Every year you would have a 10 times larger model, which was more intelligent, and it could do more in terms of answering your queries. But with inferencing, you're right. I mean, the traffic patterns may vary depending on the population. And so if you're serving traffic in New York, it's very different from serving traffic somewhere else that may not have the same concentration. And with that, I think the challenge these companies have had is the transmission lines can't be upgraded. I mean, you need, a pretty lengthy review process, and the whole thing may take years. So right now, they are trying to procure power wherever they can, but to offset the increased consumption, and some of it may come at the expense of power usage for some other purpose than why data center is being prioritized here. And that is what will be interesting, because with inferencing, the power needs can be variable. I mean, one trend we have seen is with reasoning, you need more compute. So the model is thinking a lot more at the time you are putting the prompt in, as opposed to training, where all of the training is happening in background over a period of few weeks. So reasoning is per query, and depending on how complex your query is, the model is doing more work, and that's why it may need more power.
Brøt opp her nå, så er det noe bare hold, ikke?
Jo, men han har ikke brutt ordentlig, da.
Nei, men hvis det bryter opp her nå, så er det bare hold.
Da er det bare å holde ned. Jeg skjønner ikke, jeg forstår ikke. Hele verden faller, og 3 aksjer som vekter 25% av Nasdaq går opp. Det er en grunn til at gull stiger nå, ikke sant? For det er dritt.
Ja, det kjennes ganske bullish ut der, ja.
But right now,
vi traff nesten på bånd på gull. Synes det var bra.
GPU chips. Obviously, the power needs will take some portion of the capex, but it's still not as big as the chips. And think of it this way: if you're getting 20,000 NVIDIA chips, the cost of keeping them idle or not being able to utilize them 100% is way higher than anything you are spending in terms of the energy deal that they have. So clearly they are focusing on utilizing the chips that they have already procured, and that's why they are proactive with these power deals.
All right, Mandeep, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Mandeep Singh joining us, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. And also, power growth has been 1 to 3% tops for decades, and then going to 7 is crazy. It doesn't sound like a big number for tech guys, but for power guys, it's nuts.
But I'm just observing what we've been talking about more and more and more this year has been nuclear power.
Well, because it's already there.
Okay.
You can just expand it, or instead of shutting it down, you keep it running, and it's something similar that we're seeing with coal versus picks and shovels in the ground. We're not building a new nuclear reactor yet.
Okay.
We haven't gotten to that point. We got some interesting data out. We got factory orders for April coming in a little bit light. We also got JOLTS. Want to get more on this with Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Hey, Mike, what's my takeaway from these numbers this morning?
Not much. We're kind of where we were and have been. There are more job openings, or there were in April. It's 2 months ago now than anticipated, which means it may be a little easier for people to get jobs if those are accurate numbers, which there's a lot of doubt about with the JOLTS numbers. So it doesn't really tell you what's going to happen going forward is the issue. Factory orders, we know that the businesses have cut back on spending, but it really hasn't shown up in a huge way yet, and that's just starting to make its way into the data. We're kind of at the last stand for the way we look at economic data. We're in the last weeks of the untariff tainted data, and it should start to show up soon. Now, so the question is going to be, how bad is it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, again, you helped us understand the JOLTS data before, so I guess the layoffs level higher, that's not good if I'm an employee. But the quits level is lower, which is if I've got a job, I'm not quitting and looking for something better. So put those two together, and it kind of suggests maybe a little bit of softness in the labor market?
Yeah, it does. It suggests that we are seeing more caution on both sides of the hiring equation. Companies are starting to let people go. We've seen some announcements of that in recent weeks that wouldn't even be captured in this. Disney yesterday, for example. And we're seeing the caution on the part of people who don't want to quit their jobs now because they're a little nervous about finding another one. The question with the job openings always is, are those real openings or are they multiple openings because companies are just trying to throw out ads to try to attract resumes without really planning to hire somebody? So there is some question about whether we should worry about a rise there or not.
Mike, how important do you think the jobs number will actually be on Friday? You said that we're just starting to get the last of the clean data, right? Are we going to have to wait until the July reading for June to really get deeper into the jobs number here?
Oh, I think so. If we get anything like the forecast 130,000, it'll tell the Fed that the economy is slowing down, but it won't suggest that the economy has started to seize up or anything like that. It's been part of a trend that the economy is creating fewer jobs. And actually what we've seen is in the last couple of months, numbers come in better than forecast. But it's the unemployment rate that the Fed is really going to pay attention to. And that's where the JOLTS numbers could figure in. I mean, again, they are 2 months behind, but the unemployment rate isn't going to go up as fast if, when people lose jobs, they can find other jobs. So it's kind of a puzzle to put it all together going forward. But I think you're right, Alex. We're not really going to have a definitive picture of the labor market until we get into July or August even.
Right. All right. Something to look forward to, I guess. Michael McKee, Bloomberg Economics guru, giving us the latest breakdown on some of the economic data we had today. Coming up, Jim Crowley, global head of BNY Pershing, on the future of wealth management. He's going to be on site here at the BNY Insight 2025 conference. We're here at the Gaylord Conference Center, National Shore, Maryland. Very cool place. I highly recommend. Right outside D.C. I'm heading into the district today to see some cool stuff. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Video opp 3,2%. Tesla opp nesten 7%. Gull stiger videre. Det liker vi. Egentlig bør Nasdaq bare falle med resten av markedet. Det liksom bare de 3 fuckings AI-aksjene som går. Kjøpe mer gull. Jeg må hente Sahar. Jeg kommer tilbake ikke alt for lenge. Jeg er short Nasdaq. Veldig skummelt, i og med at Nvidia, Meta og Broadcom, det vil si 25% av Nasdaq, er opp 3%. Gull skal videre opp og ser ut som. Vi skal bryte 3359,60-ish. Kjøpe mer gull som går opp dit, og så selger jeg alt opp på 3370. Snakkes etterpå da. Jeg bare kjapp meg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P right now trading at the best level of the morning. Traders pushing stocks higher after data showing the labor market is holding up, offsetting concern that equities have run too far, too fast. Right now, the S&P 500 index is up 26 at 59.62, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow up 140, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 141, higher by 0.7%. Our Bloomberg Mag 7 index is now advancing 0.6%. The 10-year, 4.45%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Spot gold down 1%, $33.49 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude, $63.70 a barrel, up now by 1.9%. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor-to-staff ratio. Small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. Job openings increased in April, defying Wall Street forecasts. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The number of job openings nationwide rose to 7.4 million in a broad advance. Professional and business services, as well as healthcare and social assistance, led April's gain. Businesses have been hesitant to cut jobs, but jobless claims have been running low, supporting the Federal Reserve's assertion that America's labor market is in a good place. On Friday, the government issues monthly employment data, and economists are forecasting a moderating pace of payroll growth. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
On a day when the S&P 500 index is up by 0.4%, Dollar General shares are now surging 12.4%. Dollar General slightly increased its annual guidance after the first quarter top projections. The discount chain also said it expects to mitigate a significant amount of the tariffs currently in place. Again, Dollar General right now up by 12.3%. And some of the other stories that we are following for you, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says China does have a choice on whether or not to be a reliable partner with the rest of the world, reiterating that it needs to be more of a consumption-led economy. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we are live at BNY Insight 2025. It is the National Harbor. Scott from Washington, D.C. writes in and corrected me, which I appreciate. It's not the National Shore, it's the National Harbor. It's a great spot right across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., so we're happy to be here in this Gaylord Convention Center. Our next guest, Jim Crowley, Global Head of BNY Pershing. We talk to him every year. We come to this event, and he provided some really good notes on where the wealth management business is, really helpful notes about where the industry is and where it's going. I sent those notes, Jim, to my third offspring who's in the business, major financial firm. And I said, don't get frustrated. Keep working hard. You're in a great spot. Keep learning. Talk to us about where the industry is, the wealth management business is today, because it seems like the next 20 to 30 years are going to be really important.
Well, let's just pick up on that point, Paul, because, this is a $90 trillion wealth industry in the U.S., and some estimates have 100,000 advisors aging out over the next number of years. What a great opportunity for the youth of America to sort of come into an industry that is so vibrant and does such great things for the community to help people secure sort of their financial lives. It's so important, and I find it to be quite rewarding. I've been doing it for a number of decades.
So what's the coolest thing that's happening right now in the industry that was like not on your radar 5 years ago?
Okay, so there's quite a few things, but let me talk about like the most coolest thing.
Okay, most coolest.
The most coolest thing is how we really have reimagined Insight, because I think this is our 26th, 27th year, something like doing this event. Started out as a research conference with like a dozen people around the table just talking about stocks and bonds. And here we are with over 2,000 people, and it's now BNY Insight, and we're delivering all of the solutions that BNY and the entire franchise has to be more for our clients and support them in ways that goes far beyond just sort of custody, which is kind of the classic business. So that's the most exciting thing, to have many of my colleagues here talking about the different sort of things that we do and platforms and products and solutions and services that we have at BNY to help them grow.
What I hear over the years, maybe increasingly so over the years, is advisors saying, I want to get away from the back office work, the kind of running the business. I want to be with my clients, talk to my clients, try to help my clients. Technology, how does that play a role?
Yeah, so first of all, I think spending time with clients is obviously very, very important, right? We're talking or listening to Jesse Itzler talk about authentic relationships and how important it is. We talk about scaling with trusted partners at BNY. Technology is really evolving the business. I was talking about AI in the main stage and how we have our own AI hub called Eliza. Maybe you've heard of it. We have over 90% of our employees on Eliza now. 10,000 people have created their own agents. I've created my own agent. So it really is transforming the business. I created this agent to sort of evaluate how I'm doing against my goals and my objectives for the year. And Eliza gives me feedback.
Wow, that's amazing. But can it also make your day-to-day easier? And I guess, so for Paul's third offspring, if he uses AI, does he then not learn the correct muscle? Or does AI just help leapfrog him to a different place?
I think it helps leapfrog, and we all have to sort of obviously be very cautious and think through how we're using AI and keep helping the models learn. We've been talking about the art of the prompt being a new skill that everyone has to learn. Young people understand the art of the prompt.
What's the art of the prompt?
The art of the prompt is the questions that you would ask AI to get a response.
I see. Okay.
And so to get the output that you want. And so the better the prompt, the better the response.
What's the biggest headwind for your business going forward? Is there anything structural that kind of keeps you up tonight, or is it just managing the day-to-day like we all do here with the news flow?
Yeah, look, we talked about trust earlier, right? Trust takes years to build and a moment to lose. So it's the day-to-day, keeping your head down. You can't lose sight of the details. We call it being molecular at BNY. You really have to understand the details of how things work. And at the same time, sort of continue to sort of take a look at what's on the horizon and what's coming next. I talked about private assets. We're talking about meeting with clients the last couple of days. The interest in private assets and how that sort of gets integrated into the custody platform is something that sounds so simple, but really not that simple.
Yeah, we were talking to Emily about that and how the wrappers have changed and how then the offerings have changed. In that area, what's the thing that's most interesting for you?
Creating scale. How can we help our clients sort of grow? Because growth is a challenge. You talked about headwinds. Growth is a great challenge in this industry. Particularly organic growth. And so how can we help them scale their businesses organically, make those sort of mundane tasks sort of go really simply, and how they can sort of take advantage of these new products that are coming to market in a way that's simple for them to use.
Hey, Jim, about 30 seconds left. What's the current state of the trend that it's always been there? I've been on Wall Street since the mid-'80s. Leaving the wirehouses, going out on your own, going independent. Where are we now on that trend?
It's continuing, Paul. It's going to continue. There's a great bifurcation happening in the marketplace. Very, very large to then at the other end the boutiques. And so I think that's going to continue to be the case, and we hopefully will be a big part of that as the world's #1 custodian.
Yep. All right, great stuff. Jim Crowley joining us here. Jim is the global head of BNY Pershing. Joining us on site here at the BNY Insight in the National Harbor, Maryland. A great place to be.
You were just thinking about the Jersey Shore.
Thinking about the Jersey Shore. I got that on my brain.
Shore.
Exactly. Yeah. It's always on my brain now.
All right, coming up, Phil Orlando. We love talking to him, and now we get to see him in person, so it's very exciting. We'll be joining us, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes, as we take a look at a market doing just fine. I say that because I feel like every day we're seeing the tech start to outperform a little bit, but no huge rally, no huge sell-off, just kind of grinding where we are, particularly after you get the JOLTS data and you got the factory orders, a little bit of a mixed bag. JOLTS not terrible, and so equities holding up relatively well. So we'll break all that down, and how do you manage the volatility, and were the retail investors right? Is buy the dip really how you want to be thinking about this market? We'll discuss all of that and more. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Tuesday.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We are live from BNY Insight 2025. We are in National Harbor, Maryland, at the National Harbor, Maryland, at the Gaylord Convention Center for this tremendous event. Over 2,000 people are here. They talk about ideas. They exchange thoughts about the markets and wealth management and private wealth and alternatives. It's a pretty exciting, dynamic place to be. And joining us is one of our favorites, Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes. Phil, always good to see you.
Alex, thank you so much for having me back. It's a thrill.
You've been coming to these for a long time, right? So
yeah.
What's the different vibe here this year? Is there one?
The vibe is very optimistic.
Really?
There is more of an emphasis on technology today and AI than there ever has been, but probably it's not surprising given the evolution of the business. I've always found these conferences to be very cutting edge in terms of what are the key issues that are going to be driving us in the months and years forward, and so far I haven't been disappointed here today.
Phil, just looking at the S&P 500, we've almost completely round-tripped peak to trough, back up to peak here. What do you make of that? I mean, that was a short period of time. You saw big moves in the marketplace. What do you do looking forward for the next 6 months?
Oh, more to go.
Okay.
I mean, remember, our full-year target for the S&P this year is 6,500. We've got a 7,000 next year. So, yes, we've had a really nice bounce off of that support level. I think we're up about 23% on the S&P 500. But, again, not surprising to us because that waterfall decline was largely a function of the uncertainty relating to the tariff situation and to some degree how is the tax legislation going to work. We're starting to get some early resolution of exactly, at least directionally, how that's going to play out. And the market at that point should begin to think about, okay, what are the underlying fundamentals, not the chaos associated with what caused the decline back in early April.
All right, let's pretend that we can put aside the chaos then for a second. Does that mean that tech continues to lead, or do we get the broadening out?
Well, yes.
Well, I was going to say, or can both be true?
So our feeling going into the collapse was that the rally did need to broaden out. We were de-emphasizing sort of the technology and the Mag 7 names because we felt that they were ahead of themselves. So the area of focus for us was the forgotten 493, the value names, the international names, the smaller cap names. But as the market, came down 21%, the Mag 7 names were down 45%. So as we started to put additional money to work, we increased our equity allocation to a 5% overweight near the bottom. That incremental add for us was in domestic large cap growth. Okay. So we recognized that 45% down was actually an attractive point to start to put some money back to work.
With a little bit of hindsight, as we think back to that sell-off in April, a couple of things kind of come to mind. Number one, we had people during the sell-off telling us, people aren't panicking out there. That's number one. And number two, retail is buying. What is that? What are those two things to kind of tell you? They kind of, I guess in hindsight, I would have said, boy, I should have been buying there because the retail guys are buying. I don't think I really saw on panic selling. Yeah.
We've done some work looking at the performance of the market literally over the last half a century.
Okay.
And over that period of time, there have been 10 massive declines, 20% or more, 20, 30, 40, 50. And in every instance, that was a great buying opportunity. That over the long cycle, the ingenuity and hard work of the American people, stocks up and to the right. So if you look at those big declines down and think you understand what the underlying fundamentals are, that to us was a reasonably and attractive buying point.
Mm-hmm. So how do you look at, I know we talked about this before, but how do you look at the next 6 to 8 months? As you manage the uncertainty, you just be really strategic, you have your buying list, and you think of it that way, and you kind of ignore the actual headlines?
Well, we take a longer-term perspective. Mm-hmm. We're looking at 6 to 12 to 18 to 24 months. And as we look at that perspective, the noise and the nonsense and the chaos associated with the day-to-day, we sort of screen out.
But some of those things could be structural.
They could be, and if they were structural, we would change our view. But we've got a view that for example, our GDP forecast for next year is 2.7%. All right, that doesn't sound like much, but consensus is 1.3. Yeah. The highest estimate on the street, other than us, is 2%. So we think that things are going to work out over the course of the next 18 months. And if we're right, we want to be buyers of stocks in that environment.
Do we still have earnings risk? I know earnings estimates have come down, but do we still have earnings risk, do you think, out there? Because we still have tariffs that are going to be gradually rolling into the economy.
There's always earnings risk, but we just got through the first quarter, and revenues were up about 5%, earnings were up about 12%. Those numbers were better than expected. We've sort of adjusted our full-year numbers based upon the implementation of tariffs, but that trajectory is still positive.
All right, Phil, really great to chat with you. Good to see you in person. It's so weird when he's just not on a screen. Phil Orlando is Chief Equity...
Thank you very much for having me on.
You bet. A Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes, joining us on the markets. We got a second day tomorrow here, Paul.
We do. That's
This is just
cool.
the beginning.
Yeah, so I have a fun day planned in Washington, D.C. Going to go see the Lincoln Memorial, which is one of my faves.
Nice.
Going to the Smithsonian, got that all booked for 2 o'clock. Then a little dinner in town.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yep.
I got meetings. I got a hit
See?
on Constellation Energy at 3:40. Anyway, all right. Bloomberg is now, just for those of you who want to know, wait, where is this promo? Our sponsor. Hold on.
BNY Insight.
What?
Oh, you
I know.
want that?
For
I know
our
what you want.
listeners,
Yeah.
For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay tuned for the latest market and industry research. We have a Balance of Power is starting up right now, and that wraps it up for me and Paul on this Tuesday. Taking a look at the market, where you have the NASDAQ again leading up 0.8%, and the S&P up by 0.5% as the VIX stays low. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you.
Wow, thanks, Mark.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The next bill to reach the floor of the Senate will not likely be about tax and spending. It'll be about crypto. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power, as we look ahead to a floor vote as soon as this week on the Genius Act, but only after a showdown over amendments. Today, we present you an important conversation with Senator Cynthia Lummis. The Republican from Wyoming helped to write this bill, is continuing to push for it, is going to sit down momentarily here with Bloomberg. After the conversation, we'll have insights from Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. First, my colleagues Sonali Basak and Tim Stenivec with the interview with Senator Lummis, live on Bloomberg.
We now welcome our Bloomberg television and radio audiences for a conversation with Republican Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming. Senator, welcome to Bloomberg Crypto. We appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. I do want to start with the stablecoin bill in Congress, the so-called Genius Act that's making its way through the Senate right now. What are the remaining hurdles for the bill, and what do you expect the timeline to look like?
We will start voting on the Genius Act, the stablecoin bill, this week. I don't think we're going to complete it this week. We'll probably have to go into next week because a number of amendments will be filed. But we have worked long and hard to bring Democrats to the place where they can vote for cloture. I think we're there.
So what are the remaining hurdles for Democrats? What have they told you that their concerns are? What's keeping them from getting on board completely?
Well, we have generally agreed to many of the amendments they wanted. There were concerns about illicit finance. We've addressed some of those. And we're just waiting to see what amendments are filed by both parties as we move the bill to full consideration on the floor of the Senate. One of the things that I'm looking for is whether the Durbin-Marshall bill, it will be attempted to attach to the stablecoin bill. It's not about stablecoins, it's about credit card swipe fees, but this bill may be seen as a vehicle to attach, and that would be a heavy lift to take a bill that already has been carefully negotiated and add a new subject that is that controversial.
So just one more on the timeline here for the American people who are watching and listening right now. In your view, what sort of week or month could this bill actually become law?
Well, we're going to pass it next week.
Okay.
And so it will provide new markets for U.S. treasuries. It will help protect the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency. It will provide a way for something like a traveler's check to be used digitally. It's pegged to the dollar, so it's sort of it's a payment stablecoin, something that can be used for payments in a digital format. This is going to create more versatility for the U.S. economy and move us into the 21st century.
For the world of crypto and for the stablecoin world as well, it will be historic. I mean, this will definitely change the game. One question I have, though, is the usage. There was a lot of question about the ability, or rather in the most recent lawmaking, the prohibition of interest-bearing accounts, this idea to have individuals hold stablecoins for the purposes of collecting yield. But there's a sense here that this would allow then for tokenized deposits to become a much better vehicle by which the financial system can use crypto to become a depository tool. What do you say to the industry that is still pushing for those interest-bearing accounts?
Yeah, I tend to agree with them, but we can't get the bill passed if that provision is in there. So at some point, when it comes to making sausage or making legislation, you have to count the votes. And the votes aren't there to pass the bill if the interest-bearing provision is in the bill. Now, we're just going to send this bill to the House. And so the House will have an opportunity to work on this bill as well. I suspect that issue will be brought up when the Genius Act goes to the House.
Now, one of the biggest things that you've attached your name to, too, in the world of crypto is, of course, when it comes to the strategic Bitcoin reserve, your push for legislation there. Realistically, how fast can that move forward? And do you think that it will gain traction among various members of even the Republican Party who might feel that selling off a portion of gold reserves, for example, might go too far? Do you think that your bill needs to face some change in order to get it through?
You know, I never proposed selling any of our gold or hard assets. I did propose converting our gold certificates to current fair market value and using those to convert to Bitcoin. That said, I don't think we're going to get to this bill in 2025 because our next priority is market structure, determining what is a commodity and should be under the jurisdiction of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, what is a security and should fall under the jurisdiction of the Securities Exchange Commission. So market structure is going to be our next focus. We're going to begin that next week, and so we want there to be no interruption between stablecoins and market structure legislation as we continue to move forward.
This is the so-called Clarity Act in the House, the market structure bill. What do you think should fall under the SEC, and what do you think should fall under the CFTC?
Yeah, I think that most, certainly Bitcoin is a commodity. And I think that a lot of tokens are going to fall under the jurisdiction of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. But if you look at the big organizations that deal in digital assets, the Coinbases of the world, the Krakens of the world, they're going to find some involvement with the SEC in terms of the disclosures that are required by the SEC.
I want to go back to the strategic Bitcoin reserve for a moment here, because your point on fair market value is a fair one. That is something that we have heard others in the market even propose. But when we earlier this year spoke to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, it really wasn't in the cards. You had mentioned that the strategic Bitcoin reserve would be something that is maybe not a 2025 priority in terms of the bill due to this other lawmaking, which of course is very, very significant. But given how much the rhetoric for a strategic Bitcoin reserve has come up with the administration, what are the forces that get us there ultimately? Do you think that this is something that will take years to get to because of the disagreement around it? Or do you think that there is a pathway to do this faster?
Yeah, I do think there's a pathway. I think the place to start is to use the money that's held by the U.S. Marshals Service because it was asset forfeiture monies in the form of digital assets. That could be the basis for year one of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And then we can add other currently held assets held in a different form, convert them to Bitcoin and hold them later. So there are certain things that the administration can do using its existing authority and doesn't need legislation to do. But I think it's important eventually to have a legislative framework for a strategic Bitcoin reserve so it can't be undone by future presidents. And my purpose for a strategic Bitcoin reserve is to set it up, have 1 million Bitcoin, 5% of all Bitcoin, hold it for 20 years, and it will eliminate half of the U.S. debt. So this is a buy and hold strategy to address the debt.
I mean, critics might say it would only eliminate the debt if the price of Bitcoin continued to move higher. And there's certainly, at this point, no guarantee that it would do that. I do want to just jump in and mention that last week we heard from Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase. He said that instead of Bitcoin, the U.S. should stockpile rare earths, guns, bullets, drones, planes, etc. What do you say to critics like Jamie Dimon who say this is a waste of resources?
Yeah, I would say that even the United States military disagrees with him, that there are generals, especially in Southeast Asia, who believe it's important to have strategic Bitcoin stockpile because we're doing an economic war with China and we have to prepare for a guns and bullets war. But we need both. And so all we need to do is look to the leadership of the current U.S. military to find support for a strategic Bitcoin reserve.
Senator Lummis, I'm also curious about whether you would advocate and what assets they would be if you were to advocate for assets outside of Bitcoin for a strategic reserve. Is there anything else that fits the bill for inclusion?
Okay, so right now we have a strategic oil reserve. We have, believe it or not, a strategic cheese reserve in the United States. With regard to a digital asset reserve, I think it should only be Bitcoin. And that's because Bitcoin is based on proof of work, not some other means of mining it. And so it's important that we stick with Bitcoin.
Hey, I'm just curious, Senator, how you're looking at the Trump family's proximity and specifically the president's proximity to Bitcoin and to the industry. Our team at Bloomberg News reporting that since the early days of the re-election, the president has essentially doubled his net worth to about $5.4 billion. More than $500 million of that came from sales of just one of his crypto ventures. And then last week, Trump Media, and the president owns more than 50% of the shares of that company, raised close to $2.5 billion to buy Bitcoin for its own treasury. Is it a conflict of interest that he stands to benefit from the price of digital assets going higher?
You know, it's not. And is it a conflict of interest that he owns resorts, that he owns hotels? Those are also assets. The fact that he was foresightful enough to invest in digital assets and that he's making money as a result of that foresight is something that other Americans should admire. People who have invested in Bitcoin have been foresightful. We have modeling that shows that Bitcoin is going to increase dramatically and then more slowly over time. All of the Bitcoin, meaning 99% of all the Bitcoin that will ever be mined, will be mined in the next 10 years. So this asset has growth potential for the next 10 years that's tremendous. I think the American people should admire the fact that President Trump was foresightful enough to engage in the digital economy. Everyone is going to be involved in this economy in one way or another. And I'm proud of the president for choosing to engage in this very promising component of the economy.
Senator Lummis, I want to speak more broadly also about what's going on in the U.S. The big, beautiful bill reaching the Senate here. What would it take for it to get your vote? Are there changes that you would need to see?
There are. I would like to see some reforms to Medicaid. This is not in an effort to remove benefits from those who were intended to have it, but rather to stop the states from using a mechanism to enrich their federal participation dollars. 49 states are doing it. They figured out this little loophole that gets them more money than they ever would have been intended to have. And so it would require the reform of the state's loophole for me to support the Medicaid reforms that are additive to what the House has already done.
Senator Cynthia Lummis, Republican of Wyoming. Thank you so much for joining us live from Capitol Hill on
Pleasure.
Bloomberg Crypto.
Thank you for having me on.
There you have it live on Bloomberg as we listen to a fascinating interview with Senator Lummis. Big thanks to Shonali and Tim for the conversation live from New York. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio, Channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live as we unpack everything we just heard with the voice of Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Policy Analyst, somebody we've talked with, I should say, about the Genius Act, the future of market structure legislation. We just heard, Nathan, welcome back, from one of the authors of that bill, the Genius Act. Seems to think it will not be on the floor this week, but next. Is that true? Will it pass next week?
I actually think it will, and I think Senator Lummis hit it on the head when she called out the Senator Marshall bill, the Credit Card Competition Act, because
she went right for it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the bill that would, if there's going to be roadblocks to this bill, it's going to be that amendment. Anybody who's flown through LaGuardia or Reagan has probably seen the adverts that this bill, this credit card bill, could put these airline credit card reward programs at risk. Yes. It has nothing to do with stable coins, but it's a bill that puts the banks versus the retailers versus the airlines. And when you get a situation like that, most of the senators just stick their hands up and say, I can't deal with this. So I think that amendment gets withdrawn. And eventually this bill does pass, and I think it goes to the House, and it gets done probably late June, early July.
So we have to go through a protracted amendment process, right? Democrats are going to try to make this painful, but you don't see the credit card, the swipe fee bills not going to make it.
No, I think it's just too heavy of a lift right now, especially on a bill that really the crypto industry wants to see this get done. Mm-hmm. And I would also point out is that, there was this discussion about payment for yield or, the payment. Yeah. Senator Lummis essentially said, look, the House is going to take a look at that. I don't think the provision flies because that is one of the provisions that I think is a no-go with the Democrats. So I don't think stablecoins are going to be able to pay yield under this bill.
There were a lot of questions about a potential national Bitcoin reserve or crypto reserve. Senator Lummis was quick to slow Tim and Shonali down to say we need a market structure bill first. That's going to be the sequencing, right? If this passes, what does that help unlock when it comes to the Clarity Act?
So the Clarity Act potentially could get a markup next week in the House Financial Services, House Ag Committees. This bill is like manna from heaven for the crypto industry. Yeah. I mean, stablecoins is just stablecoins.
Is Fit 21 with a different name, or
exactly.
Is there more to it than that?
It's Fit 21 plus a different name. So it clarifies what is a commodity versus what it is a security. Yep. Most of the crypto world wants to be in the commodity space because then you're under the CFTC. Right. They have principles-based regulation as opposed to prescriptive-based regulation. Essentially, it's a little bit more innovative and a little bit less enforcement risk. And that's why this bill, which would actually give the CFTC authority over spot markets, is very much sought after. The challenge with the Clarity Act is that for all the headaches the Democrats were giving in terms of trying to get the Genius Act through, those headaches are even pronounced even more on the Clarity Act because there was general bipartisan agreement there is a regulatory gap, if you will, for stablecoins. Yeah. There are still a lot of people like Senator Elizabeth Warren out there that think that 1930s era securities law is good enough for the crypto world, and they're going to be much more difficult to get across the line. I think the Clarity Act doesn't get passed until next year.
Wow. How much of this has to do with the overhang of the Trump involvement, the Trump meme coin, the conflict of interest that we keep hearing has the potential to slow things down? But why?
Well, you don't want to give President Trump a win if you're a Democrat.
All it is?
I think that's partly it. I mean, also there is, within the stablecoin bill, there was a lot of push over illicit finance, KYC, know your customer, AML, anti-money laundering. Any of those types of issues and provisions I think can get resolved, especially under the Clarity Act. We're talking about KYC. I don't think KYC usually ultimately disrupts legislation. But the idea for President Trump and his family being involved in meme coin, it's really difficult for policymakers to say that I'm going to support something, support a regulatory framework that allows individuals to put in their dollars when they see meme coins or other bad words talked about meme coins. You know, that makes it a little bit harder for policymakers to actually move forward.
There's going to be no Dogecoin in the National Reserve.
Well, no, and actually I think that was one of the most interesting things Senator Lummis said is she said Bitcoin only. Only. Now, when President Trump put out his executive order from earlier this year, things like Ethereum and Solana were mentioned. But if it's Bitcoin only, and the United States has a tremendous amount of Bitcoin and Ethereum already due to, you know, essentially just enforcement actions and so forth. But if a strategic Bitcoin reserve actually moves forward with the idea that the United States is purchasing Bitcoin, that leaves the Ethereum Solana out. Maybe some of those traders aren't going to like that.
Wow-wee. Producer James is very upset about the Dogecoin thing. We thought we were onto something. Bitcoin, by the way, up 1.5% over $1,500. We're holding well above $106,000 here. The idea of a national crypto reserve or exclusive Bitcoin reserve would inherently send this price higher, I assume. But what does the country get out of it? Why would we make this investment?
So when it comes to all three of these bills that we're talking about, one way to think about it is, are you looking at it through a retail trader, or are you looking at it through an institutional trader or an institution like Coinbase or Robinhood? Okay. If you're a retail trader, look, you want the United States to be purchasing Bitcoin. You want other people to be purchasing Bitcoin. As a result, the price goes higher. But if you're on Coinbase or in Robinhood, the idea here is just institutional usage. The price is actually somewhat irrelevant for right now. The idea here is you want people to use more of it. So Washington tends to be looking at this through the eyes of just wanting to get more people to use this, the bipartisan folks between all these bills. It's not thinking about price. So on the retail side, if you just want something that's going to drive the price up, you may have to just keep your expectations in check, because Washington isn't exactly thinking of that method. They're thinking more about just getting the regulatory framework in place so that institutions and people can ultimately continue to start using it more and more.
I guess that would explain the price here. You running odds on reconciliation? There was a question for the senator at the end. They're going to be tinkering around with this bill in the days ahead. What kind of odds do you have on this bill right now, and how different will it look in the House?
We're sticking our neck out a little bit on this one. We're saying 80% by the August recess it gets done. The reason being is that I just think that because the debt ceiling is included in this bill, and plus, I think the Senate can eventually come to an agreement. You probably won't get Senator Rand Paul. We saw President Trump tweeting him this morning. I don't think you may get Senator Ron Johnson, but you may get the moderates to come on board, because the idea that our thesis is that ultimately this is going to increase the deficit, because it's easier to borrow today for tomorrow's pain than it is to actually take a vote that's going to cut either Medicaid requirements, Inflation Reduction Act requirements, or SNAP benefits. It's much easier to just say we're going to increase the deficit. And I think that's where the Senate goes.
Fascinating. Great and deep dive with Nathan Dean. Many thanks, as always, for the insights at Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior U.S. policy analyst. Having heard a fascinating conversation with Senator Lummis, nobody knows this stuff better than Nathan. So you just heard 80% odds. Does salt make the cut? There are questions about it right now. A lot of people seem to think it will. We're going to talk with a stakeholder coming up. Colin Allen of the American Property Owners Alliance is going to give us his view on all of this, and we'll ask him what's keeping him up at night. We'll also have an update from the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler Kendall with the latest on the big push for the big bill. First, the markets, though. Charlie Pellet standing by at World Headquarters in New York. We haven't heard from Charlie yet. How's it look?
Right now, looking very, very, very green, Joe Matthew. Just about the best level of the day, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all continuing to push higher. Traders driving stocks higher as data this morning showed the labor market is holding up despite concerns about risks stemming from President Trump's tariff war. S&P now up at 59.70, up 34 points, a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 184, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 171, up 0.9%, and to underscore at or near session highs. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 0.8%. The Russell 2000 index is surging 1.5%. 10-year 4.45%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Gold down 1%, $33.49 an ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, $63.59, and Bitcoin up 1.5% right now at $106,475 on Bitcoin. Earnings news: Dollar General slightly increased its annual guidance after the first quarter top projections. Stock is surging 14.1%. Coming up after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and CrowdStrike. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to see you. Thank you, sir. Live from New York, Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. Indeed, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the radio, Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121, and on YouTube, where it's a good time to dial it up. Bloomberg Business News Live. Just search Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll have our live stream there. And welcome if you're watching and listening on Bloomberg Originals. We have a lot to talk about because everybody's back in town today. We told you yesterday, fly-in day. Well, they're already at it. If you're John Thune, you had your feet on the ground here for about an hour before the phone started ringing. Donald Trump indeed hosted John Thune for a meeting at the White House yesterday, and he talked to a bunch of others, too. The phone was ringing. Ask Senator Rick Scott. He came over in person. Rand Paul got a phone call. Oh, boy. And a bunch of talk on Truth Social. You've been following the feed this morning? We're going to get to Tyler on this in a minute. Josh Hawley, Ron Johnson, everybody in touch with Donald Trump, who appears to be the ringleader here in the next phase of this debate. Yeah, this is what they call the big, beautiful bill, the BBB. Tyler toiling at the White House today and joins us from the North Lawn with the very latest on this. Tyler Kendall, the president seems to be obsessed with Rand Paul today, huh?
Yeah, definitely, Joe. And he's trying to ramp up the pressure on these senators who have said that they'll withhold their vote on this bill unless they see some changes. Now, we know when it comes to Rand Paul, for example, perhaps his biggest point of opposition is that this bill will ultimately raise the debt ceiling. Now, we know that the House plan raises it by $4 trillion, but some in the Senate say that there's enough leeway here to raise it by $5 trillion. So there's already some tension there within the Senate when it comes to this. And it's really shows us the conflicting demands that this White House is fielding from senators when it comes to exactly what they want to see ultimately changed in this bill. On one hand, you have this group that are pitching themselves as those fiscal hawks, perhaps Rand Paul, also Senator Ron Johnson, who you mentioned did get a call from President Trump yesterday and says he has plans to meet with the White House's economic team. He wants to see some deeper spending cuts, has also raised concerns about how some of these tax priorities, like no taxes on tips or overtime pay, will they really incentivize growth? Now, we're not expecting those provisions to go away. That's something that the White House is pretty adamant about, but we've heard some Republicans say that they want to make those temporary provisions permanent. So there's really a lot to get into here. And Joe, as you well know, that push for some deeper spending cuts really goes against some of the top concerns from other Republicans that you mentioned, including Josh Hawley, when it comes to potential changes to Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid, a big one that we're watching. Of course, Tyler, SALT is as well. It's something that our audience is obsessed with, and there are a lot of questions about whether that SALT deal struck in the House comes back in the same form. Is the president weighing in on this? I notice he has no public events now for a second day.
No, it's really a quiet day here at the White House, so we are still expecting a press briefing at some point later on this afternoon. But it's going to be a tricky needle for this White House to thread because, yes, the Senate needs to pass it, but then they're going to kick it back over to the House, and they're going to have to agree to these changes as well. And you mentioned SALT. I was pretty struck by Kevin Cramer, senator from South Dakota, who joined you yesterday on Balance of Power and said that potentially the sweet spot for that cap could be between $20,000 and $30,000. Of course, we know that the House bill has it lifted to $40,000, and that really was an important sweetener to ultimately getting this bill over the finish line. But perhaps could that come at the expense of some of the other tax priorities that the Senate really wants to get done, including making permanent some of the temporary provisions, including when it comes to businesses? I'm thinking about the bonus depreciation for factories that are made in the U.S. that really go along with the White House's push when it comes to onshoring manufacturing and things like that.
Tyler knows this thing cold. I think she read all 1,000 pages. Beautiful day on the North Lawn. It's 80 degrees in Washington. How about that? Paul Sweeney's Got a big day downtown, Tyler. Keep an eye out for him, and we thank you, as always, for the update. Great reporting at the White House from Tyler Kendall. Want to add the voice, as I mentioned, of a stakeholder here. We talk about SALT aid all day long, and if you live in one of the SALT states, well, I guess you are a stakeholder. But sometimes it's interesting to talk to somebody beyond an elected official here, because from lawmakers to lobbyists, this is a big deal right now in the throes of this debate. Colin Allen is executive director of the American Property Owners Alliance and joins me right now here in Washington, D.C. Colin, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate
Did I
being here.
describe you right as a stakeholder in this debate?
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, we at the American Property Owners Alliance, we were founded in 2020 to represent the interests of individual homeowners and small property owners across the country, right? So SALT is a huge issue for people who own property across the country. You're not seeing the local taxes go down, right? As home values continue to go up, and local governments look to fund priorities. Sometimes even as you're seeing the federal government shrink, what they're looking to do, right? You're going to need to see some of the local governments pick up the slack, and the way they do that is through property taxes. So I know living here in the DC area, both the valuation and the assessment went up on properties in the county that I live in this year. So it's been a while since we've seen that, and it's coming to you.
Well, talk to me about what the Alliance is doing. We should be clear. You're a 50C4 advocacy organization, so you can actually engage in lobbying and political activities. Do you have force behind this right now? Are you calling lawmakers about this?
That is correct. We're working to make sure that what we've seen is the House has given us a good provision here with $40,000 in SALT relief. That would cover most of what you'd see from a property owner. And what we were urging is for the Senate to finish the job here.
Keep it where it is. Do you like the deal struck in the House?
The deal in the House is a good deal, and it'll cover, again, what we're looking at here is property taxes for the vast majority of Americans.
Well, listen, if you're lobbying this issue, you know more about this than anybody who's reading or hearing anything. You're on the front lines of the debate. What are you hearing from the Senate? Are they actually going to keep this intact? Because you know what the line is. There's no such thing as a SALT state in the Senate. If you're a senator, if you're a Republican senator, your state's not too worried about this issue right now.
Yeah. So what we're hearing, and I'd say look towards, the person that I've looked to recently is Senator Markwayne Mullin from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Not just because I like what he's saying about SALT.
He's afraid of making big changes as a former congressman, I think, isn't he?
And I think look to him as a good gauge here, right? That he is still very in touch. He's a relatively new senator. Been there for about 2.5 years, and still has really good connections with the House leadership, especially on the Ways and Means Committee and the leadership of the House. So I think he is having those conversations and in a really good position to be a gauge for what the House may or may not be able to do from the Senate.
I wasn't kidding when I was talking to Tyler. When we do SALT stories, they become the most read on the terminal. When I talk about it on the air, all of a sudden my terminal lights up. I get email, I get tweets, because so many Bloomberg viewers and listeners understand this story, and so many are impacted by it. If you're living in a state, though, where you do not have high property taxes, and they're talking about a blue state bailout, what's the answer to that? Because this is the debate we're in.
So I think one of the things, and try to illustrate that a little earlier, right, is that as we are continuing to see the value of homes appreciate, right, we're undersupplied, we're not building enough new supply is not coming onto the market. What we're seeing is that the values of homes continue to get more and more expensive. And I'd say as you look to the federal government maybe shrinking some of the responsibilities that they're looking at, a lot of those services are not necessarily going to go away, right? They're going to go to the states, they're going to go to the localities, and the biggest way that those organizations, those units of government fund their priorities is through taxes on property. So I'd say as we continue to see these increasing valuations and local property taxes going up, this is an issue that is going to creep across the country.
Well, you don't only have your ear on this debate on Capitol Hill, you have your ear on the market. That's the reason why you exist at the Alliance. And I want to follow up on what you just mentioned, because it's really interesting looking at the dynamics in this market. And we had new numbers by Redfin that you probably saw. Axios published today. A buyer's market, if you can afford it. There are nearly 500,000 more home sellers than buyers in the U.S. housing market. How long can this last?
So I think, and I was listening, actually, funny enough, this morning on the way in, listening to a podcast with Logan Mohtashami from Housing Wire, kind of looking at that. And I think debunked maybe some of the numbers. I think his
tell me what's
exact comment was, "I'm going to give this a yellow card." Unclear where that number is coming from, right? I think it may be a proprietary formula from Redfin, but definitely something that you're seeing there. And what we may be seeing is maybe not this like imminent crash of 20 to 40% that I think you'll see some of the trolls on
But is it a buyer's
online
market
talking about.
when we use these kind of hackneyed terms? Is that not true?
I think we're probably coming back into more of an alignment,
Yeah.
right? Where you're having a little bit more supply coming online, and buyers are coming out and saying, hey, maybe I understand that interest rates are not coming back down to 3 or 4%. I'm going to take advantage of where I am. I still have my job is good. I've had a change in my life circumstance, right? We've had a kid, I've gotten married, whatever it is, and I do feel that the time now is right, and that we're in a pretty good.
What would
economic
happen? We can't all
situation.
live our lives around interest rates and whatever. You get a job, sometimes you got to move, or sometimes you need to or want to move. What happens if the Fed starts to cut? What if we get 50 basis points this year or more? What would that do to the market?
I think you would see an immediate interest in folks getting in and buying
People
mortgages,
start listing
right?
and buying. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that is very much, some of the folks who may be sitting on the sidelines, right?
Yeah.
And this is one of the things that we talk about on the capital gains side, is that you've got especially older, longer tenured folks who've lived in their homes for a long time, may want to take advantage of getting in there and selling a property if they've been locked in, for a long time, and say, maybe I'll downsize now. It makes sense.
'Cause
Where
you've been
it
nailed
didn't
in place for a long time.
Exactly, where it didn't make sense at 6.5%, maybe it makes more sense at 5.5%.
You're telling us you think salt stays where it is when it comes back to the house?
I think it's certainly open for debate, right?
Wait a minute.
I used to be where I came from was that I would start off and say, I think the Senate is kind of they'd take the House bill, send it back and say, you guys can eat whatever we pass, right?
Yes, exactly. Will the Senate try to jam the House again?
I really feel like you saw this
could
bill
bring the rapture.
You saw this bill pass with one vote,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I think we're just in a fundamentally different spot here. I feel good. I've heard a number of different things mentioned, but I'm going to follow Senator Mullins' lead on this one and say I think we're in a good spot.
He's part of the driving force behind the SALT cap, keeping it lifted. Colin Allen, American Property Owners Alliance. Great conversation. I appreciate your coming in to see us in studio, Colin. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our political panel next on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continuing to push higher. Right now, best level of the session on the S&P, up 38, up 0.6%. The S&P now at 59.74. The Dow up 176, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 197. That is a gain of 1%. Traders driving stocks higher as data shows the labor market is holding up. We got more on the day's economic data coming up with our Molly Smith. Right now, the 10-year's yielding 4.46% for the 2-year, 3.96%. Spot gold is slumping $33 the ounce, down by 1%, $33.47 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%. WTI right now, $63.47 a barrel. Factory orders slumped in April. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Weak orders for business equipment and commercial aircraft contributed to April's 3.7% drop in factory orders, the sharpest since January 2024, based on the Commerce Department report. Factory shipments fell for a second month as businesses grappled with the fallout from veering White House trade policy and persistent inflation. Industry data issued Monday suggests the weakness in American manufacturing persisted into May. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Deal news, Viper Energy, that is the mineral and royalty unit of Diamondback Energy, has agreed to buy Sitio Royalties Corp. For about $4.1 billion. This does include debt in the latest deal focused on the Permian Basin. Shares of Viper Energy, which uses the ticker Venom, VNOM, up now by 4.2%. Shares of Sitio Royalties are surging by 16.1%. Recapping, S&P now higher by 0.6%, the 10-year 4.46%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Hey, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. The great Charlie Pellet in New York, part of the family here at Balance of Power. A family that also, of course, includes Kaylee Lyons, and she'll be with us about 20 minutes from now as we welcome our global television audience to the program. It was a headline you wake up to that makes you wonder, with all the questions and the predictions that Donald Trump's tariff policy will bring inflation to Americans and will slow the economy. Remember, after Liberation Day, we're running odds on recessions. It was a dark time. The White House says, no, you're wrong. Not inflation if it's a one-time adjustment. And it didn't bring inflation the first time around. What the president's economic policies brought was growth. So if you're talking about paying for the Trump tax cuts, look no further than the first administration. Of course, there are a lot of numbers that would argue with that. But when you see the headline here from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, it makes you wonder. The OECD says, no, you're wrong. Trump White House slashing its global economic forecast due to the president's trade policies, citing the impact of, yes, tariffs, and, yes, uncertainty on confidence and investment. So here's where we're at. They forecast global economic growth to slow to 2.9% this year. U.S. rate of expansion expected to tumble to 1.6%. And we had to look up Molly Smith on this because Molly actually cranks out the economic data every day around here, the hard data. Well, I guess sometimes the soft data, too. You do both, right, Molly?
Oh, yeah, every day, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, you do the confidence and you do the... So we got ISM yesterday. We're hearing warnings from manufacturers. You add this now from the OECD. And you know what people are going to say? Hey, why should I believe this Paris-based organization? What do they know anyway? Molly, what would your answer be?
Well, this is a pretty elite global organization of economists, up there with the IMF, the World Bank, in terms of looking at, economies of developed and developing nations. And this, pretty typical for the OECD to look at a global growth forecast every couple of months or so. And this is the second time this year that they're lowering their global growth forecast, with the U.S. to take the biggest hit of all of that. I will say, though, that a global growth rate of 2.9% or a rate of 1.6% in the U.S. is by no means recessionary. It's, consistent with what a lot of economists are saying of slower growth, but not, a complete downturn. So just want to make that distinction there. And what they're saying is very much what we're hearing from businesses too. And, what hard data would indicate as well when you make that decision of what people say in surveys versus what their money and investment actually shows is that that investment is slowing and that confidence has fallen, and that those things together are what add up to slower growth.
Interesting. The OECD predicting the rate of expansion in the U.S., as I mentioned, would tumble to 1.6 from 2.8, globally 2.9. You make a good point. I mean, does this actually help Donald Trump's argument that tariffs don't bring recessions?
I mean, I wouldn't say it helps the argument. It's certainly, when you're looking at a growth rate, more or less falling in half, that's not really,
maybe not.
That's not really helping your case, I would say. But like in terms of saying that this isn't recessionary, at least for now, that seems to be the case. But remember, like so much of what is holding us back from getting to that point is that there hasn't really been a consistent tariff policy in place for the last, really the entirety of this administration, and that it's still very much in the air with the courts and how many tariffs will be in effect and what tariffs can even be in effect when Trump is appealing several court rulings that say that they aren't legal. So that's all of this, again, adding up to this tremendous uncertainty right now. And I think a great point that the OECD made is that even if Trump reverses course on these tariffs, that there's still just so much uncertainty in the air already, and so much investment has been pulled back that it's not like you just then start making multi-billion-dollar decisions, at the blink of an eye. That takes a lot of time and a lot more confidence that the economics landscape is going to be, conducive to that.
Right. I always learn something when I talk to Molly Smith. We got JOLTS today. What happens with the jobs report on Friday?
Right. So the JOLTS data, gosh, I think I hate to trash like surveys when I talk about them, since I do look at these all the time, but I would say that the JOLTS survey is becoming of like less and less importance for me right now. I think that, when there were so many job openings back in like the labor market craziness in 2021 and 22, that's when this survey really was sending the most signal about what was going on in the job market. But for the past year, openings have really stabilized between 7 and 8 million, which is very much in line with pre-pandemic levels. And you can't really say much else about it on a month-to-month basis because it's so volatile, and you get swings of, 500,000 job openings at a time in any given month. So it can be really difficult to look at it from such a micro lens, but on a whole would say that job openings are still pretty stable. That's at least what the case was in April. The employment report that we get on Friday is for May, so can't really compare the two periods there.
Gotcha. All right. That's the truth from Molly Smith. Why don't we plan a meetup maybe on Friday? We'll talk about this jobs report because this is an important one here. Molly, thank you. And it's Bloomberg News economy coverage here. Look for Molly's byline every morning at 8:30. Let's assemble the panel because they've got to take on all of this. This is when the economy becomes politics and politics become the economy. Maura Gillespie is here, the Republican strategist, founder BlueStack Strategies, and Kristen Hahn, our Democratic strategist partner at Rock Solutions. Great to see both of you. Kristen, you know a little bit about this. When the economy turns south, everybody looks at the administration. And Joe Biden had an interesting sort of conundrum because the data were strong. I think Jared Bernstein described it this way on our show recently. The vibes were not. If the data start to turn like this on Donald Trump, what happens to his public perception?
Well, I think you're exactly right. It's the economy, stupid, and it's what we can talk about these numbers at a very high level. I mean, we talk about the jobs reports, and you can tell people all day long that things are okay, but if they're not feeling it in their own pocketbooks, they're not going to believe people sitting in Washington or overseas or telling them how they should feel. It's when it really hits the ground. So I think that we haven't seen. I mean, like your reporter was saying, there's a lot of uncertainty around these tariffs and how it's going to impact people, voters, everyday voters. Businesses are not pulling back. They're not lurching forward. They can't make these big decisions. And ultimately, that will have an impact on everyday Americans. And that will certainly have an impact come next November at the ballot box for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Maura, you worked for a Republican Speaker of the House. When you see a headline like this, Trump tariffs hurting U.S. and global economy, OECD warns. Do your antennas go up when you start projecting months down the road looking at the midterms?
Absolutely. I mean, there's still a lot of time before the midterms start. But if, to Kristen's point and what you're talking about, if people don't feel as though grocery prices are going down or life here in America has become more affordable, that will impact what happens to both the House and the Senate especially. But you also will probably start seeing it for these gubernatorial races coming up here in the fall. You know, you have Virginia and New Jersey. And so that kind of an impact, with that kind of a headline and not having something prepared and ready to go to counter it is going to be a real problem for Republicans who are trying to keep their majorities slim as they may be. But it's definitely going to be a concern. You know, I think, again, it comes down to messaging as well. You know, for a lot of the Trump MAGA supporters, they're going to hold on if the president says, you know, relief is coming and I'm making deals and all these things. So they're going to hold on for a little while longer. I just don't know how long.
Really glad you said that, Maura. Do you know, nobody's talking about this. Early in-person voting starts in New Jersey today. Kristen, we'll have elections before the midterms to start basing some of this on, won't we?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, what happens in New Jersey and some of these other places. We already saw, you know, what happened in Florida, where, excuse me, the Republican,
yes,
the Democrats way outpaced as far as fundraising and also well overperformed what they should have in a very, very Republican district. So, you know, we'll have these little spots here and there where we'll be able to take a look and see. And, you know, and I think there's also these gubernatorial races like Maura mentioned with Abby Spanberger in Virginia. And, you know, these strong candidates that are coming through and can they punch past, you know, what normally would be, you know, what Democrats should do in some of these districts that are tougher for them to win.
Yeah, if you're not paying attention to this, you should. Of course, if you're listening to this program, you probably are. But June 10, New Jersey holds primaries. June 17, Virginia has its primaries, another gubernatorial race. June 24, New York City primaries in the mayoral race. Maura, will these all be seen as and reported on proxies for Trump?
I think they will, because of how well he performed in these areas, especially, you know, when you look at New Jersey and New York, you don't think of them as being anything but, you know, dark, dark blue, but they're becoming a little more purple. Yeah. And we saw that in the last election. And so this will be the kind of the first test, you know, where the numbers show up for him or not. You know, you're even seeing, you know, largely New Jersey, the Democratic field is pretty stacked, but they're really attacking one another for being too moderate, which I think is disservice, because it's not a reflection of the past election. To go too far left, you're really just saying that you ignored what happened in 2024. So we're seeing that with these ads attacking Mikey Sherrill and things of that nature. So it'll be interesting. I think Republicans are definitely going to be keeping an eye on these races during this month of June.
You wonder what the turnout is going to be with some of these. Kristen, you know what fatigue is like after a campaign that we just endured. When you talk about New Jersey, Virginia, New York mayor might have its own sort of meme quality, but are people paying attention?
I think there is fatigue, but I think that when you have somebody like President Trump, there is a lot of energy as well. I think on both sides, but particularly with a lot of the Democrats. And when you've got somebody like you mentioned, Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, who's just such a strong candidate and is so good. It's probably why they're attacking her, right, for being too moderate. But I think that there's something that's in people, and they're you know, it's up to the Democrats to get to them to the polls. But I think there's something just innate about wanting to do something about what you're seeing in this country right now. And if you don't agree with it, this is the way to do it. You go to the polls.
Well, when you back up to what we were talking about, it was the impact of the economy here on politics. We're getting a raft of data this week. Here, Maura, we were just talking about jobs and this looming jobs report on Friday with Molly Smith. Is the White House or the Republican Party at large, I'm not sure there's a difference, I don't think anyone would suggest really there is, projecting the right message when it comes to the economy? Short-term pain, long-term gain, just stick with me a little bit longer. We're going to be walking into a golden age. Do people buy that if they're not feeling good now?
If you're a diehard MAGA supporter, yeah, you're feeling it or you're going to keep that momentum going because the president is telling you to, and he is promising you. Yeah. And to them, I think for a lot of them, they trust him. They maybe don't trust their members of Congress, unfortunately, but they do trust Donald Trump. And so he has a stronghold over his voters that he is going to deliver for them. And so they are going to hold on. And I think you've got Congress who is, you know, really mostly focused on this one big, beautiful bill and trying to corral the Senate now and getting them, to get this bill across the finish line. And really, Donald Trump can hold that over them, saying, I'm promising the American people relief and this golden era, but unless you pass that bill, I can't do it.
Great to have Maura Gillespie at Blue Stack, Kristen Hahn at Rock. They're going to be back in our second hour. Of course, our great panel as we bring Kayleigh into the conversation. She's on the way, guys, and I hope that you are too. Stay with us here on the fastest show in politics. Hour 2 of Balance of Power is on the way on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The House holds its breath as the Senate takes up the big bill. Welcome to the Tuesday edition as President Trump digs into negotiations with senators now who could make major changes to the legislation. And then what? Alongside Kayleigh Lines, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the fastest show in politics. Kayleigh, the president met with about a half dozen senators yesterday, all of whom have their own concerns.
Yes, indeed. One of the loudest, perhaps, being Rand Paul, the senator who does not want a debt ceiling increase included in this legislation. He spoke with President Trump yesterday, and President Trump had some words for him publicly this morning on Truth Social. Rand votes no on everything. His ideas are actually crazy, he says.
I guess they didn't have a good call because they were on the phone yesterday. Several of these meetings were in person, including John Thune, who, boy, he's got a lot to balance right now. As this bill makes its way through the Senate. We're going to be talking about this coming up with someone who's been there, Bill Hoagland from the Bipartisan Policy Center, a veteran of the Senate and knows about times like these.
Well, certainly also knows about the rules of the Senate, including the parliamentarian, because it's not just about what senators want to change that's in the bill. It's also what can pass muster when all of this is supposed to be a matter of budget reconciliation. And the parliament may decide some of the things the House put in there don't fit that bill.
The bird bath might bring some changes. We'll also get an update from the White House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is standing by on the North Lawn as the phone continues to ring in the Oval Office.
Indeed. But first, we go instead to New York at our global headquarters, where we find Charlie Pellet, as always, keeping an eye on the markets for us as we kick things off. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Indeed, a familiar theme. Just about every update I've been telling you, we're at the high of the session. That is the truth right now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 193, up by about 0.5%. We've got the S&P up 39 now, up by about 0.7%. NASDAQ up almost 200 points, up 197, higher by 1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index also higher now by 1%. Stocks are gaining as U.S. jobs hold up amid the trade war. The 10-year, 4.46%. The 2-year right now at 3.96%. Gold now slumping 1%, 33.49 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 63.65 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin just below $106,000. Bitcoin right now higher by 1%. Constellation Energy has agreed to sell power from an Illinois nuclear plant to Meta Platforms as artificial intelligence sends power demand soaring. Shares of Meta, they're slumping now by 0.1%. Constellation, though, up by 1.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, we have our eyes on Capitol Hill, specifically on the Senate, after we spent weeks watching the House of Representatives and the wrangling that it took to get the House Republican Conference in line to pass President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, as it is actually, this legislation is actually now called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Remember, it took a lot of arm wrestling from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, but also from President Trump himself. In some ways, arguably, Joe, it's President Trump that's acting as the majority whip. I don't know where Tom Emmer is in any of this, but the question is going to be, can President Trump play that role as well in the United States Senate, where the dynamics are a little bit different, though certainly we see evidence today of the president trying.
Dynamics are really different, as John Thune would tell you, beginning with SALT. You don't have senators, Republican senators, in SALT states, which is the beginning of just a long list of different ideas that are going to be coming out of the upper chamber. Whether they make them into legislation has yet to be seen. Tyler Kendall is standing by at the White House for us right now. Bloomberg Washington correspondent, with her eye on the administration's take on this, because Tyler, that does seem to be the energy center is on President Trump's end of Pennsylvania Avenue right now, right?
Yeah, hey, Joe. President Trump really trying to ramp up the pressure on these Senate Republicans, making phone calls, posting on Truth Social, as you've been mentioning, because we have to keep in mind here, the White House is dealing with some pretty conflicting demands when it comes to these Republicans that want to make changes to the House bill. On one hand, you have this group of senators pitching themselves as fiscal hawks. Rand Paul, you mentioned, also Senator Ron Johnson, who had a phone call with President Trump yesterday, says he has plans to meet with the White House's economic team, and he wants to see some deeper spending cuts. But of course, on the other hand here, we have those concerns from Republicans about what changes to benefit programs could ultimately mean, particularly when it comes to Medicaid, perhaps speeding up those work requirements. Also, the House's plan to freeze the Medicaid provider tax, have some of the states take on more of that cost sharing. These are all raising concerns and really is a politically fraught issue for this White House. President Trump doubling down in recent posts on Truth Social, saying that the bill will not cut Medicaid, but there are analysis out there, including one that we cite here at Bloomberg News, that predicts 7.7 million people by 2034 could ultimately lose coverage because of a shifting in the eligibility requirements. So they really are going to have to thread the needle here to make everybody happy and ultimately to pass this bill. I could keep going. Of course, it's the big, beautiful bill, so there's a lot of other provisions where we're seeing disagreements. But Joe and Kaylee, we have to keep in mind, they can only lose 3 Republicans at the end of the day, and we know there are many more than that are raising concerns.
Yeah, Rand Paul says he thinks there are at least 4 who could be ready to stop this thing in its tracks, knowing that the White House is up against a kind of self-imposed deadline, if you will, that Senator Thune, Tyler, seems to be going along with. They want this done by July 4th. When would that mean it actually leaves the Senate if it still has to go back to the House, if it's to get to the president's desk by Independence Day?
Right, exactly, Kaylee. It's definitely an expedited timeline. Senator Thom Tillis, a Republican from North Carolina, did tell reporters yesterday that the Senate's current plan, their goal is to get some of those Medicaid and tax changes over to the White House to review by this weekend, and then to push more of a fuller draft of the package in the next 10 to 15 days. This would be incredibly expedited. Now, of course, they want to see this done by July 4th because that ultimately gives lawmakers a little bit of buffer room here against what really is going to be that hard deadline, which of course is the X date. We even had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent really say that that is going to be what adds fuel to the fire for these lawmakers, because it is one big, beautiful bill. So they are, of course, also attaching a hike to the debt ceiling. And we were talking about Senator Rand Paul before. His biggest point of opposition is that this bill ends up lifting that ceiling. But when you look at the details of this, the House plan lifts it by $4 trillion, Joe and Kaylee, but the Senate has said there's enough runway to lift it up to by $5 trillion. So there's still disagreement even among that issue too.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much. As we consider the positions of various senators here, Senator Cynthia Lummis, the Republican from Wyoming, was on Bloomberg TV and radio in the last hour saying that there are changes she needs to see on Medicaid, specifically if she's to vote yes for this bill. And we had a similar conversation with one of her colleagues, Senator Kevin Cramer of North Dakota, joined us on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday. And we asked him if he'd be prepared to vote yes as it stands right now. This is what he told us.
I want this to pass, but there's no reason that the Senate should just simply rubber stamp it when we can do so much better. I think it was interesting listening to the leader from the House say they don't think there's any way to find more savings, and I think that's really the thing we have to do. We will not be able to pass the bill without finding some more spending cuts. I do think, though, by and large, it will look similar to the House bill, but we just may be able to find some other places for savings.
So for more on where exactly they might be able to find savings, just how big these changes to the numbers might be, we turn to Bill Hoagland, Senior Vice President at the Bipartisan Policy Center and former Republican staff director for the Senate Budget Committee, who was here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Bill, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Always good to have you. When you look at what you're hearing from the various factions in the Senate, those who want steeper cuts, those who think the cuts maybe go too far, who would you anticipate wins out here? Or do they actually cancel each other out and we're not going to see many changes at all?
No, I think there'll be changes in the bill, and I think it is likely that they will come together. There's a lot of pressure being put on, particularly as it relates to if they do not put something together here, the tax increases that will take place will hit 68% of all those out there who file taxes, one way or the other, how much that is. But certainly there will be pressure. Changes will take place. They'll have to take place. There's no question in my mind that there are a number of provisions in this bill that the House sent over that are what we call birdable, in the sense that they do not belong in this bill. They have no budgetary consequence. And so it will change. Now, the question I would ask, though, is to get it done and on the president's desk by July the 4th is a rather expedited process, but what that tells me is that the Senate will have to negotiate what they pass. The House will have to just simply take up and pass, and that's where the difficulty is going to lie in terms of can they put a bill together in the Senate that the House can simply take and pass.
Should we assume that the current policy baseline accounting method is okay with the parliamentarian? Will that be the case in the Senate?
Well, Joe, that's a very good question. It's a question that I've been asking myself for quite some time.
Mike Johnson seems to be making this assumption.
I think that being an old budgeteer, I don't think that it passes the test that is necessary to get around a bird rule. There is a problem here with the current policy baseline, and I don't want to get into the weeds here, but it does impact upon what we call the bird rule, which is adding to the deficit beyond the 10-year window, in which case then it would be it would violate the process. And historically, I've been out of the 23, 24 reconciliation bills that have been enacted over the 50-year history of the Budget Act, I participated in about 20 of them, I guess, and we've always used current law, not current policy. But at the same time, I will tell you what I'm picking up, and as an old budgeteer who thinks deficits and debt matter, I'm picking up it doesn't really matter right now. They aren't concerned about the debt and deficit, and that's disconcerting to me, if nothing else.
Well, we've also heard from the majority leader, Senator Thune contends that actually it's up to Senator Lindsey Graham, who leads the Budget Committee, to decide whether current policy baseline is justified or not. Do you see John Thune as being willing to defy the parliamentarian on that or any issue?
No, I don't. I think the majority leader has, I understood, made it very clear he's not going to question the parliamentarian. And therefore, I don't think he would go beyond the parliamentarian's advice. Now, again, the parliamentarian gives the advice to the chair. The chair rules, not the parliamentarian. And so it's possible the chair could say, current policy is fine, and we'll go forward with it. It's an unanswerable question, Joe. I'm sorry at this point to give you that answer.
Well, this is, we're getting to the rub here. I mean,
yes.
The old line that the Senate is the saucer that cools the tea.
Senate.
Is it going to be the opposite this time?
I think the Senate is going to certainly modify the House, the hot tea of the House, and
turn up the heat under the tea.
But honestly, this is going to be a very dicey exercise, obviously, for the majority leader in the Senate, because he has to also make sure that whatever he passes can get passed back into the House and it not fail in the House, too. So getting the two sides, the ones who want more deficit reduction and those who don't want to make the particular reductions that are necessary, this is going to be a very, very difficult exercise for the new majority leader.
When we consider the Medicaid issue specifically, President Trump is contending that there are false statements being made, that these are not Medicaid cuts that are happening. We've been told the same by many Republicans on this program, including Congresswoman Ashley Hinson last night, who told us that this is just fear-mongering on the Democrats. This isn't about cuts. It's about making sure the program can last long term. How realistically should we be framing these Medicaid alterations, cuts, whatever you want to call them?
I think it's I think there's truth in both arguments that are being put forth. Number one, work requirements. Are the work requirements a cut? No, if they're requiring individuals to participate in the Medicaid program, and if they choose not to because of the work requirement, is that a cut? I don't know. At the same time, the provider tax that's in there does impact directly, I think, nursing homes, rural hospitals. That could feed back to being real cuts on individuals. So when the CBO makes the estimate, and your reporter indicated also about 6.7 million, 7 million people that would be removed from the Medicaid rolls because of this, I think it's hard to say there aren't going to be reductions here. And particularly the one area that should be focused on, I think, as coming from a rural area myself, is the rural hospitals. They could very well be hit by the provider tax. One other thing I want to make, Kaylee, that point I would make is that we should also look at the SNAP program, the food stamp program, and the changes that are being proposed there, which are work requirements also, but also the requirement that the states pick up a particular share. Right now, the SNAP benefit itself is 100% federal. If you're asking the states to pick that up, for the SNAP benefits, and then you're asking the states to pick up the administrative cost associated with the work requirement, there are going to be some major shifts in administrative costs to the states. And those are, a lot of them are red states, and so when those red state governors start calling their senator, I think it will make some changes.
Well, you're really putting your finger on. So Jim Justice knows this, which is why he's been talking about it. Republican senators with big rural communities in their states are deeply concerned about that provider tax. They see nursing homes closing, rural hospitals closing. Does that mean Republicans crank back the changes to Medicaid?
I think there will be some changes in the Medicaid program, particularly. coming out of the, well, you've reported so many times here. We got Susan Collins, who has concerns. You have Murkowski has concerns.
That's right.
Josh Hawley, of all people, a conservative senator, has concerns about that. These are big issues in rural areas of the country and rural hospitals. Yes, I think there will be changes.
Well, as we wait to see what those changes are in the Senate, the House is also going to be taking up some work this week as the White House is now formally sharing a rescission package with the House. PBS, NPR, USAID funding, I think it amounts to about $9 billion.
$9 billion.
Bill, I think they're going to make a big deal out of this, but is this a big deal or is it a drop in a bucket?
Well, $9 billion is nothing to snuff at. And I would say that, yes, it is a big deal. The question here is, I'm not clear. I haven't seen the proposal yet, whether it's the $9 billion is made up of basically the USAID funds and then the public radio and public communication. And my sense here is if they put those two together as one package, it probably does pass the House. I'm not sure it passes the Senate, though. Again, we're back to the rural areas that depend a lot upon some of the corporate broadcasting systems that are out there. Not to take anything away from Bloomberg at all, of course, but definitely. Yeah. So, yes, that's it. One thing you should know is that that this is probably just the start of rescission. This is something under the Impoundment Control Act. The president has every right to propose to Congress the elimination of funding that has been made available. My sense is there's going to be a lot more coming later in the year.
Yeah? Will that be coming with help from the DOJ, or is that a separate?
Well, it's separate from DOJ, but the DOJ proposals that now take actual form in the form of a rescission that would be submitted to Congress. I don't want to get into the weeds too far here, but you have 45. Congress has 45 days to act on a rescission package once it's submitted. Either you approve it or you don't approve it. And if you wait until, say, the middle of the August recess and you propose those, it is possible that those rescissions would go in effect without any action by Congress. This is what we call line item rescission veto. Yeah. And so be aware that there's some more coming.
And that can happen during a recess, is what you're saying.
It can. It's not. They're not on official recess. There's continuous session. They will not go on recess during the August
so you keep one
vacation.
Pro forma
the pro forma largely so that they can avoid recess appointments.
Right. Wow.
We have Remember when we were having a conversation about recess appointments every day?
Yes, we were.
Around the cabinet nominees.
Just wait, it'll come back around. We'll call Bill Hoagland. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Bill, as always. A veteran of the Senate, now with the Bipartisan Policy Center, and giving us a real sense, Kaylee, of what we can look for with changes that are coming out of this bill. You wonder if Donald Trump told John Thune to keep it the way it is.
Yeah, well, certainly the Speaker of the House hasn't been shy about doing that, saying, Mr. Majority Leader, you need to change this as little as possible if you want me to be able to pass it a second time. We'll see how much louder the voice of the president gets on this.
Yeah, may not be very practical for John Thune in the meantime. Stay with us. We're going to assemble our political panel next. Maura Gillespie, Kristen Hahn, no strangers to this debate, will be up with us here on Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Familiar theme, another leg higher, and once again, best level of the day with the S&P now higher by 43 points at 59.79. A gain right now of 0.7%. Traders driving stocks higher as data shows the labor market is holding up despite concerns about the risks stemming from President Trump's tariff war. The Dow up 237 now, up 0.6%. Nasdaq up 216. That is a gain of 1.1%. We've got the 10-year at 4.46%, the 2-year 3.96%. Gold is down $29 the ounce, down 0.9%, 33.52 on gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude 63.65 a barrel, gold up 1.8%. Bitcoin up 1.2%, 106,160 now on Bitcoin. Victoria's Secret says a security incident that caused it to shut down its e-commerce site may hurt results for the current quarter. Victoria's Secret shares, they're down now by 0.4%. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says China needs to shift to a more consumption-led economy to help ease global imbalances and be a reliable partner for the rest of the world. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P best level right now, up 44 points. That is a gain of 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew live in Washington, where we are focused on the United States Senate, as we will be probably all week for the weeks to come, basically leading up until when they leave for the July 4th recess, which is actually the last week of June is the last week they're scheduled to be in session. And the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, has suggested he would like to see a bill pass through the Senate, sent back to the House, and pass through the House on the president's desk by the 4th of July. So the time is short. And there's a lot of people that still need to be made happy here, including Republican Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, who is not yet a yes, she says, on this bill. There's still some things she would like to see changed, including when it comes to Medicaid. She said this on Bloomberg TV and radio earlier.
I would like to see some reforms to Medicaid. This is not in an effort to remove benefits from those who were intended to have it, but rather to stop the states from using a mechanism to enrich their federal participation dollars. 49 states are doing it. It would require the reform of the state's loophole for me to support the Medicaid reforms.
She's talking about changes to the provider tax, which, as we were just discussing with Bill Hoagland, is a problem for a lot of Republican senators who represent rural states. The fear that it could lead to the closures of rural hospitals or nursing homes. It's where we start our conversation with our political panel. Republican strategist Maura Gillespie is with us, the founder of Blue Stack Strategies. Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions. Great to see both of you here. Maura, what's your sense of this? If Republican senators start to tinker with this deal on Medicaid, you worked for a former speaker a former Republican Speaker of the House. Is it DOA when it comes back to the lower chamber? What happens?
No, the pressure does begin to mount, though, on making sure it can still get done. Again, I think that the biggest issue here is the role that the president will play in pressuring these members, especially in the House side, to accept what the Senate has done with the bill and get it done before, realistically, the August recess. I think that's the more likely scenario. But Senator John Thune is going to let this kind of work its will through the Senate, and you're seeing that play out and talking about the benefits and some of the issues there with rural states. You know, Missouri is one that I know they have deep concerns about that provision that Senator Lummis talked about. So you're going to have a couple of these senators that are going to raise their, red flag as saying this is non-negotiable. They have a little bit more staying power as far as some of them aren't out for re-election this cycle and they're not up in the midterms, whereas the House is going to have to play ball more so when it comes to Donald Trump's pressure.
So is that another way of saying, Maura, that the Senate actually does have a great deal more leverage here, might not be as easily moved by either the leader, John Thune, or by President Trump himself?
They do, just because of the fact that the House is up for re-election in 2026. And several of the senators that are speaking out, some are up for re-election in 26, but again, they represent a larger swath of the American public. And so their objectives here, they do have more legs to stand on as far as being able to push back on these provisions that the House pushed through.
What's your sense of this, Kristen Hahn, as a Democrat watching a Republican-only exercise? Do you expect that the House signs off on whatever comes back?
I mean, I think that if they want to ultimately get this done, they're going to have to. I worked in the House side when we had a Democratic Senate, a Democratic House, and President Obama in the White House, and it was a frustrating thing for the House staff and the members because we would send something over to the Senate and that would come back to us and we call it sticking the House. I mean, if the president wants to get it done, I think he's just going to have to force the members of the House to do it. And then a lot of them are going to be in some really tough spots if they get this done because of what we were discussing, heavy cuts to Medicaid and how that will impact a lot of rural America. And I know that there are a lot of members of the House who are very concerned about that coming back.
Well, when we consider those swing districts in 2026 and the messaging war that is going to be fought in them, Kristen, we were told last night by one Republican lawmaker that Democrats are just fear-mongering on this. President Trump is saying the same. How do you think voters will actually view this Medicaid issue? Is it just semantics to them?
I mean, you look at these town halls in a lot of these Republican or red districts, and people are fearful. They're scared, and that's not something that the National Democratic Party has ginned up. That's what's happening on the ground. People are they're upset, and they're voicing their opinions, and they're going to voice their opinions at the ballot box. So, I was very, actually, as a comms person, very impressed with Republicans in the House who had been very concerned about this leading up to the vote for the bill. But once they voted for it, they were all speaking off of the same playbook, saying the Democrats are fear-mongering and this isn't actually, we're just, people who are not citizens of the United States shouldn't have Medicaid. I mean, they're doing a good job of talking about it up in D.C. and Washington on television, but at home, people are concerned, and that's what they should be concerned about in 2026 for sure.
What is it, Maura, that gets President Trump out of the White House back up on Capitol Hill? You know there's going to be a tough meeting at some point where everybody goes behind closed doors so they can be cajoled or even shamed by the president. We're starting with phone calls, but when does the personal visit happen? Does that push this across the line?
It will likely be when it goes back to the House. I think you're going to see some of these cuts, in terms of SNAP. Chuck Grassley has been pretty adamant about that one, that he doesn't like the House version of it. And so several members of the Senate don't like that either. And the discrepancy there between what the Senate wants versus what the House wants, it's pretty massive. So I think when we see how that plays out, and then again with the Medicaid discussion, the messaging there is important. And I think that Kristen hit on that a little bit there about what they're saying about fear mongering, but they're also talking about there needs to be a accountability when it comes to Medicaid, and the programs themselves are not sustainable if we don't get a handle on the fraud, waste, and abuse both in Medicaid and Medicare. And so being able to talk to your constituents, going home and doing town halls, even though they're challenging and even though they're very difficult and you do get yelled at, it's important to hear your constituents, hear them out, and explain to them what it is that you're looking to do as a member of Congress. And that messaging war, unfortunately, if they're not successful, Donald Trump will have to come in and let them know, here's what's happening. And he'll have to maybe, make some promises about going to their districts and going in to help them during their reelection. I think that kind of a conversation between the conference and the president is going to be pretty important, especially with some of these holdouts who are concerned about the impact for their reelection.
I do want to mention that at this hour, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is holding court in the briefing room, answering questions from reporters. She did just make a little bit of news confirming that President Trump, as you can see live on Bloomberg TV as well as on Bloomberg Originals, will be attending the NATO summit later this month. That, of course, is being held just after the G7 meeting, which he is also attending. I would imagine the war in Ukraine will feature heavily on that agenda. But she's also speaking to the efforts on Capitol Hill, as she notes that the White House will be sending a rescissions package today to the House, but is talking about the big, beautiful bill as well. She says Republicans opposing the big, beautiful bill are wrong. And Kristen, she also is pointing out specifically the CBO being wrong, at least in her words, historically, on the economic impacts of such legislation. We have seen a lot of Republican ire thrown at the CBO specifically. Do they have a point? Should we be taking CBO estimates at face value?
Well, I think, we've said this before on this show, that people tend to really lean on the CBO and love on the CBO when they agree with their assessment, and then, and not when they don't. So this is a tale as old as time, and people have gone after the CBO forever. But I think that, the CBO plays an important role, clearly, in any piece of legislation that has an impact on our debt and deficit and spending in this country. And they're the ones that are actually looking at it not through a political lens. So I think it's important to take what they're saying seriously.
Is this a party in power thing or a Republican thing, though, Maura? I remember the Biden White House embracing CBO scoring. What's Republicans' allergy to what is a nonpartisan outfit with years of experience inside the Congress? They're not going to start dynamic scoring tomorrow, apparently, but what are they doing wrong?
Well, I think for a lot of Republicans, but I think it goes across the aisle as well. The CBO score is one aspect of the viability of a piece of legislation, but it also really does come down to the messaging of it and the will of the people behind it and the power of the members who are pushing it forward. So it's not the end-all be-all, and I think that that's how Republicans have viewed it for a long time. Sure, they have to get the bill scored, but it doesn't necessarily make or break whether that bill has the piece of legislation has viability. And so looking at it through that lens, that's more or less how Republicans have largely viewed the CBO. But to Kristen's point, I mean, the hypocrisy about it kind of runs the gamut on Capitol Hill. You love it when it loves you, and you hate it when it hates you back. So that seems to be the consensus there.
Well, speaking of hate, I do want to call attention to a post that just hit the wire on X, specifically from the man who owns it, Elon Musk, taking to X and saying the following, quote, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it." Kristen, is this what happens when Elon Musk leaves Washington?
I guess so, man. He didn't have a long tenure here, and he certainly doesn't have the stomach for the politics, particularly when you're talking about dealing with issues that are this big. But that's certainly interesting. I wonder if he and the president had some sort of call. I don't know what's going on there, but it's always interesting to see what he says. I don't disagree with him necessarily. So.
Sounds like they broke up.
Yeah.
That's not what President Trump is saying about the bill.
And this goes well beyond just a bill can't be both big and beautiful that he said on CBS last week.
An abomination.
This is much harsher.
Disgusting abomination.
Language. Shame on those who voted for it, he says. I wonder if we'll be hearing from President Trump about this one, or if this will work its way into the White House briefing that is currently happening with Caroline Leavitt. Thank you very much to our political panel, Kristen Hahn and Maura Gillespie. Always great to have you here on Balance of Power. as we watch The Wire on X, watch The Wires on the terminal as well. We'll be back for more in just a moment on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Elon Musk is calling the spending bill, quote, a disgusting abomination. In a post on X, he said, quote, I'm sorry, I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. He goes on to say on X, shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Again, that post on X coming right now from Elon Musk. U.S. stocks continue to push higher. S&P 500 index very close to session highs right now, up 43, up 0.7%. The Dow up 256. That is a gain of 0.6%. NASDAQ now up by just over 1%, up 204 points. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 1.7%. 10-year at 4.46% with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold down 0.8%, 33.53 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 63.72 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now up by 1%, 106,000 even on Bitcoin. JP Morgan Chase is putting Marianne Lake, one of the leading contenders to one-day take over for CEO Jamie Dimon, in charge of strategic growth and the firm's fast-growing overseas consumer bank. Shares of JP Morgan Chase, they're up now by about 0.5%. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P up 41, now up 0.7%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here as we talk politics in Washington with a breaking headline from the White House. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, telling reporters in the midst of an ongoing briefing that President Trump was not aware of the daring, as some might describe, certainly unlikely drone strike by Ukraine against Russia deep inside Russian territory over the weekend, catching Russia by surprise by smuggling in more than 100 drones over the course of months. There had been questions, and we were asking some of them here on the program yesterday about whether there was U.S. support, intelligence support behind this operation, and apparently President Trump was not aware until we all read about it in the news. Now, this headline arrives as NATO puts out a new directive, or at least a question, for European member states whether they can expand ground-based air defense capabilities by 5-fold to help fill a gap in response to the threat of Russian aggression. We heard earlier today from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on this matter.
We are facing the most dangerous security environment in decades. Russia's war of aggression continues. Terrorist threats persist. We are not at war, but we are not at peace either. So we must continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense.
So we want to get more on this now and turn to Jenny Welch. She's Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Jenny, we understand this is officially going to be proposed when NATO defense ministers gather in Brussels on Thursday. Then, of course, there's the wider NATO meeting that happens later this month that the White House just confirmed President Trump will be attending. When we consider their reasons why, the discussions they will have around this, is this in part because they've shared so many air defense systems with Ukraine already over the course of this war, and that leaves them underprepared? Or is it that this war has shown the nature of war itself is changing and they need to be able to adapt?
I think it's certainly both of those factors. NATO countries have transferred a lot of air defense systems to Ukraine, in part because that's faster to move existing systems over instead of producing new ones. A second factor is certainly, as the weekend attack by Ukraine demonstrates, the nature of warfare has changed. There are far more complex challenges in the air that these countries have to worry about. And the third factor, which probably won't be an explicit one, is that Europe and Ukraine remain heavily reliant on the U.S. for those air defense systems, especially Patriots. And so if we're envisioning a future in which the U.S. is less willing to provide aid directly to Ukraine and Europe needs to backfill that, they may want more of their own systems to provide that option.
How many NATO members can afford to meet this goal of 5-fold increase? Do we have a sense of that?
Well, fortunately, many NATO members have already been increasing their defense spending over time. Even some of the laggards like Spain are now talking about trying to finally reach that 2% benchmark. Granted, now the bloc is talking about even higher benchmarks, maybe as high as 5% when you incorporate different sources of funding that aren't limited to just the traditional military budget. All that being said, I think it depends on what the time frame is for achieving this goal. Many times NATO adopts sort of a time frame of allowing a few years for them to ramp up spending to meet their goals.
Well, when we consider the funding question, what is that funding actually going to need to buy? What is needed to combat the likes of the attack that Ukraine just conducted? It was cheap drones that they were using. Is the counteracting force of cheap technology like that also cheap, or can it be really expensive?
It can be cheap. The Russians, for example, have used very cheap things like nets and wires as a way of obstructing drones, or even jamming of drones depending on their technology to separate the drone from the operator. But the thing is, it's a cat and mouse game. Warfare is constantly evolving on the battlefield in Ukraine right now. So the solutions that they're developing to today's issues might be very different from where they are in a year or two from now. And all of that really complicates procurement, because you're putting those orders in now against systems but that might not be on the battlefield when you're actually confronting the challenge.
Which is why we've seen Russia using tethered drones that have an actual fiber line.
The fiber optic,
So they're not jammable. It's incredible. When you think back, though, Ukraine's been at this for a minute, experimenting with drones, trying to find new ways to use them. When they swarmed drones to sink Russia's flagship in the Black Sea, for instance, how prepared, to add on to Kaylee's question, are we? How prepared are our naval assets for something like that?
Not just naval assets, but you consider the potential broader security ramifications of this technology, which, as Kaylee noted, is very inexpensive. There's a lot of actors out there that could afford this beyond state actors, not to hype the threat. But I think there's also domestic security concerns about this technology. And one of the key questions is, who else is going to be looking at what Ukraine did over the weekend and taking lessons away from it?
Well, and I would imagine that not all of this is solvable with a Golden Dome that the president says will be ready in a few years.
No, I think a Golden Dome, depending on how they scope it, is probably going to be more focused on traditional missile threats. When it comes to drones, again, a lot of it depends on the type of drone. You could have physical obstructions like the netting. You could have jamming as a way of disconnecting from the operator. With the sea drones, it's a similar sort of problem set, but those options might be available to you. A lot of this also relies on having good internet connectivity or satellite tech to connect and guide that drone to its destination.
So in the meantime, we're popping off $1 million missiles to shoot down $100 drones? That's what we're saying here, right?
Well, it could be cheaper options. The jamming guns, for example, are cheaper, at least, than some of the interceptor missiles out there. And you still need to guard against those traditional threats of, for example, Russian jets, Russian missiles. That's all on the table for NATO. But I think this is what the Secretary General was referring to in terms of the complex environment that they're facing of the traditional threats they need to guard against, but also these new emerging threats that, again, I think are going to continue to evolve because this war is not yet over.
Well, and I do want to talk about this war not yet being over. The attack we saw over the weekend that Ukraine was able to pull off, there's some dispute about the number of actual aircraft that were damaged, but has it fundamentally changed the arc of the direction in which this conflict is going? At the very least, changed the arc of the talks to end it, as we saw in Turkey yesterday?
I don't want to downplay the significance of Ukraine's innovative capabilities that were on display over the weekend, or the achievement that they had, and certainly a significant embarrassment for Russia. But at the same time, it's unlikely to have a major impact directly itself on the battlefield or at the negotiating table. I think the risk that it does create is, how does Russia feel it needs to respond to this, particularly given the embarrassment it faces?
You're a geo-economist, and when you consider the options of what might come next, the idea of Russia retaliating with something we haven't seen yet, either in terms of a nuclear attack or a massive conventional attack, which can still be incredibly destructive, what would that mean for economic implications throughout Europe and even here in the U.S.?
Well, the summer is already underway, and that's traditionally the time period where Russia makes a major offensive against Ukraine. That might already be underway. So I think we should certainly anticipate a stronger conventional push. I think Putin has employed the nuclear bluff quite a bit over the last few years, and I'm personally a little bit skeptical that he is actually going to follow through on that threat. But I think what it points to is Russia has been willing to throw a lot of bodies and a lot of weapons at this issue, and that's essentially where their head is at. That time is on their side, battlefield edge is on their side. They're showing up to talks, but they're not doing much more than that.
Fascinating. Great to spend time with you, as always, Jenny. She covers this for us here in Washington as Bloomberg Economics Chief Geo-Economics Analyst. Jennifer Welch, many thanks as ever here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. One of the big movers today, nuclear stocks.
Yeah.
This is really something. We've talked about this a lot here, the need for additional power, clean, renewable power to run the data centers that are building the AI models that are going to change our lives someday, Kaylee. And it looks like Meta has made the latest major investment, a 20-year deal.
Yeah, pretty incredible.
With Constellation Energy.
Yeah, starting mid-2027, they're looking to nuclear to power all of the artificial intelligence work that they're going to be doing. And it's incredible to consider. This also comes as the White House, just last week, was signing executive orders in order to ease the regulatory environment around nuclear power, knowing that this demand exists and that this is a potential source of the supply.
We got a young nuclear executive right at the desk here with us who was at the White House that day for it. Riley Griffin is covering this for us, Bloomberg News tech reporter, and joining us live from San Francisco. Riley, it's great to have you with us here. We understand that this will actually work with the grid, not around it. What is Meta getting for this investment?
That's a great question, Joe. Thanks for having me on. Meta in this 20-year agreement is getting power. And as you said earlier, this is power that will fuel the AI demands that it has for electricity, which are exponentially increasing year over year. It also is about reliability. When I spoke with Meta's global head of energy, what she signaled to me was that not only is this about reaching their sustainability objectives, they want energy, but they also want clean energy without those carbon emissions. It's also about ensuring the grid remains stable. And this is a plant that years ago was at risk of closure. It remained that way right now. And so in 2027, as it reaches that 20-year commitment, it's able to help Constellation essentially invest in this over time for the next 2 decades.
Well, and when we consider that this is a 2-decade-long contract, Riley, Meta is clearly operating under the assumption that AI is going to be something that they're going to continue to be deploying and need powered for some time. Where is Meta right now in the overall AI race that they feel like they can make a commitment like this one?
So Meta has committed to spending hundreds of billions in the next few years on AI and the infrastructure needed to fuel it. This year, it's spending upwards of potentially $70 billion in capital expenditures on that same question. So this is a part of an overarching strategy. It also is looking to double down on nuclear beyond this agreement. So it's requested last December proposals from all sorts of businesses across this country as it aims to continue to invest in nuclear. And they see this Constellation deal as the first part of that story, but it's a separate project altogether. The 50 proposals that they've got, they're honing down on, and they expect to have answers by the end of this year, potentially, on their next project, which is even bigger.
Ble det stor arbeid?
You wonder how much
hun bare kan
is
ikke
left
sykle
here in
på,
terms
det
of
bæsj overalt
capacity,
der.
Riley. It takes a long time to get a new nuclear plant up and running, despite the
Og
fact
derfor
that
var
the
inne og tok
president
bilder
is
i stad,
endorsing this, and we
sikkert.
did cover that executive order that he
gjorde
signed
det?
to try to accelerate some of this, even the smaller modular nukes that are a little bit easier to get online. But we saw Microsoft
de der
cut a
AI-chipsene
similar
går som
deal like
helvete.
this. This kept
Gull
the
gikk jo
plant from
dritbra, da.
closing. How many more deals like this could exist without new infrastructure?
So Constellation said it expects more deals like this to come.
Ja, tok jeg den ut med 160 i
For
profil.
Meta, you're hitting on a really
Men
important
ennå der
point,
ennå.
Joe.
Mange kontrakter du hadde?
As they looked for that bigger, longer-term project, the request for proposals that I mentioned, this is something that's able to pave the way now. So the energy is going to kick in 2027.
Ja, må ut på den der jævla Nasdaqen, ass, for den blir bare ødelagt av 3 aksjer.
5 years plus that it takes to
Ja,
get
for
the
dette
application
også.
running. And so this
for
is a
dette
short-term
også.
solution, and
Da bare
even though
den
20 years
tar for lang
doesn't sound
tid.
all too short-term, they're
Ja.
looking to onboard
Mm, safe.
more energy and
Ja,
seek
sant.
more agreements moving forward.
All right, Bloomberg's Riley Griffin, who covers Meta for us out in San Francisco. Thank you so much for joining us. Meantime, here in Washington, I would note the press briefing with the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has just ended. She did confirm that the increase in steel tariffs tomorrow will be effective from 25% to 50%. But she was also forced, Joe, to respond to a post on X that hit just a bit ago from Elon Musk, who until literally last week was often seen at the side of the president. Elon Musk, of course, to reiterate, said, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it." Caroline Leavitt says President Trump already knew where he stood on this bill.
So if he's not able to stand it anymore,
That suggests he's been thinking this for a while.
Yeah.
Maybe could have mentioned it last week in his farewell news conference. That was just on Friday he was with Donald Trump,
Yeah.
I believe.
Wasn't too long ago.
You know you did wrong, you know it. We'll wait for more from the White House on this and meet you at 5 p.m. Eastern for the late edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Du skal bli rik på gull.
Ja. Og skal vi kjøpe gull med det?
Nasdaq skal knekke, vent og se. Nå gikk Elon Musk akkurat ut og kritiserte den der The Big Beautiful Bill, at den er katastrofe. Det har jeg sagt hele tiden.
Det har vel han tenkt hele tiden, tenker jeg.
Ja, han har det, men nå tør han liksom å snakke litt mot Trump, da. Det er jo ålreit.
Ja. Man er jo ikke dum.
Hva sa du, Robert?
Så han er jo ikke dum.
Jeg tror Elon Musk er en av de smarteste menneskene noensinne. Så kan du si, jo, men han har rappa ideer, bla bla bla. Alt han kameraten tar blir til gull.
Ja, ikke sant.
Han startet jo PayPal, han var bare et par og 20 år gammel.
Ja.
Og så, vet du hvordan han lærte seg raketter? Han har ikke noe utdannelse på det. Han leste en bok om motorer og raketter. Jeg vet ikke om vi skal samle det i Hitler og Elon helt, men jeg tror ikke, Hitler var heller ikke så dum. Han var bare litt fucka. Hva skal jeg gjøre for denne kråka med? Jeg har blitt så jævla glad i den, altså.
Ja, han mest mulig ut, kanskje. Det kunne jeg ha lurt.
Elon har IQ på 150-160. Jeg har IQ på 30, tror jeg.
Og jeg ligger et sted imellom.
Jeg aner ikke, jeg har aldri tatt så IQ-test. Jeg har aldri skjønt meg av det. Så det kan ikke være jævla høy IQ, ja.
Men du har ikke 30, vet du, du har ikke sett sånn ut.
Jeg mangler en dag.
Jo. Det er lite i den store sammenhengen.
Jeg mangler en dag. Og Salsar! Funker ikke Discord-linken? Det er ikke rart ikke kommer nye mennesker inn på her.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, we are across Bloomberg platforms. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenevec, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. I don't know, Tim, can I go as far to say everything is
team som har...
You could say that, I guess. 0.6% higher on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ higher by close to 1 percentage point. We're going to have more on the trade in just a second from Charlie Pellet.
Det er et team.
Things are looking pretty good, especially... if you're in the nuclear power business.
Ah, love that you went there. Meta, definitely powering up when it comes
Nasdaq
to nuclear. We're going to dig
stupid
into
artikel
the
on.
energy and AI components of that move. I mean, I feel like, yeah, we're all
Nasdaq
in on AI,
skulle
but I feel
16 000,
like the
men
real
får se.
big investment story of our time right
Då
now
tror vi det
is all the
regnar
money
då.
going into power all of that stuff.
Well, speaking of power, it seems like the labor market continues to power on. We're going to be sitting down with a great group of folks throughout the next 3 hours, really trying to get an idea of what exactly the economy is telling us.
Yeah, speaking of the economy, we get a good read on the U.S. consumer. We've got the CFO of the publicly held fintech company, Pagaya. They are going to join us in this hour, so a lot coming your way. Let's get you caught up on the trade on this Tuesday. For that, we toss things over to Charlie Pellet.
Tror du noen kan sende linken til Discorden i chatten?
We're pushing higher, but right now
Prater
off
du?
session highs on the
Hørte du Krog?
0.6
Hørte han? Han prater.
210 higher now by 0.5%. The Nasdaq
Hørte han prater,
Composite
Robert?
Index up by 1%.
Hvem sa det?
We've got the 10-year currently
Gustav?
yielding 4.45% with the
Nei.
2-year 3.95%.
Men nå er jeg død.
$20 the ounce, 33.52 on the precious metal.
Det er dumt å spørre om jeg hører, vet du.
1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now is advancing.
Jeg vet ikke hvordan man ikke gjør sånne ting. Jeg sa her, jeg kan ikke sånne greier. Hvorfor faen er ramla Nasdaq?
Traders are driving
Det var
stocks higher
på
as
tide,
data
da.
shows the American labor market is holding up despite concerns about risks stemming from President Trump's tariff war. Dollar General shares are up 15% right now. Dollar General slightly increasing its annual
Du sendte
guidance
det til deg.
after the first quarter top projections. The discount chain also said it does expect to mitigate a significant
traff
amount of
noe
tariffs
jævlig på
currently
gull,
in
ass.
place. Again, Dollar General up by 15%. For on-demand news, 24 hours.
Hvor er Stig i dag, da? Må ringe og høre hvordan det går med han, da, så ikke han har fått juling eller drukket seg til helvete eller noe.
Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters. All right, folks,
see you.
you know nuclear power has emerged as one of the biggest winners from the AI-fueled surge in electricity demand. Lots of AI, Tim, means lots of power needed.
The latest sign, Constellation Energy agreeing to sell power from an Illinois
Aldri
nuclear
hørt
plant to
om disse
Meta
bra, jeg.
platforms. This is artificial intelligence sends power demand soaring. When we talk nuclear, we
Lever
go with
eller?
one person we want in our
I thought you were
studio.
going to say we go nuclear.
Ja, men
We
hva
go
er det ikke
nuclear,
her,
we
da?
go with
Hva
Will
skjer
Wade.
for
He's
noe?
Bloomberg News energy reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. I just want to just set the stage a little bit with something like this because we
Okay,
get energy from a lot of different sources here in the U.S. We get it from coal, we get it from natural gas, we get it from renewables such as
Se
solar
Nasdaq, da!
and wind, and also hydropower.
Ramla 200 poeng.
Nuclear too.
Hva
How
skjedde
much
nå?
do we get from nuclear right now?
About 19-20%.
And
Altså,
that's
jeg er jo glad.
relatively steady.
Takk for
It's been so
korreksjon.
steady.
So then what
Se
does it
melding,
mean for a
ikke
company like
melding.
Meta Platforms to come out and say, we want power and we want it from this specific nuclear power plant?
Hvilken melding?
What it says
Wow.
is that the tech companies want clean power. So they've got all
Clean
these...
and nuclear, Carol.
Og det var
I know.
dritfett, da.
Which, oxymoron.
In the
to some
1980s
extent,
and
but-
1990s, we wouldn't have said that, but this
no,
is a
we
different
wouldn't
story.
have,
But it
I
is
mean,
clean, right?
It is. I mean, it's not renewable.
Det var
It comes from a
dritfett, da.
finite resource, uranium,
Altså,
but it doesn't
ute?
have carbon emissions that are causing climate change.
Hvorfor
That's what we
knekker
mean
den
by
av?
clean.
Å ja,
There's the
det var det
waste,
som
it's
sa
a real
den
thing. It's not really what we're talking
Musk
about
Okay,
today.
Forces
crazy that
Trump
we spend,
budget bill.
Am I crazy that I spend so much time? We actually.
Men
I
hvis det er
think
det
we
som
say.
skal til for å
I
tryne
think you just
Nasdaq,
said crazy.
da er vi ute og
Well,
kjører,
you
altså.
are crazy, but like having said that in a loving way, like, are we right to be concerned about the nuclear waste? Why?
Well, I think about nuclear a whole lot more than you. And, I mean, the waste is a real thing.
Yeah.
But it's pretty safely stored. There have been 3 nuclear accidents in history, and they've all been from operating reactors. No one who don't play them.
Ja,
You
det
gotta
bør
take
spørre
care of
han om,
these
det
things,
aner jeg
but the
ikke.
waste, once they're done with it, they put it in these giant concrete casks. They weigh tons. They're massive. We don't have problems
Concrete
with those
never
things.
cracks. I mean, I've seen foundations.
They're
but-
concrete. They're covered in steel. They're like many feet thick.
Okay.
Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, Fukushima
Yeah.
are what we're talking about.
Yeah.
How do we
Okay.
know, or how do, given what we knew happened in the 80s and then
I
in the
orker ikke.
early 2000s, about 10, a little more than 10 years ago, how do we prevent that from happening?
Jeg skal høre hvorfor han har gjort det.
The industry is constantly working on safety standards. I know I just came back from Japan where they had a lot of hand-wringing about the Fukushima accident, and it turned out that there was an important seawall that should have been higher, so they're working on building that up and building higher seawalls at the other plants there. So they're always thinking of how can we work on safety to things. But I think But also, like the new designs that they're coming up with,
Halla.
they cool down.
Du har satt den der
different ways.
expire
So if
linken
there was
på
an
Discord. Da.
emergency
Du må ikke gjøre det.
shutdown,
Vet. Det er jo ingen kommer
they
inn på
would
Discord.
sort of shut down and
Linken
cool
funker
off
ikke.
by themselves without human interaction. That's sort of the new technology that they're developing. They're not in service yet.
Nei, for det
but
står
they're
expired,
working on these
sier
new
folk.
technologies.
Cool down
Ingen får komme seg.
meaning it
Not
shuts-
have a meltdown.
Not have a meltdown, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Obviously. No,
Meltdown.
I mean,
You want to avoid
no,
the
I-
meltdowns.
like,
Nei, jeg har ikke gjort noe.
that's
Det
when
er
you
selve
talk about
linken til
contamination,
Discord.
right?
Der folk
Within
kommer
an
ikke inn
area.
på Discord.
I know you're laughing, but it's like I want to understand.
Avoid the meltdown at
Yeah.
all costs is
Yeah.
basically what Will is saying.
Whether it's an infant or a toddler.
Må de,
So back to the Meta Platforms deal.
Sure.
Does it mean that because Meta is going to be using
That's
the
the
energy
fix
that
it.
is
Okay,
produced
cool.
by this
Fix it.
reactor in Illinois, does that mean that that energy will then go to Meta Platforms and
fixer
not
det
go
nå.
to powering what it has previously powered?
Yeah, that's a really complicated
Jeg kan
question.
ikke noe.
They're buying the electricity from Constellation, but it's not like
Jeg vet
they're
ikke.
plugging
Stig
a
som
giant
kan sånn
extension
shit som det
cord
der.
into the side of the reactor and getting that power directly. Once the power goes onto the grid, it's really hard to say this power is from that plant and Meta's using that power from the Clinton plant, but they're getting all of these megawatts from Constellation, and so they're tapping into the clean energy credits generated by these nuclear power plants.
Okay, so like as you said, it goes out to the grid, so who knows?
Yeah.
But I do wonder, you know, Will, as more and more power is needed by all of this AI that's going on, who gets squeezed out? What
Yeah.
grid gets overstressed? Because we've already talked with you, I feel like many
Nå
times
snakker man
about
bryte
the stress that's
21,
already in our power system.
6:30 for å falle
No,
videre.
that's totally right. I wish I had a better answer for you on that. The answer is everybody wants electricity, and they want it faster than we can build new power plants. I mean, these big power plants, they take years to build, and that comes after years of
Jeg har blitt
environmental
kontaktet av en
reviews and all
journalist
that.
angående kråka. Hva skal jeg
So
svare der, da?
power demand growth in the U.S. is quickly becoming a significant issue. And
Hei,
industries like
utrolig
struggling
morsomt med at
ways
kråka har blitt
to
hos
deliver
deg.
all
Jeg er
of it, which is
journalist.
why
Lurte på om
all
bare
these
om du
nuclear
kunne
stocks,
Lurte på
which
bare
are
om du bor i
bent on
Slemmestad.
delivering future electricity are climbing today.
But as you
Er ikke det litt
reported on
dumt,
for
da? Så kommer
years,
Mattilsynet og
building one
dreper
of these
den.
plants because of environmental review, because of
ikke
cost
sant.
overruns, because of the engineering fee, and because just the
Ja,
sheer
Mattilsynet
scale
kommer til å
of
drepe den.
structure, that's a long time in the making. You spent a lot of time in Georgia over the last few years at the opening of the first new nuclear plant in the U.S.
Right, that's the Vogtle
in
plant.
years.
They opened it last year, and they were really excited about it. But also, it was like 7 years behind schedule. It was like 100-something% over budget. The ratepayers there are definitely paying for it. It's a lot. So the thing I remember the most from going down there is it was like
Å,
this
fy
big
faen, det er det.
party, and everyone was saying, "This is great. We finished the nuclear plant. Let's build more." Everybody was saying, "Let's build more," except the people that just built it, and they were saying, "This was really unpleasant. I don't want to build more unless someone else costs."
I guess two things I'm thinking. Is this kind of Hunger Games for a power grab by everybody? Like I keep thinking, is it a fixed commodity, especially since if it's nuclear, it takes a while to continue to build out that capacity, right? So I just keep wondering who gets hurt in this power grab, or is there enough ultimately
Jeg må ha
to
mat
go
til
around to meet kind of the demands, not
Gustav.
just of AI, but everything else that's in our society?
That's kind of the exact question me and my colleagues have been asking for the past year. Is if everyone wants power and some people are coming and taking this big chunk,
Right.
does someone else not get it? We still add a lot of power every year. I mean, wind and solar get built pretty quickly. So we're not seeing like brownouts and electricity shortages in the U.S. I kind of personally don't think we're going to, but that is exactly a valid question.
So, Will, before I let you go, under this deal, Constellation will invest in boosting the Clinton plant's output. It's also considering plans to build another reactor at the site.
Yes.
Is that going to happen?
Maybe.
How long would it take, because there's already this site, how long would it take, in your view, to build another reactor?
Long time.
Like a decade or more than a decade?
Maybe less than a decade.
Okay.
So there's about a half dozen places in the U.S. where the NRC has already said, yep, that's a good place for a plant. And one of them is Clinton, which was originally approved for 2 units, and there's only 1, so there's room to build another one. And I talked to Joe Dominguez, the CEO.
Faen, Kåre kom med stemmeskifte.
And
Han
he
fikk
said, yeah,
skikkelig
we're
mannestemme.
looking at doing another one right there. But the key
Ja,
thing
vi
is that
kjøpte
he's
gull,
got
og så shorter vi Nasdaq.
Meta
Yeah.
working with them. They've got
Ja,
potential other
ja,
customers.
ja.
He won't do it on his own. He'll do it if he has a
Ja.
customer saying, we will help you with these costs because we know it's a risk.
I also have heard, just real quickly, 30 seconds, that there, a lot of these folks who need power are signing lots of deals with different providers to make sure that
They're
they've
hedging?
got hedging, essentially, and that
Å, fy
not,
faen,
you're
det
not
ramler
going to
det.
need necessarily
Woo!
all of it. Is that a component of it?
I think
Her neste nivå nå. 30 forbi. Bang, bang. Skal vi ned.
They need
Gi
so
det.
much power.
If you build it, they will come. AI. Well, Wayne, thank you. Bringing it, as always, energy reporter at Bloomberg News here in our studio.
Well, and now to trade and what we've seen on stocks
Fra spøk
versus
til alvor.
bonds, and to bring in Katie Kaminsky, Chief Research
Det
Strategist
Elon
and
Musk
Portfolio
sier,
Manager at
det
Alpha
er
Simplex Group. She joins us from
veldig
Boston.
reelt.
Katie, a big
Det har jeg
thing that we
sagt
had
nå
on
i
yesterday's
3
program was
uker.
about a story that ended up being pretty much the most read
Det
story.
vil øke inflasjonen helt hinsides, og det vil ta opp statsgjeldene helt vanvittig.
Big investment firms staying away from those 30 years.
Nei, gull
over
skal opp.
concerns about the U.S. economy.
Det går litt
I'm
ned
wondering
nå,
if
for
you're
folk vet hva
starting
de
to actually
driver
see that
med.
happening as we get closer and closer to 5% on the 30-year.
Bare derfor.
We're definitely seeing that already in the data. You've seen momentum in signals on fixed income.
Men han har ikke resettet ennå, Bøss.
Short
Men
signals
jeg
are
har gjort det veldig bra på
actually
gull nå. Jeg
building
tjener
and
masse
have
penger
been
på
building
gull.
for some time. So I think that steepener view, that sort
Oi,
of
må ikke stå
negative
opp
view
på-
on long-term bonds is something
Må ikke
that's
stå opp
catching
på
a lot of
pressen.
people's attention.
Du kan stå på her.
Hey, I think I finally was brave enough to look at my 401k.
Why would you do such a
Well,
thing?
it's been over a month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks in the making, and it's like April and President
Neste
Trump's
steg på
so-called
Nasdaq nå
Liberation
er
Day, Katie, never even
20
happened, at least on the equity side of things.
21
It did, but the U.S. bond market, I
bryte
feel
der.
like, is still kind of wary.
Yes, that's a really good point. And I think what's been really hard for us on the systematic side is that, you had this massive move and it's as if, that didn't happen and the market is starting to turn a little bit more positive. But the one area that is seeing a little bit of concern is definitely bonds. So I think there is some truth to that despite the fact that equities may be back where they are, bonds aren't really
Hello,
quite
this is the
where
police
we'd like
car.
them to be.
Are you
for some
driving too
investors.
fast?
So does that then, and look, I know you're focused on the fixed income
Så bra.
side, but there is a relationship between
Du,
the bond market and the equity
Nasdaq
market.
faller
Does that
ganske
mean
mye nå.
the bond market
Det
gets it
Elon
and the
Musk
equity
som går
market
ut og
doesn't?
slakter den der taxbilen til
Well, I think the
Musk.
question,
Nei,
a lot of
til,
times people
Trump.
tend
Så
to look
Nasdaq
at the bond
ramler
market
med
during these environments to try and understand a longer term
20
view.
poeng, en
And that's
strek
because,
ned.
in general, the equity
Og ser som skal falle
markets
videre.
always like to
Gull
be
er litt
bullish.
sånn på stedet
And so I think
Kommer sikkert til å gå videre
looking
på.
at the bond markets
Det er ikke hva jeg
could
skal si.
give us an indication of potential
Ja,
interesting
knappt.
trends for the rest of the year and
Ja,
places
ikke
where
annet å
things
si.
may be a
Klokka
little
kom i
different than they
stemmeskiftet, men det
expect.
synes
I've
vi
even
ikke er
heard people
interessant.
talking about even higher rates
I don't
on the
know.
long end, which would be
Nei.
a problem for many investors who are thinking about
Hva er klokka?
financing and et cetera later this year.
Well, it raises the question about the so-called bond vigilantes. You knew we were going to go there. Do they have the power that they've had in the past to essentially tell the U.S. government that, hey, this is not what we want to see right now?
Ja, det er glemt. Ok,
I mean, I
greit det.
think
Ha det.
it's really been a long time since we've really seen that force, but I think what we did see, even when April came about, and I think I keep going back to this example, is that when we actually had the equity markets falling, bonds weren't there for us in that environment. And I think that's an indication that either issues like inflation or other sort of, the potential for fixed income to be more challenging is something that is really an issue for many investors, particularly in this environment, whether it's inflation that does this or whether it's, bonds needing to be higher because real rates are higher. It's not clear yet, but it's definitely not the same bond market we're used to a few years ago.
I don't know, Katie, how are you thinking about this world? I keep thinking about it, and I think about the U.S. being uninvestable. I think about the weaker dollar. Is the Mar-a-Lago Accord happening before us? I just wonder, right? That's the administration's move to kind of correct some of the trade deficit by weakening the dollar. So is this kind of happening? I don't know. How do you guys talk about it with your team?
Well, this is a really good question because the biggest theme we've seen this year is a weaker dollar. I'm a little concerned about that trade for several reasons. If the market gets a little bit more positive, if growth becomes positive, that tends to be pro-dollar. But I think the thing that is the most interesting from a quant's perspective is we've actually really seen a deterioration between the correlation between bonds and the dollar. So higher yields usually means stronger dollar. And so you've actually seen the opposite of that. So that does indicate that something else is driving the dollar weakness. Perhaps that US vulnerability trade, this idea that people are repatriating capital and the US assets are less desirable. The question is, how long does that go, and is that going to keep going?
How credible is that, Katie? Like, Tim's heard me say this a million times, so feel free to roll your eyes. But at Milken, it was just like, well, wait a minute. A lot of folks said it's all about rebalancing our portfolios. We all became too exposed to the United States. And so and that makes sense after, a long time when there was nothing else but really the United States, it felt like, certainly from an investment perspective. Is that true? Or, I don't know, through your channels that you look, is it a case that folks are saying, I don't really want as much exposure to the U.S. It's not as attractive. I don't want to be there.
Well, I think there's some indications in the data. I mean, if you look at where markets have moved this year and the way that they behaved in the wake of the recent events, and just this decoupling between the dollar and yields, it suggests that other forces are affecting the dollar. So repatriation of capital and, kind of rebalancing does have an impact on those valuations. So I think there is some evidence to that theme. Just how strong is that theme? Is it as strong as some people would be concerned? We don't know yet, but it's definitely there.
TBD, like so much in our world. Hey, listen, this is a big week. We get the monthly jobs report, and we're cruising towards a Fed meeting shortly, soonish. But the labor market, we got, I feel like, a sigh of relief a little bit today, based on the JOLTS data. But how are you thinking about, because I know, was it Torsten Slot that had out some research about 64,000?
Yeah, I got that note this morning, and I was like, wait, wait a second. We're talking double digits here?
Help me. Microsoft cutting more jobs, Disney talking about jobs. At some point, this stuff has got to show up in the data. Factor that in for us.
Yeah, I think for us, it's been really tricky because, you've seen current data not really showing the expectations of concern that most investors have expressed in terms of their sentiment. So I think really it's too early. And, for me, I feel like most investors are out scouring for sort of any nowcasting or any sort of data that can give us a little bit of a sense of the longer term picture. But for now, actually, I've been very surprised that we haven't seen a lot of evidence of things deteriorating as much as we would have thought. So I think that's why the market is kind of calming down a little bit and has been very positive, moving towards more positive sentiment, because it just doesn't seem that the data has shown yet our concerns.
Real quick, 15 seconds. Fed, no moves this year? What are you thinking? Real quick.
We originally were thinking some, but I mean, for now, it's still looking very unclear. And especially if we could see some growth and maybe even some inflation, that's going to make things tricky. And employment data today didn't help with that narrative either.
Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex. Lover. All right, coming up next, the CFO of Pagaya.
Hallå? Hva er det jeg fiksa nå? Ja, da er lommeriktig jeg sikkert. Konge, greit det. Ha det.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are off session highs, but still looking at gains for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Traders are driving stocks higher after data this morning showed the American labor market is holding up despite concerns about President Trump's tariff war. Here's where we stand. S&P right now up 31. That is a gain of 0.5%. The Dow also up 0.5, higher by 222 points. The S&P, by the way, at 59.67. NASDAQ up 143 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 0.7%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index now up by 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.45% with the 2-year 3.95%. Gold down $30 the ounce, 33.51, drop there of 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.4%, 63.43 a barrel on WTI. Kuwait Sovereign Wealth Fund is joining a Microsoft-backed initiative to bankroll $30 billion in AI infrastructure globally as the oil-rich Gulf nation looks to tap into the booming sector. Microsoft right now up by 0.2%. And President Trump will sign a directive formally raising steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% from 25%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So you might recall, I think it was on Friday, we got some data on the U.S. consumer slowing spending in the month of April. Inflation-adjusted personal spending was up 0.1%, while goods imports plummeted by roughly 20% due to higher tariffs. And what's really cool is we look for different metrics to get an idea of, Tim, what's going on with U.S. consumers.
So one thing we do is look at the metrics. The other thing we do is talk to executives who have an idea of what's happening with consumers. In our latest check of the CFO suite, we've got Evangelos Peros with us, CFO of the publicly held fintech company Pagaya. He's featured in the upcoming issue of the CFO Briefing newsletter. He joins us right here in New York City, along with Nina Tretman. She's senior editor at Bloomberg News and the author of the CFO Briefing newsletter. You can sign up for it at bloomberg.com/CFO Briefing. EP, I want to start with you. Just explain the business, and then we're going to get into the consumer and the view you have on it, because you've got a pretty good view of the consumer.
Yes, thanks for having me. Yeah, so if you think about Pagaya, think about it as an AI-enabled network that connects lending institutions on one side with institutional investors on the other side that want to deploy capital in consumer type of asset that we help originate. To give you a simple example, imagine a consumer walks in US Bank branch who happens to be one of our partners. They apply for a loan, and before getting, let's say, a decline on that loan because their FICO score happens to be 700, well below, let's say, in the 720 cutoff that US Bank has, we can connect directly to them and offer a loan to that consumer, and therefore help US Bank approve that consumer and help them with their consumer retention strategies and growth. And all of that is allowed through our AI model that we have in place and the technology that integrates with these types of institutions. Today, we're integrated with 31 different partners, ranging from big banks like US Bank, Ally, SoFi, Klarna on the POS side, and connecting with over 135 institutional investors on the other side of the network. So the benefit of all of that is that we have a very good sense of what the consumer is doing, because we have the ability to integrate to all of these originating systems from all these different banks.
Yeah, and really, I bet banks love it, right? Because it, I think, would enable them to even do more loans. But I want to ask you real quickly, so what you see, what is going on in your platform tells you what about the U.S. consumer or about consumers? How are they doing?
Yeah, so I would say what we see is the consumer trying to potentially cut a little bit on their spending as it currently stands, but not necessarily impacting at all their ability to actually pay off the existing loans that they have in place. The market is open still for these types of lending. And again, we get the benefit of 31 different partners. We look at more than $250 billion of applications that come through our funnel every quarter. So we have a very good sense of how the consumer is trending and the consumer spend overall.
MEP, jumping in here, Nina, thanks for joining. I'm just wondering, in terms of the outlook for the year, we've heard about declines in consumer spending and specifically in consumer confidence. So I'm wondering, for your business, are you planning for a recession? And if so, how does that influence how you're working with your partners?
Yep. So I would say right now we're not planning for a recession, but we have all the systems and technology in place to be able to be nimble and flexible and react as needed. So currently we're obviously staying very close to the data. April data is still coming in strong, as I said before, in terms of the consumer's ability to continue pay off their loans. Some of the demand for these types of new loans may have come down, but we don't necessarily see right now anything pointing to the data leading to a potential recession down the line. Again, that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. It's something that we're monitoring very closely, but we don't see any of the data telling us anything of the sort.
And just wondering, in terms of the potential declines in demand that you pointed out, like, are there specific types of loans where people are pulling back, or is it sort of in certain geographies or across the board?
Yeah, so we're actually, today Pagaya is integrated in 31 partners, and we're mostly focused on unsecured personal loans, auto loans, and point-of-sale loans. We see a little bit less of the demand for the unsecured loans. But other than that, if you think about the other verticals, we haven't seen anything. If anything, on the POS, it continues to be a very exciting area in consumer credit, and we still see a lot of demand in that space too.
Got to say, a lot of interest in your inaugural securitization of point-of-sale loans, and I want to talk with you. We want to talk with you about it. Bond issuance, the first of bond backed by loans made to online shoppers. So it definitely caught our attention. And I hear securitization, and I always get a little bit worried. So tell us about that, what we need to know, and what this actually means, what it enables you to do.
Yeah, so we're very excited about that product. We're obviously one of the largest ABS issuers in the marketplace, number one on the personal loan side, and we obviously have aspirations to continue to grow that product. On the POS in particular, it was our inaugural POS asset-backed securitization of $300 million. But because these types of loans are actually short-term in nature, it has a revolving type of structure that allow us to basically fund more than $1 billion of these types of loans over the course of the next, call it 12 to 18 months. And this is a very powerful tool, given our scale and breadth in our capital markets expertise and presence, that some of our partners like Klarna can really partner with us and really help them grow their network of merchants, and obviously increase the merchant satisfaction rate that they have. The way to think about it is think about investors coming in wanting access to these types of loans. And ultimately what we do is we partner with companies like Klarna, help them originate these types of loans, this securitization, and ultimately the investors get the benefit of the risk profile of these types of assets.
Wait, so I'm confused, because my understanding was that you guys don't actually hold the loans, but are you quickly passing them along?
So effectively what we do is we connect directly the lending partners' systems, let's say in this case of Klarna, and basically originating, our technology allows the underwriting of these types of loans and placing them directly to these asset-backed securitizations that we act as a sponsor of.
And just to follow up, in terms of the transaction that you placed, this of course happened right when markets were pretty volatile. I'm wondering sort of like how has investor demand evolved, and how are you navigating this, that we're in a pretty volatile period where the market is just not open at all days?
Yeah, no, I think, so it's a good question. Obviously in April we did some volatility and a little bit of market dislocation, specifically on the capital market, some of the spreads widening, but ultimately our scale and presence and the fact that we work with over 135 institutional investors allows us to be in position to adjust accordingly. We don't see the demand continues to be very strong. These types of dislocation happen all the time. There'll always going to be a reason why capital markets move left or right, up and down. But once you have the certain scale that we have and the relationships that we have in the presence, that allows companies like ours to really continue to perform through the cycle, through changes like that. In April, as an example, even the first week of April, which we saw most of the volatility in the marketplace, we managed to issue $500 million of personal loan ABS, followed by another $300 million on the auto side, and all of them being well oversubscribed.
EP, we're talking a lot to every executive we speak to. We're really asking them to give us details about AI and how they're using AI in their businesses. And I'm wondering not just how you're using AI right now, but how that's changed from a short time ago, let's say 6 months, a year ago. Because what we're told by folks in the industry is that this stuff is moving with incredible speed. I'm talking like years within 3-month increments, one person told me.
That's absolutely true. And obviously, you know, we're at the forefront of this type of technology. We have been in this space for over, you know, call it 7 years. We are razor focused on the types of loans like
På
POS, and therefore the expertise continues to grow. But I would say AI is a little bit of a buzzword, obviously, nowadays. A lot of people are using it. The key differentiator when using AI models to really make more informed decisions is all fed by the data that the AI model absorbs. And in our case, the ability to be integrated with so many different partners across multiple different asset classes and different types of partners, from banks to fintechs to neobanks, this is what really differentiates the underwriting in our case. And ultimately, any AI model, somebody can always hire somebody to write an AI model, an AI code on how to underwrite these models, but ultimately the data by which you feed it is really what sets it apart. And I think in our case, we have managed to build that database and really distinguish ourselves relative to some of the other players in the market.
So the AI actually helps you with like detecting or assessing credit quality of borrowers, or is it more indirect?
So no, it is direct, and the way I would think about it is, you know, think about traditional manual processes of underwriting loans that would focus on one single type of metric, like let's say FICO, and looking at income statements for the last 3 years and things like that. I think what you manage to do is now you have a lot of the data that come with any application process from any consumer through the lending partners, combine that with a lot of the bureau data, and then you can find a lot of different correlations between the different data and make more informed decisions. What I would say the other piece of differentiation is when you think about these types of assets, like consumer assets, right, where are smaller ticket items, the ability to make a very quick decision and provide these types of assets it can only be achieved through a technology. It's very difficult to do this through a manual process, looking at tapes and different data all the time and try to underwrite on a continuous basis. So that's where the technology and AI becomes a much more efficient process on how to underwrite these things and these types of assets and really place them in the hands of institutional investors.
EP, how do you know that you aren't getting into trouble? Like, I understand that you guys are looking for this second look series of loans for individuals, but how do you make sure that you're not increasing risk for the bank? How do you ensure that AI is going to catch it and do it correctly? And just got about 30, 40 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I would say what the AI allows you to do is through the data, as I said before, to make more informed decisions. Specifically on Pagaya, and when you look at us relative to some of the other players in the marketplace, look at the leadership team. We have a significant risk overlay on top of that, and the monitoring and process that we go through to really assess all the different trends has to go through extra layers of sort of risk management that you generally don't see in other places that are much more focused on the technology. So we have managed to mix that risk monitoring and really focus on these types of loans, and the level of expertise that we have is just, I think, something that you can really find elsewhere.
Well, super interesting, and love to have you come back and continue to talk about this. Evangelos Perros, he's Chief Financial Officer of Pagaya EP, joining us here, along with our own Nina Tretman, Senior Editor at Bloomberg News, the author of the CFO Briefing newsletter. A new one comes out every Sunday.
Nå er det på en steg der klokka er 8:30, så det er sent å kjøpe bil.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all advancing. Traders driving stocks higher after data this morning showed the labor market is holding up despite concerns about President Trump's tariff war. Here's where we stand. The S&P up 36 now, up 0.6%. The Dow also up by 0.6%, higher by 237 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.9, up 166 points. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 0.5% with the 10-year right now at 4.45%. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold down $29 the ounce, down 0.9%, 33.5240 on gold. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, 63.41 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now up by 1.1%, just above $106,000. Constellation Energy has agreed to sell power from an Illinois nuclear plant to Meta Platforms as artificial intelligence sends power demand soaring. Meta down 0.4%, Constellation up 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, folks, you're up to speed on the markets. Let's get into what's really one of our big stories today. We wanted to dig into it even more. We're talking about the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp signing that 20-year contract to buy over 1,100 megawatts from Constellation Energy's Clinton plant starting in mid-2027 when a state subsidy expires. Keep in mind, Constellation, the biggest U.S. nuclear operator, and also Meta, they didn't provide any of the financial details, but this is one of the big AI plays.
Yeah, the big question is what it tells us about AI usage, the hyperscalers and Meta specifically. Also more. Back with us is Ed Ludlow. He's the co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV. He's been talking about the story all day. He's also been doing a little bit of math. I was told there wouldn't be math, but he's sending emails with all this math. And that's exactly where I want to start, Ed, because the first thing I thought of when I saw this news early this morning was Microsoft. And the news that we got from Microsoft, I believe it was back in September, about its purchase of energy from Constellation. So let's compare apples to apples here. What does it tell you about Microsoft and its energy purchase, and Meta's as well?
It tells me that Meta's purchase of nuclear energy, or should I say sourcing of nuclear energy over a 20-year period, is a bigger deal by units of energy measure, and probably a bigger deal by dollar than Microsoft's 20-year deal with Constellation. And it's as simple as that. And like, I'm sorry, guys, like sometimes I do that, right? You have to email 400 people and be like, I did the math on this. But for me, like, this was a really big and is a really big story because Meta is not at the same scale as Microsoft when you simply measure the number and size of data centers it operates compared to what Microsoft does. So the fact it's really gone all in on one single deal to source nuclear energy is very telling of its commitment to power, pardon the pun, literally, AI development.
But Ed, maybe Microsoft would say, hey, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket with this purchase from Constellation. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. We're going to diversify more. Maybe we'll end up using more power over the next 20 years, but we're not going to source as much from Constellation.
Absolutely. So like Meta operates data centers. It is not a cloud computing provider, but it operates data centers enough that we care about that. The cloud computing providers, AWS, Amazon's AWS, Microsoft, Google, have much more scale. And so this is how I think about it. This was one single big deal for Meta. Each year, or currently, Meta is contracted to buy about 15 gigawatts of renewable or carbon neutral energy. Microsoft, by comparison, contracted long-term, all its deals is more than double that. The amount of energy that it is contracted to buy from renewable or net carbon neutral sources. So you're absolutely right. Microsoft has more options. It has much bigger commitments, and those are global commitments as well.
What does it tell you about the AI demand as everybody kind of seems to scramble? Like, I'm just curious about that. Would they do this? Like, I don't know. You signed this 20-year deal, but could you say after year 2, I got to back off. I don't need as much. Help me out here.
The duration of the deal is really interesting. 20 years and 20 years, and you're thinking like, why would anyone commit to something for 20 years? Like, I don't even know what I'm going to have for dinner tonight, let alone what's going to happen next year, or that as an example. But here's the thing, you look at it two ways. The market takes from it confidence that Meta is committed. We know about their capital expenditures numbers. I remember being on the show with you guys when they came out and talking about how they were higher than expected, and we looked at the reasons why. Why? Supply chain costs for data center are higher. Same with energy. Energy prices fluctuate, and Meta, to your earlier question, is sourcing from multiple places. By committing for 20 years, you're basically saying, I'm guaranteeing these data centers a supply of energy at what we assume is a certain price, because you asked another very good question, you always do. We don't have any financial terms. The only thing we need to know to make this apples to apples is what is the dollar per kilowatt or dollar per megawatt hour that Meta is getting this nuclear energy for, relative to what it's getting for solar energy or wind energy, or just from the grid in general, from fossil-based fuel sources. And that's why the math's super fun and important as well.
Hey, Ed, one thing that continues to boggle my mind when it comes to the way we're talking about energy demand over the future is to what extent efficiencies are actually priced in to demand here. Isn't this stuff supposed to get more efficient as it gets better, as the underlying components get better, as the software gets better, as engineers figure out ways to run this stuff faster and using less energy? Like, how are we still going to use so much energy if those efficiencies will happen?
This is the absolute most important question. Everything that's happened largely to date in the activity of the data centers we're talking about has been about training models. We fixated over the performance of NVIDIA's H100 GPU because that was about capability. Can this semiconductor be the brain that trains an AI model? But now we're moving from a place where those models are being trained to what we call inference, running the model. And you guys know Bloomberg intelligence analyst Mandeep Singh. He has the most brilliant research out today that this whole Meta nuclear sourcing is about inference. Inference basically can take lower units of energy, or it can take higher units of energy to process. It depends on tokenization, how many tokens are created in that process. And that's the bit that we don't know. So when you look at the semiconductor names, and sorry, I know this is a very long answer, NVIDIA, AMD, their whole marketing exercise now about their current generation tech is how efficient it is in generating those tokens, because it directly correlates to energy consumption. And you're exactly right to frame it in that context. And again, how do you know what it's going to be like in 20 years? You don't. You just want to make sure you have the supply of energy when it matters.
All right. So, again, Meta not the only one. We've talked about, other of the big hyperscalers doing their own similar deals. I don't know. What's the takeaway, especially for investors? We did see some of the nuclear stocks definitely rally. Not all of them. Constellation was up and then it pulled back. So I'm just curious, what's the takeaway, the investment takeaway here?
And the muted reaction in the stock at the market open was surprising. It was up a lot more in pre-market, given that this deal for Constellation is potentially bigger than the Microsoft deal. And when that story broke, the stock kind of went parabolic, right? Again, lots of people that listen to this wonderful show might be in the real estate industry. They might be in local government. They might be in energy. What everyone agrees on, hard data, soft data, third party, those players that are involved, is that data center capacity is going to continue to grow. That's all that you can kind of depend on at this stage. And in order to do that, the rest of what supports data and infrastructure, transformers, the grid, the utility, those are areas that have not moved as fast. And what you're seeing now is basically a realization that in the future, there ain't going to be enough solar or wind. to power all of this. So they need nuclear.
Hey, Ed, we only got 30 seconds left, but Carol and I are flying out to San Francisco tomorrow. Whether you want to see us or not, we are going to be there on Thursday at the Bloomberg Tech Summit.
I do.
Apart from us being there, what are you most excited about? Just 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's that some of the prior incumbents in fields like AI are really looking over their shoulder. Google, an example, robotics. And as I said on TV earlier, this is what we at Bloomberg Tech live for. The next big technology, the next deal financing it, the next king of the technology, and the next person whose crown's going to be toppled and taken away. Kind of all happens at the summit, and I mean that.
You're going to be speaking with Brett Adcock, the founder and CEO of Figure AI. This is a company that does humanoid robots. I'm really excited to see Ed do that.
Yeah.
Just one of the many people we will hear from at Bloomberg Tech.
Cool stuff. We talk about innovation disruption. We hear a lot about it there. All right, catch us because we're going to be live from the event on Thursday. This is Bloomberg.
Gul prøver å bryte opp her. Forsøker. Han må liksom igjennom her, da.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, watching the markets. We're coming up on just about an hour to go left in the Tuesday trading session. Having said that, we've had a rally underway on Wall Street. So you've got your major equity averages pretty much hovering, Tim, just off their best levels of the session.
Yeah, taking a look at what stocks are doing right now. The S&P 500 up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite up close to 0.9%. The Dow up 0.6%.
All right, Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda joining us here in studio. Dollar General, man. on a tear. How much is it up?
It's up about as much as 16%, up about 15% right now. It's the biggest gainer in the S&P 500 right now, best performing stock. And of course, this is after an increase. It boosted its annual guidance. And they're saying that this is due to them luring more higher income shoppers that are looking for deals. So they're also mentioning that their core customer base is feeling a bit financially strapped, but they're saying that they're able to actually entice those middle and higher income buyers that are looking for some deals there.
So maybe these buyers are leaving where they traditionally would shop, such as like a Target or something.
Right.
And trading down.
Yes, and that's essentially what they're saying here. And then also they're saying that they don't really expect to have much of an effect for tariffs, which of course is really huge, and that was really good news. They're saying they expect to mitigate a significant amount of the tariffs that are currently in place. And when you look at it against its peers, I mean, you have Dollar Tree, of course, that's also gaining off of this news. But I mean, we're looking at Dollar General up about 47% so far this year, and that's against Dollar Tree, which is up about 29% so far for the same period.
Carol, this is wild because we're seeing a lot of different signals being sent. We're seeing on some levels the consumer is strong. On other levels, we're seeing, wait a second, even the consumers who traditionally would not shop at a store such as this are trading down and looking for deals. And that's essentially what the CEO said. They're looking for deals amid weakening sentiment.
Yeah, I found that interesting. Remember, we've talked about this in the past where we've seen kind of a wealthier consumer also, shopping at places where they look for a deal. We should point out, too, that Dollar Tree reports its results before the market opened tomorrow.
Nora, the company also said about 25% of the retailer's customers have less income than they did last year. That's a survey that they did.
I mean, that's so interesting. And I'm curious, if you were to pop over there, is everything still $1? Or
no, definitely not. I can tell you that it's not.
We're pushing above now.
No, it's just called Dollar General.
Right. Hey, stock's up almost 30% year to date, but again, a lot of that's probably because of today's move. Let's go to a big story of the day. One of the most read on the Bloomberg has to do with what's going on with nuclear stocks.
Yes, so we're seeing nuclear stocks that have been getting a pop today. I've pretty much got eyes on Constellation Energy. We did see it up as much as 9% earlier, but we are seeing it sharply paring its gains. When I last checked, it was in the red. But this is after Constellation Energy was in the news because it struck a deal with Meta Platforms. And some are saying that this deal could be bigger than the one that they had with Microsoft. So it's interesting that we are seeing the stock here in the red right now. But essentially, the AI boom is sending demand for nuclear power soaring. And this is a 20-year contract that they're going to be having here. It's expected to kick off in mid-2027. So lots to keep an eye on in this space. And I mean, if you look at the year-to-date performance, up 40%.
I love this story. I too was looking at the nuclear stocks group because some of the names held on to their gains.
Right.
But it was interesting to see Constellation Energy, which actually did the deal, rally and then pull off that level. So we're seeing it a little bit lower as we speak. Where do you want to go?
I want to go to Broadcom because we're expecting to hear from the company this week.
Exactly. And as we're looking at shares today, they're hitting their highest intraday level ever. Wow. And this is after the company began shipping a new version of its data center switch chips. It's called the Tomahawk 6. And the new chip is expected to boost efficiency of AI accelerators. And they say that it can do the work of 6 previous versions. So it sounds like a pretty strong thing here that we have going. But customers are saying we'll pay about twice as much as the old one. That's nearly $20,000 a piece.
That's, of course, ticker AVGO, and Constellation is CEG as well. Interesting to see Broadcom having the buying lately.
Right. I mean, it's definitely interesting, especially when we're looking at performance against a lot of its peers. I mean, of course, everyone's always has their eyes on NVIDIA when we think about those in the semiconductor space, and especially as people are really parsing through their earnings that they had last week. So lots to keep an eye on.
And I will say, Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, the SOX, there's 30 names, 29 are higher in today's session.
Wow.
I'm assuming some of it has to do with Broadcom, but I always feel like there's a lot of dynamics going on. But yeah, definitely some enthusiasm in that one.
Nora Melinda, a big thank you. She's Bloomberg News Equities reporter. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
All right, everybody. We're getting ready to wrap up on this hour at Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We've got a rally underway, as we have been reminding you. We're just off our best levels of the session, Tim, but still up about 0.6% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, a gain of just about 0.8%.
Want to remind everybody, too, we are still expecting companies to report. CrowdStrike after the bell today, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HPE. That's set to cross just after the 4 o'clock hour, so likely we'll be covering those in our simulcast.
All right, coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk a little bit about the economic data of the day. We're talking about job openings. Our Mike McKee making his way into the studio, so we're going to talk about that and more. And what else are we doing?
Well, breaking just this afternoon, the president is set to attend the upcoming NATO summit. Nick Wadhams is going to join us. He's also going to talk a little bit about the way that European countries are spending their money on defense now.
And I'm guessing he's going to have something to say about the drone strike.
Yeah, you were out yesterday, but a lot of people talking about that drone strike over the weekend.
What do you think, I don't follow news when I'm here?
I thought you were out.
What was that?
I thought you were out.
I occasionally look at some stuff. Hey, the close is coming your way on TV. Do not go anywhere, though. We continue on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Chaos again at an aid distribution center in Gaza. 27 people were killed and nearly 200 injured when Israeli troops opened fire. Linda Gradstein reports from Jerusalem.
The spokesman for the UN Human Rights Office said the attacks on Palestinian civilians trying to access food aid were unconscionable. The Israeli army said it fired on Palestinian suspects who approached them around 550 yards from a distribution site run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, backed by the U.S. and Israel.
Elon Musk has moved on from his White House role, but he's blasting President Trump's budget plan again, calling it outrageous and disgusting. At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president already knows where Elon Musk stood on this bill. It doesn't change the president's opinion. This is one big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it.
Michael Wallace reports on the latest economic predictions about Trump's tariffs.
The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, predicts GDP growth will slow to 1.6% this year, a big drop from 2.8% last year. The report doesn't mention President Trump by name, but cites the new tariffs as a major reason for the slowdown. The OECD says retailers will pass the costs of the tariffs to consumers, causing inflation to spike again later this year. The group also warns global economic growth will slow. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon was on Capitol Hill today defending a 15% reduction in funding for her department.
We have spent $3 trillion since 1980 on education in our country when this department was set up, and our scores have continued to go down. We are not doing something right.
Millions of Americans are under air quality alerts today. Some are being warned the air is hazardous in parts of the upper Midwest. Allison Keyes reports.
You feel like something is in your throat.
That's a man in Minnesota where the air quality is very unhealthy in places like Minneapolis due to smoke from those raging wildfires in Canada. Meteorologist Melissa Dye at the National Weather Service says people should take precautions.
You can get a good fitting like N95 mask if you have to be outside. That's usually recommended.
Millions from Chicago to Florida could see haze from the fires.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says ICE agents have taken into custody the family of the suspect in the Boulder, Colorado attack over the weekend. He's an Egyptian national. CBS News has learned the Trump administration is considering preventing asylum seekers from getting work permits in the United States. On Wall Street, another day of following the trade news. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 233 points. This is CBS News. A streak is over in women's college softball. CBS's Steve Kathan has details.
Oklahoma was gunning for 5 straight College World Series titles, but it wasn't to be. Davis to the plate! Save! Texas Tech has done it! A sacrifice fly plated the walk-off winning run for Texas Tech, a 3-2 semifinal win over the Sooners to advance to the championship series against Texas. On ESPN, the Longhorns have been there before, losing twice to Oklahoma during the 4-year title run. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
An Australian woman accused of murdering 3 of her estranged husband's relatives with poisonous mushrooms has told a court she accepts the fatal lunch she served contained death caps, but she insisted most of them came from local grocery stores. Her lawyers claim it was a tragic accident. The closely watched trial is in its 2nd day. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Tuesday. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Yep, we've got a rally underway.
Yeah, taking a look at the S&P 500, and we'll hear more from Charlie in just a second. Up 0.6%, the NASDAQ Composite up 0.9, the Dow up 0.5%. Hey, I got questions, and he's got answers. My questions are about the economy, the consumer, the jobs market. Mike McKee is going to stop by in just a minute and give us the answers.
All right, looking forward to that. Also, breaking this afternoon, President Trump is set to attend the upcoming NATO summit. That's later this week in Brussels. Nick Wadhams joins us on all things defense and national security, including, yes, Sunday's drone strike by Ukraine. So we'll get into that a little bit later on this hour.
Also, Americans love to return stuff almost as much as they love to buy stuff.
It drives my husband crazy. He's like, are you really going to return that stuff?
You better return it, or else you're going to get charged. The thing is, it can get pretty pricey for companies.
I bet.
We're going to talk to the co-founder and CEO of Return Pro, not just on how he is able to help companies save money doing this, but on the consumer patterns that are happening right now when it comes to shopping.
All right, interesting. Looking forward to
Are we still
what he has
buying and
to say.
returning stuff?
Yeah.
That's the question I have.
Yes, indeed, except for that recent purchase that I missed the 30-day window. All right, let's get to a check on the trade, folks. Let's toss things over to Charlie Pellet with some news in the sports world.
Indeed, big news with the New York Knicks. They have fired coach Tom Thibodeau just days after their first trip to the Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years. The Knicks were eliminated by the Pacers with a loss in Game 6 on Saturday night. Big news out of Texas. The state has removed BlackRock from the state's fossil fuel boycott list. Texas has ended a 3-year standoff with BlackRock over ESG policies. Right now, BlackRock shares are advancing by 0.35%. Traders driving stocks higher today after data this morning showed the labor market is holding up despite concerns about President Trump's tariff war. We'll have a whole lot more on the economy with our Michael McKee coming up in just a moment. Right now, the S&P 500 index is advancing by 35 points, up 0.6%. The Dow up 0.5. NASDAQ right now up 0.9%. 10-year 4.45%. Spot gold down 0.8%, 33.55 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 63.49 a barrel. We've got the jobs report coming up Friday. Katie Kaminsky is chief research strategist at Alpha Simplex, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
For now, actually, I've been very surprised. We haven't seen a lot of evidence of things deteriorating as much as we would have thought. So I think that's why the market is kind of calming down a little bit and has been very positive, moving towards more positive sentiment, because it just doesn't seem that the data has shown our concerns.
Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Again, repeating our top stories at this hour. Texas has removed BlackRock from the state's fossil fuel boycott list, and the Knicks have fired coach Tom Thibodeau just days after their first trip to the Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet.
How
really
you
do
doing?
appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Okay, I think we're doing all right.
Yeah.
When it comes to the U.S. labor market,
Feels that way.
Yeah. At least that's how investors are reading into it. The data today, U.S. job openings unexpectedly rose in April in a fairly broad advance, and hiring picked up. It indicated demand for workers remains healthy despite heightened economic uncertainty. So I've got questions.
I bet you do.
He's got answers. Michael McKee is our Bloomberg TV and radio international economics correspondent. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. When the numbers crossed this morning, Carol and I were both like, wait, this is good? This is bad? This is bad? This is good? And I turned around and I said, Mike McKee, is this good? And you said it's mildly good.
Mildly good.
Mildly good is, I think, how you put it.
You know, if you lose your job coming up, there may be...
That's bad.
That's bad, but there may be a few more jobs you could possibly get.
That's good.
There's always been questions about whether...
Vänta, men jeg hører ikke. Jeg drar på et annet rom, vet du. Hva sier du? Nei, en igjen.
Accurate or whether...
Er min mikrofon på nå? Har jeg hatt den av hele tida? Jeg trodde jeg hadde den på, jeg. Nå er den på, ikke sant? Nei, det er mye dere har hatt den av. Jeg dere prater om dere. Jeg sa, fy faen, jeg traff på gull. Fy faen, jeg har alt for små kontrakter. Fy faen, gull skal opp til. Så sitter og prater.
Det er det jeg gjort, det sa du jo til der, jo.
Jeg må handle 0,1-kontrakter. 0,02 blir for lite, Robert. Det blir ikke noe ut av det.
Jeg hadde litt mer.
Ja, men jeg har aldri handlet det før, ikke sant? Så jeg er så usikker på posisjonene. Men jeg tror du hørte her hjemme så her, for det er på rommet ved siden av. Så har jeg helt sånn fucka forhold. Vi prater ikke med hverandre, vi sitter bare og trader på hvert vårt rom og sitter og prater telefonen. Fy faen, for et smart forhold. Andre prater om barn og familie, vi prater om trading og Nasdaq og gull.
Gjøre noe annet enn å bære trade, vet du.
Ja, Sahar hadde sånne mofo i dag, abstinenser, for hun hadde faen ikke lyst til å dra på jobben og stikke folk i trynet, hun ville trade gull. Fy faen. Det er fint det samme til det, så jo, det er morsomt, men det er veldig... Jeg hadde aldri trodd jeg skulle sammen med en som blir en daytrader. Jeg hadde aldri trodd. Har ofte 4 0,02 kontrakter i risk communication. Mye har på konto da, Eivind, for at det skal funke. Nei, det du skulle si, du skulle si posisjonen din var liten, ja. Nå skrev du posisjonen på nytt, Sahar. Du skulle si porsjonen var liten, så sa du posisjonen din var liten. Og så skriver du posisjon. Du er helt hjernevaska.
Spiser posisjonen.
Ja, det er helt borte i huet. Helt nedsnøtt. Men den Nasdaqen er bare helt ute å kjøre, da.
Ja, den kommer ikke ned.
Nei, men Nasdaq er pris og trading, når det bare er litt...
Nei, jeg klåsa den jeg hadde.
Ja, men det er bare tull. Jeg tjener alle penger på gull, da. Bare tull, da. Jeg skal la den Nasdaqen bare være.
Men det som var greia, det var jo det at jeg kjøpte jo den på skyhøy oscillator. Og skal du si, den ble oppdatert plutselig, og da hadde den vært i bånd. Så det var ikke noe bra.
Nei, det er ikke noe bra. Jeg var på dass 2 sekunder. Passer på Gustav, eller?
Ja. Stå still, Gustav. Stå der nå.
Mini, du må passe på Gustav.
Det blir mat.
Man må sikkert bare sånn bitte lite bilde av en mini-skjemit.
228,000 employees is what Microsoft had as of June 30th, 2024, so that was a year ago. And then Walt Disney Company about 180,000. That was as of the end of September of last year. So certainly you hear thousands of people, and yes, that's a lot, and certainly every job and every individual that has a huge effect on their lives. But we're also talking pretty big companies and large number of employees in some of these
cases. This happens
cases.
all the time. Companies are always
Right.
restructuring and getting rid of an entire division, and then they hire a bunch of people in a different division, some new thing that they're going to do. So it's hard to tell that I haven't seen any evidence that we're in the firing, get rid of people because there's a recession coming mode yet.
So, okay, and I'm thinking about this in a couple different ways, but I am thinking about, first of all, do you want to talk about Torsten Slok? Is that where you want to go, or where do you want to go?
You can go to Torsten. I was going to go to the commentary we heard from Dollar General today.
Oh, okay. Well, one thing,
Yeah, go ahead.
actually, what I want to ask you is, I know there's a lot of things TBD, Mike, but it feels like things are starting to brew where the second half could be really tricky, especially if we do see a slowdown, the impact of tariffs start to be felt, companies start to say, okay, I'm done with labor hoarding because I've got to cut because I now know what the rules are, or at least for the moment. Like, I just wonder, are we starting to set up for what could be a really tricky second half?
Well, that's kind of behind all the forecasts that we had earlier for a recession when the tariffs seemed worse. We don't know whether they're going to go back to those levels or not. And it's behind why people think we're going to have a slowdown, is because there are a lot of things that are going to weigh on the economy coming up. We just don't have the magnitude yet.
Okay.
And so what's happening is companies are saying, I'm going to sit here till I have a better idea. But I was talking to Raphael Bostic the other day, the Atlanta Fed president, and he noted the thing that worries him is that we don't find out that Trump keeps putting stuff off and putting stuff off. But then companies at some point have to make a decision, and they can't just keep floating around with nothing. So they will probably cut back, maybe not getting rid of as many people because they don't have evidence that it's going to be terrible, but they're preparing for the storm.
Right.
Put it that way.
I've heard uncertainty is something that companies and investors don't like.
Well, I think about,
Just throwing it out there.
But the volatility of the policies, and policy making, when it comes to decision makers and whether it's deploying capital or hiring, like it impacts them.
It does. And, I want to get to these comments from the CEO of Dollar General, who made some comments earlier today. He said our core customer remains financially constrained, Mike. He also said that middle and high income consumers are trading down. It's a sign that even wealthy shoppers are looking for deals amid weakening sentiment. And the company also did a survey that said close to 25% of its customers have less income than last year. What does that tell you?
It does tell you that people are starting to run out of the money to make the discretionary purchases that they were making. We saw this a little bit in some of the larger retailers' earnings reports, like the Walmarts, et cetera. They said people are starting to trade down into those stores who make more money. People are obviously concerned. They worry about inflation going back up again. There's been a lot of news about the possibility of recession and the damage that tariffs are going to do. So people are, at this point, starting to take precautionary measures, but just starting. We're not seeing a major cutback yet in spending, but that could be coming. And so July and August, the sleepy summer months, could actually be much more interesting.
What?
Yeah, I always think about August. Like, we always get some kind of something news where, like, the market sells off.
The massive sell-off. You're on vacation for a couple weeks.
And, like, things just come on.
Stocks get a little choppy.
A little choppy.
Yeah.
Listen. Interesting. Off to the monthly jobs report, right?
Yeah, Friday.
Friday, 130,000. We'll see.
You gonna get some sleep before that?
No.
You got to be up early.
Was it Torsten? Was he the one who was saying 64,000?
Yeah, his concern was quarterly.
Oh, quarterly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll be breaking it down. Mike will be too. Mike, thank you, as always, sticking around for us here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Bloomberg TV and Radio International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee.
Har du gått? Ute. Ja. Så fin. Gått veldig bra dag. Men jeg har litt for små posisjoner, føler jeg. Truffet veldig, veldig bra på gull. Nasdaq er bare tull. Det er bare 3 aksjer som går i dag på Nasdaq. Litt vanskelig å henge med der.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks higher, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing here with the S&P now up 34, up by about 0.6%. Traders driving stocks higher after data this morning showed the labor market is holding up. We've got the Dow up 211 now, up 0.5%.
Har kamera på, eller?
164, that is a gain of 0.9%. Year 10-year at 4.45%, the 2-year 3.95%. Gold down $28 the ounce, down 0.8%. West Texas up 1.5%, 63.47 a barrel. And Bitcoin 106,259 now on Bitcoin, up 1.3%. Friday, we get the jobs report. As for the economic backdrop, Kelsey Barrow is Executive Director for Fixed Income at JP Morgan Investment Management.
If I think about the risks, I do think that they're asymmetric towards the risk that we
weaker
labor market data, particularly relative to what we saw last month.
Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan Investment Management. And again, repeating one of our top sports stories, the Knicks have fired coach Tom Thibodeau days after their first trip to the Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years. Coming up after the close of trading, a couple of high-profile reports. We will be hearing from both CrowdStrike and HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. Big meeting coming up later this week, a gathering of NATO defense ministers in Brussels. That's happening in just a couple of days. And President Trump, just a couple hours ago, saying he will be there. Just before we heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt, who was not aware of the Ukraine drone strike on Russia before. With more on all this and more, we head to Washington, D.C. And it's Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams, who joins us from our Bloomberg News Washington, D.C.
Vi må bare slutte å trede Nasdaq så lenge den blir styrt av 3 aksjer.
Is set to go to the NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels. What's the signal that that's sending?
Nasdaq faller ikke på nedgraderinger. Han faller ikke på profit-warninger.
Well, he's going to the NATO Leaders Summit later in June. There's a NATO defense that he won't be going to. But regardless, the point stands. It's a very big deal because the tension between the Trump administration and NATO. Trump has put so much pressure on the alliance.
Tok du gevinst på gullet, eller setter du inn?
leave the alliance, pull the United
Tok du gevinst på gull, eller setter du inn?
Jeg tok gevinst, og så kjøpte jeg på nytt nå. Jeg har gjort 17 eller 18 trades. Jeg har truffet på alt, men det er alt for små posisjoner, så da tok jeg økte litt. Du må bare bli litt varm med trøya her.
And in some ways may see this in two ways. One is a way to push the alliance's members to spend more on defense, but also to work with them. There's a lot of concern about European security and the relationship with the United States. So a positive sign that the president is willing to play ball with the alliance. He's been skeptical of in the past.
Wait, so is this... You know, President Trump talking tough, pushing back, and then all of a sudden kind of backtracking. Dare I say taco? Should I say it? Should I not? I was trying not to say it.
Taco trade for NATO?
Can I just, this is, I'm going to be serious for a second. I dropped my son off at school, walking to the subway, guy crossing the street, wearing a shirt already says taco, Trump, chickens out.
Fy faen, det er gull opp. Jeg er long gull, forresten.
I mean, but is that what's going on, Nick?
Let's say it does fit with a broader pattern we've seen from the administration. I mean, listen, the officials in the administration have said that a lot of the hullabaloo, a lot of the speculation that Trump would leave NATO was always overblown, that he never intended to leave it, and that he used that as essentially a forcing mechanism. And you can make the argument, you know, they have steadily increased defense spending. The administration is now saying they want NATO countries to spend 5% of GDP on defense, which is a target that many are not going to reach or have not committed to reach for a very long time. But, you know, it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about 2%. And, you know, there has been a real steady growth in the number of countries doing that. You can ascribe that to various different reasons, including the Ukraine war, but certainly Trump is going to take credit for that. And the trend lines are pointing us in his direction.
So why has it that Europe has struggled with sufficient or insufficient air defense cover? Is it just because they haven't spent? Or, like, help me understand kind of where they've been in terms of protecting the continent.
Well, I mean, in a lot of ways, for major defense, they've relied on the United States. It's a relatively new technology. It's expensive. You have to deploy a lot of launchers and systems, far more than you might anticipate you would need. And also, the threat is relatively recent, or has only gotten urgent relatively recently with Russia's attack on Ukraine. You know, there is fear if you play out the doomsday scenario, unlikely as it may seem right now, that Russia takes over Ukraine.
Tror du får den der pop-offen på Cross, eller Robert, på Nasdaq? Den der som kommer hver dag? Hæ? Hva du sa? Tror du får den pop-offen på Nasdaq, den som kommer hver dag? På Close?
Problem there, of course, is production. It's very difficult to produce these systems fast enough, and they're also extremely
kan den jo selvfølgelig gjøre, for den ligger jo helt flat og på midtlinja på RS-en her.
And European countries, you know, the real A-plus air defense systems are made in the United States, and again, the production lag there is
Does it also, is it safe to say, Nick, it kind of goes back to
World
War II and kind of the, you know, agreement?
Og så den fungerer jo ikke, så det er nok bedre å konsentrere seg om gullet, i hvert fall som går teknisk om ikke.
Ja, det funker i hvert fall veldig bra.
Kind of this relationship and what it's meant.
Basically,
yes, I mean, you know, historically the trade-off has always been, listen, the United States will be sort of your protector. That has applied much more for places like Japan than it has for Europe, but there has been this implicit agreement. You know, the United States will be your security backstop in exchange for this very, very robust alliance, for the United States having great influence and sway, and also cementing those partnership, you know, with great access and control over the security system, you get, there are a lot of benefits to the United States from that. Now European leaders are saying, you know, with tensions getting higher, with the strain with the Trump administration, it's time for Europe to really double down on its own defense and maybe separate itself from
Erik Daxen er også helt ute og sykler.
A little bit of that happening as well.
Han er på all time high, den verste økonomien siden andre verdenskrig. Det er bare sånn tidsspørsmål for å knekke der. Det går kun opp på grunn av SAP og på grunn av regnmetall og de stål forsvarsarbeiderne. Det er livsfarlig.
Then we heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt,
who
said the president was not aware.
Dagster kunne jo sett en gang i 1988, så ble jeg sittet.
Ja, det kan det. Det var ikke sånn før. Før var han helt vill. Før var han dritkul. Smalt opp og ned og frem og tilbake.
I'm trying to put the pictures together, or for him to say, why didn't we know? And our NATO leaders going to be like, well, you've been kind of backing off. Like, I just wonder how this kind of plays out.
Right. I mean, there is an uncomfortable dynamic there for the president. I mean, listen, I think, when Ukraine has launched drone strikes on Russian soil in the past, I don't think they would have necessarily tipped off the United States. It's the whole sort of ask forgiveness rather than permission, and that applied certainly under the Biden administration as well. But, there is that concern. And President Trump's strategy has been, listen, we want to get to talks, and rather than using leverage, the leverage of force, of sanctions, of punishing Russia, of stepping up the fight, we want to avoid an escalatory spiral and say, hey, we're going to create space for talks and sort of use carrots rather than sticks. So I think, though the president has not really commented in any fulsome way on these drone strikes, it's something he might oppose because he believes it's unhelpful at a time when he's trying to get these two sides in a room with each other. But in terms of some expectation that the U.S. would get a detailed readout from Ukraine, I mean, especially with the U.S., the president not being willing to re-up that supplemental to infuse more and more weapons to Ukraine, they feel they strategically don't necessarily need permission from the U.S. to do a strike.
What about European allies getting a readout ahead of that, or having a tip that is going to happen? Is that something that would likely happen?
Not necessarily either. I mean, I think for one thing, they're really worried about leaks and the possibility that it would get out. But again, I think it's that sort of situation where you say you'd rather get forgiveness than permission. They basically don't want anyone to tell them no. And obviously the concern for NATO countries is, listen, if Ukraine escalates this well beyond its eastern front and into Russian territory, Russia may see that as an escalatory action that then would require retaliatory action that might push the conflict into Europe proper outside of Ukraine, and that's what they're really worried about.
Hey, Nick, just before we let you go, Carol and I were talking about this. She was out yesterday, but she was still paying a lot of attention to what was happening.
Well, I was kind of upset. I know.
On Sunday, too, I had a lot of friends sending me the videos from the drone strikes that were released by the government of Ukraine. Yeah, you're pretty obsessed with it. I'm wondering what it tells us, Nick, about the technology that's being used right now. A lot has been written about
right?
Yeah, a lot has been written about what Ukraine has been able to do with sort of rudimentary drones, but I don't know if those were used in the case such as this. We don't have all the details, but what is starting to emerge?
Well, I mean, one of the most fascinating things about this is some of these drone strikes were deep, thousands of kilometers inside Russian territory, and it would not have been a case where the drones would have been able to fly from Ukraine. In many cases, the indications we have so far are that the drones were launched from within Russia. So you had a network potentially of covert operatives of agents essentially setting up and then launching these drones from within Russia, so infiltrating Russian territory to be able to launch these drones. So I think what you're seeing is a willingness to raise the threshold and launch even bolder strikes. But in terms of the technological advances, it's not necessarily that the technology is so great, but that it's so cheap and plentiful and has been able to have such a devastating effect with the limited resources that Ukraine has. And that's really what's so fascinating about this. You're not seeing some multi-million-dollar advanced stealth fighter jet launching a round-the-world strike from a base in Kansas or something like that. You're seeing the infiltration into Russian territory of very rudimentary drones that are being used to devastating effect.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me, I know it's not apples to apples, but I think about when DeepSeek came out earlier this year, and we were like, okay, maybe we can do this AI thing less expensively and very differently. And this just, to me, Nick, it seemed like warfare that, like you said, it doesn't have to be super expensive for it to be impactful.
Right, and that's a big tension point, frankly, in the United States, because there are a lot of defense companies that have made a lot of money developing and producing the most advanced fighter systems. I mean, the F-35, all in all, is going to, in the end, cost about $2 trillion for that program, from development through production to sustainment. Huge cost overruns. I mean, a software update for the F-35 costs many, many hundreds of millions of dollars. And the defense primes, in a lot of ways, really feast on these big contracts. So then if you're a little country like Ukraine producing these drones for hundreds of dollars a pop, I mean, that sends an earthquake through a lot of the big defense primes.
Yeah, talk about disruption perhaps, right, in the defense industry. Yeah. Nick Wadhams, the best. Thank you, always, always. National Security Team Leader at Bloomberg News, joining us from the Bloomberg News Bureau in Washington, D.C. Folks, we're counting you down to the close, 26 minutes to go. One of our favorite guests.
Yeah, Eric Clark is coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Grafen blir ikke ordnet før løpet av uka.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. They're all holding on to gains ahead of the closing bell. But right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks with the bid overcoming a slow start with the Dow currently up 239 points. S&Ps are higher by 37 and NASDAQ gains by 0.9%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.46. Gold is in the red, oil is in the green, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 1.4%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and Chevron, while UNH and Coca-Cola led to the downside. And among the main 11 SP sectors, leaders were tech and energy. Telecom was under pressure. In the tech space, Broadcom traded to an all-time high. And regarding IPOs, the Circle IPO is said to be more than 20 times oversubscribed. In other news, Elon Musk called the U.S. spending bill massive, outrageous, and pork-filled. And wrapping things up, CrowdStrike and HPE report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over at your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Tuesday. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio here. Charlie and Bill just breaking down the numbers, and we're holding on to most of the day's gains here.
Do you know where we're going to be in a week?
Cisco.
Do you know where it is?
San Diego.
Do you know where Eric Clark is?
San Diego.
Okay. There's a method to my madness, Carol.
So glad I like.
Yeah, we got there together.
We got there.
We got there together.
Is this a test?
It's not a test. We're going to test Eric Clark, though. He's Chief Investment Officer at the RIA AccuVest Global Advisors. They've got approximately $1 billion in assets under management. We love checking in with Eric because he covers all the companies that we love to talk about here on Bloomberg Business Week in the Rational Dynamic Brands Fund.
Yep. That fund, by the way, is up more than 15% on average annually over the past 3 years, putting it in the 91st percentile, according to Bloomberg data, against its peers. Year to date, the fund is down slightly, and it's lagging its peers. Good to have you back with us, Eric. So talk to us about this environment and your fund. Like we say, it's a bunch of household names. Are you disappointed by the performance, or how do you explain it, or is it just kind of par for the course considering the year?
Yeah, nice to talk to you guys again. Listen, we had a really strong January, up, 7% or so, and then we had all of the tariff stuff, and the markets took the elevator down. And so, there's being back to flat when you have a big drawdown because of the tariff situation feels pretty good. And now we can maybe reset things. Hopefully we can get through the summer without too much chop towards we get the end of these tariffs. But, consumers are trying to figure it out just like businesses are trying to figure out the rules of the road. But there's clearly a value seekers mentality out there in consumer land. And with inflation staying high for longer, I don't buy any of the media tweet, the White House tweets about inflation not being present. It's everywhere. Go out to eat, go on vacation. It's pretty much everywhere at the grocery store. So value seekers are going to be everywhere, and some companies deliver on that, and some brands struggle with that. And so, we feel pretty good about the portfolio that we have now. It has a lot of, kind of predictable growers like Netflix and Spotify and Amazon, but we have some good defense too for some of the potential rocky stuff that might happen here in the next couple of months with tariffs.
The stock market, if you look at the indexes, you said they took the elevator down, which they certainly did, but they seem to have taken the escalator up. I mean, we're up 20% since those lows on April 8th. Yes, we're still down close to 3% from those all-time highs back in February, but we've pretty much recovered everything before April 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, so much money left the U.S. I mean, international is still, kicking the U.S.'s butt pretty handily. But when so much money moves out of the U.S. and out of tech and growth all at once, and then you get this tariff reprisal from, what was it, April 9th or something, when the NASDAQ was up 12%, and then you get a lot of money moved back. So technology obviously has been the place, higher beta names have been the place to be on this rally. But I suspect people are going to look for some exit doors as we near these, the decision on tariffs. And who knows, if we get a decision and we kick the can down the road again, and those tariff things happen, the tariffs get cut for the next couple of months, then maybe the markets rally again. But in the July,
noe dere kan også se da, at
the effects of some of that uncertainty and some of
treffer veldig bra på gull, og så ser vi at Nasdaq lever litt sin egen verden, men det en grunn til at man kjøper gull nå, derfor rentene begynner å stige, gjeldstaket stiger, usikkerhet I markedet. Nasdaq går basic bare opp rundt 3-4 aksjer, ellers alt på vei ned. Så det en veldig fin måte å kjøpe gull ved siden av shorten på Nasdaq. Du får en jævla fin, hva man kaller en pair trade da. Det veldig fin. Veldig fin trade.
Okay, so we'll hopefully speak to you before then, Eric. We've spoken to you for years, and when we've spoken to you, we've referenced, as we did today, that
den første jeg sa var på 335, men jeg har gjort 17 trades på gull Q-Coin. Jeg har gjort 17 trades I dag.
Logo ETF. It's the Alpha Brands Consumption Leaders ETF. It's an ETF here in the US. That includes
jeg klarer ikke si hva jeg ser for noe Q-Coin, det problemet.
Netflix, Eli Lilly, KKR, Walmart.
Jeg bare ser det på grafen, jeg aner ikke hvordan jeg skal forklare det.
Right now, and are you managing this fund as well as the Dynamic Brands Fund?
We are the team. Thanks for mentioning.
Så du får ikke noe hjelp av meg på grafen. Jeg kan bare si hvor det skal og hvor det stopper noen nivåer, men jeg vet ikke hva noe av det jeg driver med heter. Jeg vet litt da, men ikke alt.
And the ETF is a little bit different than the fund in that it's much more broad.
Men hvis du spør for eksempel Robert eller Stig, så ender vi alle på samme nivåene.
And so, we have exposure to travel through Booking and Marriott. And we have exposure through streaming, through Spotify and Netflix, and even some international exposure, like through media with Sony and Tencent on the China technology. So this is more about broad spending categories, which brands are the dominant leaders in those categories, and we're still managing it through a business cycle. Obviously, the business cycle is still important. So, take more risk when it's prudent and the economy is expanding, and get more defensive when you have a little more.
Skal doble posisjonen I morgen, Ray K, så får dere mer ut av det.
And data points that are starting, and we still see some of those cautionary data points which keep us, with about 25% on the defense. Coke,
right.
AutoZone, O'Reilly Automotive, those kind of things.
Eric, is the idea that new money comes in and you want it to go into the ETF rather than into the mutual fund? It's sort of the pattern that we're seeing with portfolio managers who are moving away from mutual funds and more into ETFs.
Yeah, our view, there's still a lot of advisors and people who like mutual funds and the familiarity there. The goal for us was have a consumption leaders global brand strategy in both of the popular packages, the mutual fund and the ETF, and then we can let advisors and individuals choose which, I can deliver it in a cone or a cup, so to speak, Obviously, the flows are going to ETFs, and so having an ETF offering for people to get access to the brands that they admire and the brands that they spend their time and their money on, that's just a wise decision. But there's still money coming into the mutual fund as well.
Har ikke skadet opp ikke slippe inn de knekker litt, ja. Hun driter sånn, da.
Kan du se her? Blør jeg?
Nei, hun blør ikke.
Det sår?
Nei, det ingenting der.
July
Det ikke noe der.
Ta her, eller?
Å, fy faen.
Det sår, ikke sant?
Nei, det ikke noe.
Det ikke?
Slutt, da.
Det.
Du, men hva greia for noe?
Jeg kan dra I en skorpe. Det sår der.
Du, en ting jeg lurer på. Du kan legge ut på Snapchat og sånn, men du kan ikke vise det her.
Jeg kan vise
Hvorfor gjemmer du deg liksom?
Du
kommer for å se her, og så går du tørre, så går du i hjørnet.
Joachim, kan du være så snill?
Men det var ikke noe, du helt hvit I skallen, det ingenting.
Hvit I skallen? Kan du bare grave som aper gjør?
Grave juret?
Vær så snill da. se håndkle. Akkurat her.
Kan du komme bort hit?
Ja.
Jeg trader, liksom.
Ja, fort det. Akkurat her.
Kan du komme mot meg?
Gjør det vondt?
Opp med hodet. Det er ikke noe sår der.
Det er et eller annet der.
Nei, jeg ser hele skallen din. Du har helt hvit skalle.
Du må...
Oi, jo, der, ja.
Ja, jeg har sår! Det svir! Er det
Du har et
stort?
sånt sår.
Jeg kjente det.
Fantastisk.
Er det veldig stort?
Det, ja, det er
svir
ikke
som
sånn
faen. Hvorfor
dypt,
svir det
liksom.
nå 6 timer etterpå?
Det var ganske svært, da. Altså, det var på størrelse med lillefinger. Det var- nei,
Kødder du med meg?
Og sånn.
Å, fy faen.
Og du
Han
så...
har satt klørne i hodeskallen min.
Ikke hodeskallen din.
Å, fy faen.
Slutt å pipe. Nei, men slutt å pipe. Jeg har blod over hele meg. Jeg piper jo ikke. Du må tåle kråke i huet der. Ikke helt sikker ennå, doktor, for jeg må ut av de Nasdaq-posisjonene mine, så jeg driver og trader inn de nå. Altså det vil si jeg tjener masse på gull, så skal jeg ta tap på Nasdaq. For det... 2 sekunder.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
What's your problem?
What's my problem?
It's like, I'm having a hard day. You know, people are talking in my ear while I'm trying to make teases.
Listen,
I'm dropping my phone.
I'm not, okay. My day is nothing compared to your day.
That's right.
When you're done, can you talk a little bit about what's going on here? Do you have somebody to carry your bags? Do you need somebody to carry your bags?
I left them at the front desk this morning.
Downstairs? You know why? That's for security purposes. They don't want bags that big coming into the building.
Ms. Mazur, I don't think that should go upstairs. We have to scan that.
Listen, there's a select few
they're
people.
They're actually really lovely and helpful, and they're like, you can just leave it down here. And I was like,
det poppet opp igjen da, som vi snakket om.
People at Bloomberg headquarters who've traveled with Carol Massar.
På Nasdaq, på Close.
Me. They also include Michael McKee. They include Jason Kelly.
And
they had some people, like Paul Sweeney, for example. He'll go to Ireland for a week and he'll just bring a carry-on.
how the heck does he do that?
Hey,
A girl's
Paul
gotta
Sweeney,
have shoe choices.
Paul Sweeney did a lot.
A
Well,
girl's
I
gotta
guess,
have
I
her,
guess,
like, stuff.
I guess the point is you make the choices before while you're packing.
You know, it's funny, and my husband and daughter are like completely the opposite.
Really?
I mean, man, they could just like Aggie like comes back from overseas and she's just got a little carry-on.
A little carry-on, yeah.
Or she goes overseas and she has a little carry-on. Like it's unbelievable. And John
You
the
and I
same
do
way.
a day trip to DC, and
I have done a
I'm like,
kid-
Carol, can you bring that on the train? Is that allowed? That's so big. Where are they going to put
You
that?
know, it's funny.
I don't know if we're gonna get through the tunnels with
I'm
that.
actually going through some like soul searching and wanting to lighten my load.
The Marie Kondo sort of like.
I guess you could
Is
call
that
it
is that is that?
Yeah, it's Marie Kondo.
Yeah.
Does it give you joy? Does it spark
This
joy?
is-
When I'm hauling this stuff around. Do you know we talked about this, the last place I was for work in Arizona, and the guys were so cool, and they're like, yeah, no, we got that. I'm like, no, I get it. Like, I hate to have anybody else do it. And they actually, after, like, they checked it, they all, like, playing a guessing game of how heavy it was.
And just so you guys know, the typical weight limit of a bag for a U.S. carrier is 50 pounds.
Not if you fly business.
If you fly business class,
you can actually check three.
You can check 3 bags
I am not
up to what weight?
I don't know. I think they kind of let you go.
Okay.
I'm always so like, please don't pick it up. I'll pick it up. And I'm like,
oof.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not what we're here to talk about. But all I'm saying is, Carol's going on the road. I brought it up because Carol's going on the road for more than a week. She's got 3 different cities that she's going to.
And I also said to Tim, dudes can carry 2 suits, a couple of shirts, and everybody's like, you look great. You look great every day. And then it's like, for women, it's like, didn't you wear that yesterday? Didn't you wear that 2 days ago? It's a little bit of a tougher, heavier.
I will say, shout out to the person online who keeps getting in touch with me and telling me I'm not wearing my different clothes, and I'm only wearing dark clothes. Yeah, there is somebody out there.
Don't you diss on Tim's
stuff. It's fine. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just.
Although I'm getting a little lazy and I throw my black jacket over everything here, so I kind of look like I'm wearing the same thing.
Hey, I want to get to one story that is on my radar. It's about BlackRock
escaping
a Texas oil boycott blacklist after this.
Removed
from Texas's blacklist of companies that boycott fossil fuels ends a 3-year standoff over the environmental policies of the world's largest asset manager.
Okay, here's why you care. When you want to see where funds flowing, right, that's what we care about, capital flows. This move means that pension funds and other state-run investment accounts, which manage more than $300 billion worth of assets, will be allowed to purchase BlackRock shares, invest in its exchange-traded funds, and hire the firm for aggressive risk management. Inclusion on the list results in some Texas entities pulling billions of dollars of assets from the firm. So who gets to manage the money? And it also kind of where things end up ultimately. I feel like the ESG trade, the politically correct, the environmentally concerned trade, you are seeing pretty massive pushbacks.
Yeah, you are. The state's comptroller said that BlackRock had rolled back many of its greenfield initiatives.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, folks, great story. Check it out on the Bloomberg and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. We are heading into the last few minutes of trading. Some earnings coming your way as well. We're just rolling all over the best levels of the session. Do not go anywhere. Starts right now.
Han fløy på meg og dreit meg. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor han gjorde det.
Not a full breakdown of all of today's market action starts right now.
The closing bell.
Bloomberg comprehensive
cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the
end. Fikk du den der pop-upen på Nasdaq, den som kommer hver dag. Den begynner å bli litt sånn der AI-styrt der, altså.
In the radio booth, Alex Steele and Scarlett Fu both on assignment for the day. We are missing the day, 0.6% gain on the S&P 500, but a 1.6% gain. Carol Massar on the Russell 2000 outperformance by the small caps. Don't poo-poo it.
No, I'm not poo-pooing. It's your favorite index. I know you love those little critters. Having said that, I am looking at the semiconductor names because if you want to see some outperformance, check it out. The stocks, most of the names are higher today, and you're looking at the index up about 3%, almost 3%.
I'm having trouble kind of making sense of the Look, the stock market is not the economy. We know that. The exuberance that we're seeing.
I disagree, but go ahead.
Excuse me?
I disagree, but go
You disagree? Okay.
I do, strongly.
Okay, we don't have time to talk about that right now. We can talk about that maybe after the bells. But comments from the CEO of Dollar General earlier today about a weakening consumer, wealthier consumers trading down. That's why we're seeing shares of Dollar General higher today. How are we making sense of the sort of conflicting signals that we're getting about the health of the consumer and the U.S. economy?
It's interesting, right? I mean, we've had this conversation with Anthony Chukumba earlier that if you were looking for reasons to get worried about the economy, the fact that you do have the CEO saying that consumers are coming to Dollar General, you could build a case to get a little bit bearish about the state of where we stand right now, Romain.
That is the outperformance that we're seeing in the small caps, and that is because of some of those names like those dollar stores. Signet Jewelers up about 13%, leading the charge in the Russell 2000. Bloom Energy, Credo also in the mix as well. So you're getting a bit of a broadening, at least for one day, and of course, you know, as a hat tip to Carol Bass, so we've been here before, and we know this can reverse in a big way over time. Before we get to the closing bell, just right now, a big headline on Wells Fargo. The Federal Reserve here in the United States has finally lifted the asset cap restriction.
Jeg tror Gustav elsker å hoppe på huet mitt og hoppe på stol, hoppe på huet, hoppe på stol, hoppe han faen meg gjør knat, jo. Fy faen så gul går da. Gul!
Market numbers with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 0.5 percentage point, the S&P up by 0.6%, the Nasdaq up by 0.8 percentage point, and the Russell 2000 up 1.6%.
Ja, da har vi gjort 18 trades, alle ut i boks, og så går vi konk på Nasdaq. Det fett da. Les maker hele livet mitt, jobbet finans i over faen meg snart 20 år, skjønner ikke en dritt på grunn av 3 aksjer. Øker posisjonen min på gull i morgen. Det går fra 0,2 til 1 kontrakt i morgen. Nå blir reaksjonen her. Alltid lov å håpe. Håp er viktig. Det er en hel lott. Nei. 0,1 lott, Stig. Ikke en hel.
Det ble noe annet.
Skal trade med 100 kontrakter i morgen!
Ja, det betyr.
Nei, men da takker jeg for i dag. Jeg har lovt å kjøre live på TikTok med godeste Gustav. Litt oppdateringer på han.
Yeah, we'll continue to follow that story.
Så bare snacks litt senere, eller?
Det gjør vi. Takk for dagen.
Because there's a lot to talk about here. If you take a look at the sector level, broadly an update, breadth was pretty good relative to yesterday, and you can see that it was tech that was in the lead here when it comes to